Every day is another day. I need to get this GPU shader done. Hopefully today. So I'm like writing a JavaScript engine, and I'm waiting for the caffeine from the Pepsi to kick in. So that hasn't happened yet. At some point, the caffeine and sugar is gonna kick in. So I don't know. I'm waiting for that boost of energy, and it didn't happen yet. Any minute now. I'm gonna have Siri text to speech the JavaScript standard, or the ECMA 262, because JavaScript is a standard. Well, they call it no. JavaScript is a brand. The ECMA 262 is the standard, and JavaScript is a brand that says they follow the standard, but they don't meet the standard, not fully. They don't fully satisfy the standard. And all of the engines have their own bugs and shit, and none of them follow the standard. But they all talk about it like, oh, ECMA 262, like they have something in common. But they don't have it in common because they don't follow the standard. So there's like a bunch of JavaScript engines running around like cars without wheels, calling themselves cars even though they don't have wheels. And it's just stupid. It's only 816 pages. It's really not that difficult. So I have to like finish up a shader program so I can get to going through the standard and updating my engine to meet the standard. But then be adding to the standard, making my own standard, adding video game support for like frames per second loops, physics loops, input loops, like actual things needed, whatever. So like text speeches and blah blah blah. If the sound is even working. I think it's working.
Abstract operation create intrinsics takes argument realm reg, a realm record, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called set realm rec to a new record. Set fields of realm.
So I think there's like 90 C++ types or template things to replace.
Column one of the table.
Not 90 different ones. They're all like there's duplicates. I don't know why I do Control F on STD colon. There's 90.
19 through 28.
So like the computer's still loading.
All values that are built-in function objects are created by perform.
There's at least 90 I gotta check. There's probably maybe like 5 or 10 types.
Realm
And I have my
where steps
my macrotized
is specification.
class system, so I don't have to use classes.
Function's name property. Length is the initial value of the function.
It's loaded.
Slots is a list of the names specified internal slots, and prototype is the
I kind of did that as like warm up because I've been like converting my JavaScript engine
be ordered
from 32-bit to 64-bit
that have not yet
when it's on Windows.
capital A D D capital R E S T R I C T E
But I haven't been writing new C code.
N
So like going through C,
O N capital P
and this is also GCC, a different compiler.
R T
It's not Visual Studio.
realm rag,
It's very slightly different.
comma 3.3 set realm
Some things are completely different,
rag, global OB
except like
value,
I haven't done C in a while.
and set realm global object,
I've been like C# assembly, just a bunch of stuff.
global OBJ, an object,
So I'm trying to like get back into like the flow of C.
object or undefined.
So I like made
It
like templating whatever, kind of like C++ without C++.
defined. Then A let intrinsics be realm rag. B set global OBJ to ordinary object.
Just as like an exercise or whatever.
Global OBJ is an object. If
So now when I get back to like the JavaScript engine,
global OBJ
I still have to finish updating all the bit shifting and then the field offsets
global OBJ
from 64-bit bit shifts or 63-bit shift positions. In the case of like the position of the bit,
realm rag.
the length is 64.
Operation set default global bindings takes argument.
To update the places where I like check the sign bit, because the sign bit of a 32-bit number is 31-bit,
Called let
and the sign bit of a 64-bit number is 63-bit.
specify
So I can't shift the 64-bit number 31 bits to get the sign bit. So I gotta update every mother loving place that I bit shift.
containing the
And there's some places where I have to subtract to get the top bit in whatever. I don't know, it's annoying. So I gotta go through the whole program and do that still in my engine.
intrinsic object from realm rag. Six
And then the field offsets from 4 bytes to 8 bytes, because 64-bit is 8-byte offsets, not 4 bytes.
contexts.
And then my engine will be 64-bit.
Application device that is used
And I can go through the standard
it. Iron
from page 1 to 800, whatever,
application. At any point in time, there is at most
and prove that's actually possible to meet entire standard.
in code.
And I'm not only going to prove that it's possible to meet a standard, I'm going to add to the standard and set a whole new fucking standard.
Specification
And I'm not sure if I want to sell my engine or if I want to compete,
the execution context
because these companies are so corrupt, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to get fucked if I sell it.
element of this stack and
So I think I might compete.
whenever control
I'm not sure yet. I still got to decide.
associated with the currently running execution context to executable code that is not associated with that. 54.
Because I don't even need the credit.
2024 execution
You know what, whatever.
The newly created execution context is pushed onto the stack and becomes the running
So I got my fake classes, whatever. It's not like what it's planning. It's kind of funky.
Fix state is necessary to track the execution progress of its associated code. Each execution context has
So basically it's a template call
25. Table 25.
followed by the type
Full execution context.
or the template,
Purpose. Code evaluation.
and then the source, the this or whatever.
Suspend and resume evaluation of the code associated.
And there's a hidden comma between or behind this value.
Execution context is
And
evaluated
then there's a keyword that I use to like identify
component.
the operation or whatever
If the context is evaluating the code of a script or
that's to be carried out.
null realm, the
And this is 2 to indicate
accesses ECMA script
the argument pattern.
dual record or script record from which
I guess that's what you call it. I don't know.
there is no originating script or module. At
And the argument pattern is either
context created in a niche
empty,
realm, the
in,
by the running
or empty is nothing. That's 0.
various points defined within this specification.
So for argument pattern, I put 0 here.
Context has been suspended. A different execution context may become the running execution.
Empty 0. 1
Later time
means I pass in the out,
may again become
the thing that'll be assigned to hold the destination.
evaluating it.
So instead of like assigning a result,
Suspend
out to like the thing on the left hand side. I gotta pass it in here because I can't wrap this whole thing in parentheses. So I gotta like pass it in as argument. So for the pattern 2, that means I'm gonna pass in the in, which means I'm passing a variable that's gonna be assigned to either this or whatever I pack in as an argument on the right hand side. And the pattern 3 means I'm passing in an out and an in case I need out variable and then in variable and then this variable and then any like miscellaneous variables. I'll pack them in here.
Statements within this execution context. Private environment identifies the private environment record that holds private names created by class elements in the nearest containing class null if there is no containing class. The lexicon
So I like make it I can pass in temp var
execution context are always
and I
environment.
initialize a bank of temp vars for each operation based on type it is up by top whatever inside of the macro. So I could pass in foo equals 3 if I need like another additional temporary variable. Or I can pass in the address of something, beginning the address like this, and then making a temporary variable to hold the address. I want to use a struct, but it's just not possible. It's not worth the time to like, and it's not cross-platform, compile or whatever. So I don't know. I got this like funky way to handle this, but I'm gonna like remove the C++, use this instead, and I like value whatever.
ECMA script implementation. It is impossible for ECMA script code to
I define value here,
execution context.
and it's defined to
Script module. The
the name token used to concat to form everything for the operation,
script record.
and I pass in the args after it,
Null.
and I pass in the bit the
Based on the running execution
the argument pattern. I don't know, whatever, like source, destination, and out, whatever.
context stack is empty.
That's like tied to this kind of
Be the topmost
it's for each property, or like a routine to call for the template.
dual component.
I define this or whatever, but this is like common because in C++ the dot value is like a common thing.
Script module, 4.2.
So it's like a shared template thing. It's a keyword. So I don't like define this specifically to each template. It's just generic.
And optional argument.
And then right here I do if not defined, have it throw an error.
Either in normal completion
And then I define each thing for like its own template
determine the binding of name
for that keyword or whatever. So like if I'm making a type
record that is to be searched for
and I need to like make a template call for it,
if
I can check if not defined, and then if it throws an error,
then a set
then I know to go up here and then make it, and then whatever, I don't know.
assert env is an environment record.
And then I don't have to use a function call at all for like this template stuff. It's all macrotized.
Let strict be true, else let strict be false. Return
I could make it a function if I decided,
env
but most of this stuff is like really simple, so I can just like inline it.
get this environment. The abstract operation
So I don't know.
takes no arguments and returns an environment
So there's like 90 of these left. I'm gonna do std.
that currently supplies the binding of the keyword this. It performs the following steps when called let env be the running execute. In contexts lexical in
Defined all the C++ stuff.
generator the generator that this execute.
So I'm gonna go through 90 of these.
156 ECMA International 2024. Note the result of resolve binding is always a reference record whose field is name ABCDE. Let it
Man, there's a lot of color loss when streaming.
true. Return env.
Like tons of color loss.
Assert outer is not null. Set env to outer.
I don't even think YouTube's technically 60 frames per second. It says it, but I don't think so.
Environment which has this binding, 4.4 resolve this binding. The abstract operation resolve this binding takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion contain on an ECMA script language a value or a
So I need to drink some more pop,
of the keyword this use
load up on sugar.
environment of the
I'm gonna try to get this done today.
It performs the following steps when called let env rect the get this environment.
And the shader program, whatever.
Get this binding, 4.5 get new target. The abstract operates
Basically, it's gonna do this, whatever.
and returns an object or undefined. It determines the new target value using the lexical environment of the running execution context. It performs the following steps when called let envrec beget this environment. Assert envrec has a field. Return envrec, 4.6 get global object. The abstract operation get global object takes no arguments and returns an object. It returns the global object used by the currently running execution context. It performs the following steps when called 2.5 let current realm be the current realm record. Return current realm, jobs and host operations.
So transition from A to C. So A is like the normal desktop,
An ECMA script computation.
and C is like
ECMA script computation.
this video.
Progress. Jobs are scheduled for execution by ECMA script host environments.
So still gotta like cut the screen out of the video and render it.
The host hooks host enqueue generic job. Capital H O S T capital E N Q U
And VLC doesn't work. It's so annoying.
capital F I N A
Like VLC is unstable in the first place, but like it's so annoying.
N capital R E G I
So I gotta like cut the middle of this video.
host enqueue promise
No, put the desktop in it.
job to schedule jobs. The host
And the shader program.
application are organized by the additional constraints imposed on the scheduling of jobs. Hosts may define additional abstract operations.
I want the desktop to be like normal, whatever.
Accept a job app,
And I click a button to toggle it.
realm record or null as parameters. If a realm record is provided, these operations schedule the job to be performed at some future.
I need to like change the focus from normal to like view the whole video, but I also want to like smoothly lerp between point A and B.
Their implementation
I hate the word lerp,
following require
but everybody uses lerp for like Unity video game programming. So like, I don't know, lerp. It's a stupid word.
execution context stack is empty. The implementation
But I want to lerp between the points A and B, the transition states. I want to keep it nice and smooth, so like I don't have to wait for the transition to finish before triggering the next one. So it'll like
evaluation at any point in time in an A.
be like normal desktop mode, and then zoom out to view the video mode, whatever.
Starts in an agent.
Or look like this, whatever.
Return a normal completion.
But this would be like full screen, whatever.
There is
So like zoom out, look like this, then I can work and not show all the code for free. Because if I like show everything I'm working on, I'll have nothing to release. Nothing to release. Because you can just take the code.
as handling jobs.
So some stuff I gotta like not show it on the screen.
Features may add
So I can click a button and then turn on or off, whatever.
particular time.
But then have a transition state between the two. Where it's like normal desktop and then this mode or whatever.
Active script or module if all of the following conditions.
So it's like the shader program. I could get that done today. Hopefully today.
Auto module record.
There's only like 90 days left to go.
Execution context on the execution context stack.
I need more sugar.
And is script or module.
So I don't know. I might, whatever.
Module. At any particular
I can't focus.
execution is prepared to evaluate ECMA script code if all of the following conditions are true. The
Undo this now.
stack is not empty. The realm component of the topmost execution context on the execution context stack is a realm record. Particular kinds of jobs have additional conformance requirements. 5.1 job callback records. A job callback record is a record value used to store a function object and objects that are invoked via a job enqueue by the host may have additional host-defined context. To propagate the state, job abstract closures should not capture and call function objects directly. Instead, use host make job callback and host call job callback. Job callback records have the fields listed in
So, I don't know.
8. Job
I gotta make the rest of these template types
host make
for the other C++ types that are need to be converted, whatever.
make job callback takes argument callback. A function
I need to save it back up.
is a job callback record.
I'll do that first. I need to turn on a fan because it's really hot. The AC works, but it's not the same as the fan being on blowing cool air.
Environments may prepare
I don't want to open a window.
code by pushing
It's fucking bugs.
the execution
I don't know, whatever.
specific steps are implementation defined.
They always find a way in, especially the fucking little flies.
Environment. This is
Gnats or whatever.
context and
They just go right through the screen, whatever you call it.
invoked. When
Screen guard or whatever the fuck it's called.
like a promise handler,
Gnats are so fucking tiny.
invocation pushes its own execution context and realm. Note
Alright, gotta find some music, turn on a fan, turn up down the AC, get these like standardized type things replaced from C++.
what WG dot
So that's what I'm gonna do. I drink some more pop. I cannot focus.
propagate the incumbent setting. S object for promise callbacks. Field name, value, meaning, callback, a function object. The function to invoke when the job is invoked. Host defined. Anything default value is empty. Field reserved for use by hosts.
I'm so tired of this streaming software.
2020
It is so bad.
implementation
It just moves things around.
steps when called
I never had these things positioned like this. Why does it look like this?
empty. ECMA
The BRB screen. Why can't this program just work?
of host
Every time I turn it on, something moves around. And I go like, click on it to drag it back in position. It's so frustrating. I'm so tired of software not working. For fuck's sake.
EMA script language.
It's a waste of time to set stuff up
EMA script
and then expect to click a button and then like have it save its state.
value or a throw
What's the point of like giving?
must conform to
I might as well set up the whole program every time I turn it on. There's no point in settings. There's no point in a save file. This software is so bad.
job
This OBS streaming software, it's pathetic. I'm so frustrated.
job callback.
It is so. I'm just gonna leave it. I don't fucking care.
V. Arg
Oh, I'm so annoyed.
web browsers must use the default implementation.
I'm gonna try the same track today. Not complain.
Rel
This streaming software, OBS, streaming software, OBS like the letter O, and then B, and then S
record.
for like not original broadcasting software. Whatever the O stands for.
The abstract closure.
It's a crappy streaming software.
No constraints.
It's pathetic.
We generic job must conform to the requirements in 9.5, 9, 5, 5 host and we promise job. Job. Realm. The host defined abstract operation host and we promise job takes arguments job. A job abstract closure. And realm. A realm record or null. And returns unused. It schedules job to be performed at some future time. The abstract closures used with this algorithm are intended to be related to the handling of promises, or otherwise, to be scheduled with equal priority to promise handling operations. An implementation of host enqueue promise job must conform to the requirements in 9.5 as well as the following. If realm is not null, each time job is invoked, the implementation must perform implementation defined steps such that execution is prepared to evaluate ECMA script code at the time of job's invocation. Let script for module beget active script for module at the time host enqueue promise job is invoked. If realm is not null, each time job is invoked, the implementation must perform implementation defined steps such that script for module is the active script for module at the time of job's invocation. Jobs must run in the same order as the host enqueue promise job invocations that scheduled them. Note this is called at the time that the callback is passed to the function that is responsible for its being eventually scheduled.
I got a box of 60 airheads. I should up my sugar intake. Because sugar is brain food.
The behavior of function objects defined in this specification. ECMA International 2012.
It doesn't make you smarter though. It just makes you
Realm for jobs.
think better. It makes you reliant on sugar to think.
And get function
So, I don't know. Sugar's great.
by new promise react. Realm on the handler if the handler is not undefined. If the handler is undefined, realm is null. For both kinds of jobs, one get function realm completes abnormally. That is called on a revoked proxy. Realm is the current realm record at the time of the get function realm.
I gotta find all these types.
Will be evaluated
And I guess go through one by one.
For example, error objects.
Oh man, this takes forever.
WGHTML.
Hopefully, it doesn't take forever. I hate everything.
whatwg.org. For example, uses realm to check for the ability to run script and for the entry. https://html.spec.whatwg.org entry. Concept, 5.6 host enqueue timeout job. Timeout job. Realm. Milliseconds. The host-defined abstract operation host enqueue timeout job takes arguments timeout job. A job abstract closure. Realm. A realm record. And milliseconds. A non-negative finite number. And returns unused. It schedules timeout job in the realm in the agent signified by realm to be performed after at least milliseconds. An implementation of host enqueue timeout job must conform to the requirements in 9.5, 9.6 initialize host defined realm. The abstract operation initialize host defined realm takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion.
Alright, so now
Steps when called let realm be created.
I'm gonna find
Must be a new execution context. Set
all these STDs. Literally STDs. They're like STDs.
or modular
C++ like, it's like an STD.
stack. New context is now the running execution context. If the host requires use of an exotic object to serve as realm's global object,
Or it's like chatbot.
an object created in a host
It makes you dumber for using it. Because it's like,
indicating that an ordinary object
it holds your hand so you don't have to learn anything.
says that the this binding in realm
It's a hand holder.
object other than the global
Or maybe it holds your cock when you're taking a pee.
defined method
That's what C++ is. That's what chatbot is.
indicating
That's why I need to stop using chatbot.
global object.
But I use chatbot out of amusement,
This value
not to really hold my hand.
OBJD.
Because you have two hands. You have the left hand and the right hand.
Create any host to
So if you ever need someone to hold your hand, that's why you have two hands.
return unused.
If you didn't know.
An agent complete
So I gotta focus and try to get something done.
context.
I really need to focus.
Execution
I don't know if I can. I'm gonna get rid of all these STDs though. It's planned.
executing thread. The constituents of an agent.
So I'm gonna get finding and replacing.
Agent's executing thread executes algorithm
I don't even know.
contexts independently of other
Just
agents
gotta get going and find and replace.
to be used as the agent.
I hate this so much.
Provided none of the agents sharing the thread have an agent record whose field is true. Note 1. Some web browsers share a single executing thread across multiple unrelated
If C++ was more like C,
sign.
if C++ was standard, like actually standard,
Agent's executing thread is
standardized,
dynamic step.
if C++ was more performant, if C++ was more like well defined and there's more control over how it's managed,
Context.
then I would like be okay C++.
Records B.
But since C++ strips that all away and it's like hand holding to the extreme,
9.
I can't use it and it's not reliable.
Meaning little endian
And C++ has like these weird limits. You don't know so you hit them.
is needed by the algorithms get
So I don't know. It's not, I can't take C++.
implementation defined and should be
I always run into some weird issue that like I don't have if I write my own code.
cannot change.
Or there's always some like limit to like the number of things that can be collected and typed.
Higher. An agent signifies
And I don't know, whatever.
the agent within its agent.
That's the only reason I don't like C++.
A boolean, true if atomic operations on 1 byte values are lock-free. False other.
C++ is like, let me hold your hand. It's like, bitch, let go of my hand.
False.
So that's what like C, it doesn't hold your hand.
A boolean, true
C's like, if you want to crash and burn, it'll let you crash and burn.
execution.
Like, let me fuck it up. If I want to fuck it up, let me fuck it up. I don't need my handheld and my memory controlled and everything managed for me. That's for me to do as a programmer. Otherwise, I'm not fucking programming. I'm just losing brain cells. And relying on sugar for brain cell activity, that's probably a weakness. The sugar's not kicking in, it's not helping. Man, today is gonna suck. Crap. I cannot focus. Let's just get started and try to focus.
Free atomic operation. That an atomic access of size n is lock-free does not imply anything about the perceived atomicity of non-atomic accesses of size n. Specifically, non-atomic accesses may still be performed as a sequence of several separate memory accesses. See read shared memory and write shared memory for details. ECMA International 2024-161. Note 3. An agent is a specification mechanism and need not correspond to any particular artifact of an ECMA script implementation. 7.1 Agent signifier. The abstract operation agent signifier takes no arguments and returns an agent signifier. It performs the following steps when called. Let AR be the agent record of the surrounding agent. Return AR, 7.2 Agent can suspend. The abstract operation agent can suspend takes no arguments and returns a Boolean. It performs the following steps when called. 2.8 Let AR be the agent record of the surrounding agent. Return AR. Agent clusters. Note in some environments it may not be reasonable for a given agent to suspend. For example, in a web browser environment, it may be reasonable to disallow suspending a document's main event handling thread, while still allowing workers' event handling threads to suspend. An agent cluster is a maximal set of agents that can communicate by operating on shared memory. Every agent belongs to exactly one agent cluster. All agents within a cluster must have the same value for the field in their respective agent records. All agents within a cluster must have the same values for the field in their respective agent records. Similarly for the field, all agents within a cluster must have different values for the field in their respective agent records. An embedding may deactivate, stop forward progress, or activate, resume forward progress, an agent without the agent's knowledge or cooperation. If the embedding does so, it must not leave some agents in the cluster active while other agents in the cluster are deactivated indefinitely. Note 1. Programs within different agents may share memory by unspecified means. At a minimum, the backing memory for shared array buffers can be shared among the agents in the cluster. There may be agents that can communicate by message passing that cannot share memory. They are never in the same agent cluster. Note to the agents in a cluster need not all be alive at some particular point in time. If agent A creates another agent B, after which A terminates and B creates agent C, the three agents are in the same cluster if A could share some memory with B and B could share some memory with C. Note 3. If different agents within an agent cluster have different values of n, it becomes hard to use shared memory for multi-byte data. 62. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024. Note 4. The purpose of the preceding restriction is to avoid a situation where an agent deadlocks or starves because another agent has been deactivated. For example, if an HTML shared worker that has a lifetime independent of documents in any Windows were allowed to share memory with the dedicated worker of such an independent document, and the document and its dedicated worker were to be deactivated while the dedicated worker holds a lock, say, the document is pushed into its Windows history, and the shared worker then tries to acquire the lock, then the shared worker will be blocked until the dedicated worker is activated again, if ever. Meanwhile, other workers trying to access the shared worker from other windows will starve. The implication of the restriction is that it will not be possible to share memory between agents that don't belong to the same suspend-wait collective within the embedding. An embedding may terminate an agent without any of the agent's cluster's other agents' prior knowledge or cooperation. If an agent is terminated not by programmatic action of its own or of another agent in the cluster but by forces external to the cluster, then the embedding must choose one of two strategies. Either terminate all the agents in the cluster, or provide reliable APIs that allow the agents in the cluster to coordinate so that at least one remaining member of the cluster will be able to detect the termination. With the termination data containing enough information to identify the agent that was terminated, each of the following specification values, and values transitively reachable from them, belong to exactly one agent cluster. Candidate execution record, shared data block, waiter list record. Prior to any evaluation of any ECMA script code by any agent in a cluster, the field of the agent record for all agents in the cluster is set to the initial candidate execution. The initial candidate execution is an empty candidate execution whose field is a list containing, for each agent, an agent events record whose field is that agent's agent signifier, and whose and fields are empty lists. Note 5 examples of that type of termination are operating systems or users terminating agents that are running in separate processes, the embedding itself terminating an agent that is running in process with the other agents whenever. Agent resource accounting indicates that the agent is run away. Note 6 all agents in an agent cluster share the same candidate execution in its agent records field. The candidate execution is a specification mechanism used by the memory model. Note 7 an agent cluster is a specification mechanism and need not correspond to any particular artifact of an ECMA script implementation. Point 94 progress. For an agent to make forward progresses for it to perform an evaluation step according to this specification. An agent becomes blocked when its running execution context waits synchronously and indefinitely for an external event. Only agents whose agent records field is true can become blocked in this sense. An unblocked agent is one that is not blocked. Implementations must ensure that every unblocked agent with a dedicated executing thread eventually makes forward progress. In a set of agents that share an executing thread, one agent eventually makes forward progress. ECMA International 2024-163. An agent does not cause another agent to become blocked except via explicit APIs that provide blocking. Point 10 processing model of weak ref and finalization registry targets 9.1.0.1 objectives. This specification does not make any guarantees that any object or symbol will be garbage collected. Objects or symbols which are not live may be released after long periods of time, or never at all. For this reason, this specification uses the term may when describing behavior triggered by garbage collection. The semantics of weak refs and finalization registries is based on two operations which happen at particular points in time. When weak ref prototype derif is called, the referent, if undefined is not returned, is kept alive so that subsequent, synchronous accesses also return the same value. This list is reset when synchronous work is done using the clear-kept object's abstract operation. When an object or symbol which is registered with a finalization registry becomes unreachable, a call of the finalization registry's cleanup callback may eventually be made, after synchronous ECMA script execution completes. The finalization registry cleanup is performed with the cleanup finalization registry abstract operation. Neither of these actions, clear-kept objects or cleanup finalization registry, may interrupt synchronous ECMA script execution. Because hosts may assemble longer, synchronous ECMA script execution runs. This specification defers the scheduling of clear-kept objects and cleanup finalization registry to the host environment. Some ECMA script implementations include garbage collector implementations which run in the background, including when ECMA script is idle. Letting the host environment schedule cleanup finalization registry allows it to resume ECMA script execution in order to run finalizer work, which may free up held values, reducing overall memory usage. 10.2 Liveness. For some set of objects and or symbols S, a hypothetical weak ref oblivious execution with respect to S is an execution whereby the abstract operation weak ref derif of a weak ref whose referent is an element of S always returns undefined. This, along with the liveness guarantee in the memory model, ensures that all sexEST writes note eventually become observable to all agents. Note 1 weak ref obliviousness, together with liveness, capture 2n oceans. 1. That a weak ref itself does not keep its referent alive. 2. That cycles in liveness does not imply that a value is live. To be concrete, If determining V's liveness depends on determining the liveness of a weak ref referent, R's liveness cannot assume V's liveness, which would be circular reasoning. Note 2. Weak ref obliviousness is defined on sets of objects or symbols instead of individual values to account for cycles. If it were defined on individual values, then a weak ref referent in a cycle will be considered live even though its identity is only observed via other weak ref referents in the cycle. Note 3. Colloquially, we say that an individual object or symbol is live if every set containing it is live. At any point during evaluation, a set of objects and or symbols S is considered live if either of the following conditions is met. Any element in S is included in any agents list 164. ECMA International 2024, there exists a valid future hypothetical weak ref oblivious execution with respect to S that observes the identity of any value in S. Note 4. The second condition above intends to capture the intuition that a value is live if its identity is observable via non-weak ref means. A value's identity may be observed by observing a strict equality comparison or observing the value being used as key in a map. Note 5. Presence of an object or a symbol in a field, an internal slot, or a property does not imply that the value is live. For example, if the value in question is never passed back to the program, then it cannot be observed. This is the case for keys in a weak map, members of a weak set, as well as the and fields of a finalization registry cell record. The above definition implies that, if a key in a weak map is not live, then its corresponding value is not necessarily live either. Note 6. Liveness is the lower bound for guaranteeing which weak refs engines must not empty. Liveness is defined here as undecidable. In practice, engines use conservative approximations such as reachability. There is expected to be significant implementation leeway. 10.3 Execution. At any time, if a set of objects and or symbols S is not live, an ECMA script implementation may perform the following steps atomically. For each element value of S, do A. For each weak ref such that ref is value, do I set ref to empty. B. For each finalization registry FG such that FG contains a record cell such that cell is value, do I set cell to empty. 2. Optionally, perform capital H O S T capital E N Q U E U E capital F I N A L I Z A T I O N capital R E G I S T R F G. C. For each weak map such that map contains a record R such that R value, do I set R. 2. Set R to empty. D. For each weak set such that set contains value, do I replace the element of set T data, whose value is value with an element whose value is empty. ECMA International 2024 165. Note 1. Together with the definition of liveness, this clause prescribes optimizations that an implementation may apply regarding weak refs. It is possible to access an object without observing its identity. Optimizations such as dead variable elimination and scalar replacement on properties of non-escaping objects whose identity is not observed are allowed. These optimizations are thus allowed to observably empty weak refs that point to such objects. On the other hand, if an object's identity is observable, and that object is in the internal slot of a weak ref, optimizations such as rematerialization that observably empty the weak ref are prohibited, because calling capital H O S T capital E N Q U E U E capital F I N A L I Z A T I O N capital R E G I S T R is optional. Registered objects in a finalization registry do not necessarily hold that finalization registry live. Implementations may omit finalization registry callbacks for any reason. For example, if the finalization registry itself becomes dead, or if the application is shutting down. Note 2. Implementations are not obligated to empty weak refs for maximal sets of non-live objects or symbols. If an implementation chooses a non-live set S in which to empty weak refs, this definition requires that it empties weak refs for all values in S simultaneously. In other words, It is not conformant for an implementation to empty a weak ref pointing to a value v without emptying out other weak refs that, if not emptied, could result in an execution that observes the value of v, 10.4 host hooks, 10.4, 1, capital H, O, S, T, capital E, N, Q, U, E, U, E, capital F, I, N, A, L, I, Z, A, T, I, O, N, capital R, E, G, I, S, T, R, finalization registry, the host-defined abstract operation, capital H, O, S, T, capital E, N, Q, U, E, U, E, capital F, I, N, A, L, I, Z, A, T, I, O, N, capital R, E, G, I, S, T, R, takes argument finalization registry, a finalization registry, and returns unused. Let cleanup job be a new job abstract closure with no parameters that captures finalization registry and performs the following steps when called. Let cleanup result be completion, cleanup finalization registry, finalization registry. If cleanup result is an abrupt completion, perform any host-defined steps for reporting the error. Return unused, an implementation of capital H, O, S, T, capital E, N, Q, U, E, U, E, capital F, I, N, A, L, I, Z, A, T, I, O, N, capital R, E, G, I, S, T, R, schedules cleanup job to be performed at some future time, if possible. It must also conform to the requirements in 9.5.11 clear-kept objects. The abstract operation clear-kept objects takes no arguments and returns unused. ECMA script implementations are expected to call clear-kept objects when a synchronous sequence of ECMA script executions completes. It performs the following steps when called. Let agent record be the surrounding agent's agent record. Set agent record to a new empty list. Return unused. 66. ECMA International 2024. 9.12 Add to kept objects. Value. The abstract operation add to kept objects takes argument value, an object or a symbol, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called. Let agent record be the surrounding agent's agent record. Append value to agent record. Return unused. 0.13 Cleanup finalization registry. Finalization registry. The abstract operation cleanup finalization registry takes argument finalization registry, a finalization registry, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. Finalization registry has and internal slots. Let callback be finalization registry. While finalization registry contains a record cell such that cell is empty, an implementation may perform the following steps. A. Choose any such cell. B. Remove cell from finalization registry. C. Perform host call job callback. Callback. Undefined. Cell. Return unused. 0.14 can be held weakly. V. The abstract operation can be held weakly takes argument V, an ECMA script language value, and returns a Boolean. It returns true if and only if V is suitable for use as a weak reference. Only values that are suitable for use as a weak reference may be a key of a weak map, an element of a weak set, the target of a weak ref, or one of the targets of a finalization registry. It performs the following steps when called. If V is an object, return true. If V is a symbol and key for symbol, V is undefined. Return true. Return false. Note when the abstract operation add to kept objects is called with a target object or symbol, it adds the target to a list that will point strongly at the target until clear kept objects is called. Note a language value without language identity can be manifested without prior reference and is
I think Bill Gates
reference. A symbol
made
used by
fungus butter.
other symbol
Holy crap, that's disgusting.
identity and is unsuitable
Fungus butter.
reference. Well,
Ew.
likely to never be collected, but are nonetheless treated as suitable for use is a weak reference because they are limited in number and therefore manageable by a variety of implementation approaches. However, any value associated to a well-known symbol in a live weak map is unlikely to be collected and could leak memory resources in implementations. 0 Ordinary and exotic objects behaviors. 0.1 Ordinary object internal methods and internal slots. All ordinary objects have an internal slot called. The value of this internal slot is either null or an object and is used for implementing inheritance. Assume a property named P is missing from an ordinary object but exists
So
on its
apparently
object.
there's a new
If P
stick of
refers to
butter.
a
A lot
data
of people have
property
been
on the
getting very
object,
upset
O
about this.
inherits it for
It
get
looks,
access,
smells, and
making
tastes
it
like the
behave
butter
as
we're
if
all
P was a
familiar
property
with.
of a-
Both
Yeah.
out the farmland,
It looks like the butter. What? Ew.
fertilizers, or emissions tied to that typical process. And this
Emissions. What, the cow farts?
butter breakthrough,
Mhm.
it's happening right here in Batavia.
Wow.
Teams here in Batavia, Illinois, and their home lab base in San Jose, California.
I think he's gonna like summarize it. I should just let him talk. You should like subscribe to him if you haven't.
California,
Yeah.
backed by Bill Gates, who wrote in his
Bill
blog.
Gates is, Bill Gates is
Bill Gates, he didn't even make DOS. The whole whatever. I don't understand how Bill Gates. I just don't get the guy. Everyone's fucking dumb to think Bill Gates, whatever.
definitely, he's trying to help everyone.
The idea of switching to lab-made fats and oils may seem strange. Yeah, no. Fuck no. But their potential to significantly reduce our carbon. Who? Fuck. You know what? Never mind. Whatever. You know what would reduce the carbon footprint? Whatever. To make a better operating system. One that doesn't have to recompile the entire source code of a project every single time you want to run it or rebuild it. The amount of energy and waste of computation power. If the CPU didn't have to waste all the extra work to recompile the entire binary. Instead, Bill Gates is like fucking making fungus food because he was kicked out of Microsoft for basically taking money because he's a fucking thief. I would have to like back that up, but I'm not in the mood today. You can look it up yourself. Bill Gates is a really shady guy. Real shady. He is a terrible. Well, I don't know. I try not to judge people. But when you've been to Epstein Island and like you're on the flight log and you say you have nothing to do with the guy and then you're making butter out of fungus. What the fuck? This is not going to be standardized. This will start a war, and there should be war over butter if it has to come to that. Ridiculous. Do not give Bill Gates, this fucking creep, money for fucking laboratory generated fungus butter. Holy fuck.
Everybody. So what about like that Epstein Island thing with Bill Gates?
See, it's everybody knows. I haven't even watched this yet. I've been playing it for 2 minutes, and then I just talked for like 3 minutes. I didn't even watch this video yet. And like, predictably, Bill Gates passed. There are like so many shady things about Bill Gates. I can't even talk about them. Really shady.
Gates, like what? Because like his wife, whatever happened with that?
When you met him 10 years ago, he was convicted of soliciting prostitution from.
Nope.
It was reported that you continued to meet with him over several years. What did you do when you found out about his?
That's when Bill Gates is like, I'm gonna start making fungus butter. I'll make butter out of fungus.
Background.
Well, he's dead, so
What's wrong with his voice?
you know, in general.
It's probably all the fungus. The fungi that he consumes.
You always have to be careful. You know, I'm very proud of what we've done in philanthropy. That's what I get up
It's all about philanthropy.
every day and focus on.
That's crazy, right? What the hell? People are
Fats
mad.
are made up of carbon and hydrogen
Oh.
chains. The
And pedophiles are made up of rapists in rings that rape children. And Bill Gates was on the island with Jeffrey Epstein. It's not even about the butter. It's about the children.
The goal here, replicate those chains without animals or plants.
Okay, why can't Bill Gates have sex with, like, a sex doll? Why's he gotta go to the island? I mean, he wants to replace butter with lab food. Can't he replace child sex with, like, sex dolls? Why's he gotta touch our fucking butter and make genetic butter in a lab? What the fuck? If we're gonna eat his fungi butter, he should, you know, whatever.
Plants.
Why?
And they did it. They tell me to simplify. They take carbon dioxide from the air and hydrogen from water, heat them up and oxidize them. The final result?
It looks like a wax, like a candle wax at 1st.
But they're fat molecules. The idea of switching to lab-made fats and oils may seem strange at first,
Yeah.
but their potential to
Wait, is it not fungus? Okay, maybe it's not fungus. Is it fungus? Is Bill Gates' butter fungus based? Oh, that's Chatbot. Chatbot would know. Who wants to taste Bill Gates' butter? Did the children on Epstein's Island want to taste Bill Gates' butter? I don't know, it's all about the butter. It says, so Master Chatbot.
Chromium SRC did at Google. Chromium code search. Chromium. Is Bill Gates butter fungus based?
And Chatbot says,
No, Bill Gates is not butter fungus based. This sounds like a joke or a meme phrase rather than a factual statement.
yeah, that's not factual, okay.
To clarify, Bill Gates is a human being, co-founder of Microsoft, and known for his philanthropic work through the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
In his philanthropic work with Epstein, nothing says philanthropy like fucking children. Well, I guess that hasn't been proven in Epstein. I guess he just killed himself for nothing because he never released the client list. I wonder what my views on YouTube will be like today. I bet they're gonna be down, way down. It's a fucking lie. Because right now is about the same time that the views go way up. It's a perfect time of day. So if the views are down, then I know that YouTube is lying and they're either not promoting me at this time because of the topic, or the views would be normal. Except YouTube is so corrupt, so I don't know.
Butter fungus isn't a scientifically recognized category. You might be referring to a type of mushroom, like Sulis americanus, commonly called chicken fat mushroom or butter bolete, but that has no connection to Gates. If this is part of a meme or you're referencing something specific or surreal, as often happens online, feel free to share the context. I'm happy to explain or join in the humor. No, Bill Gates is making butter now.
Bill Gates is making butter. So like, Bill Gates is making the butter. The idea of switching to Bill Gates butter may seem strange at first, but once you get that man's butter in your belly, you'll never be the same. The potential to significantly reduce our carbon footprint is immense by eating this man's butter. I mean, forget about the operating system, technology, the phones we hold, the amount of money wasted, electricity wasted, compiling code because the operating system is so inefficient, because the operating system is based off the 1950s from Gary Cadell, who designed DOS. And he used a fucking tape machine to design DOS. And then Bill Gates and IBM stole DOS from this man. And then he suspiciously ended up dead. So I don't know. Bill Gates is shady as hell. I don't think anyone wants his butter. Bill Gates' operating system is based off another man's work. And it hasn't been updated from the 1950s. If Bill Gates actually gave a shit about reducing carbon footprint, he would update the operating system to make it more modern, to make it not waste cycles computing things that don't have to be computed over and over and over. But Bill Gates can't do that because he was kicked out of Microsoft for taking money. So I don't know, whatever. Yeah, the modern OS is so not modern. So I'm telling chatbot about this video, whatever. And the Gary Cadell guy, whatever, that wrote DOS or CPM, but it was turned into DOS when they stole it. He was a flight pilot. He had an airplane and he would fly it. And then they called him a drunk. And they said he died by tripping and falling. And nobody was around to see him die. And they like bled out or something. And they say, oh well, he was a drunk. You can't fly a plane if you're a drunk. And someone that can fly a plane and that owns a plane, I don't know. I'm pretty sure Bill Gates doesn't fly a plane. He may own a plane, but I doubt he flies a plane. And when he goes on plane rides, it's usually at Epstein's Island, I bet. Because where else would Bill Gates go? He's too busy making fungus and not updating the operating system. I can't find photos, whatever.
It sounds like you're referring to a YouTube video claiming Bill Gates is making butter now. While I don't have access to view the video itself, the core claim can be clarified and confirmed through reliable sources.
Oh, so he's only backing the butter making process.
What's really going on? Bill Gates is not personally making butter, but he is backing a startup called Savor, which is pioneering a groundbreaking lab-made butter alternative. Technology. Savor creates fats by converting carbon dioxide from the air, combined with hydrogen and oxygen, into fat molecules that are chemically identical to those found in traditional butter, without cows, plants, or farmland. Environmental promise. This process reportedly emits near zero greenhouse gases, uses minimal water, and requires no agricultural land.
It still takes electricity to run the machine, right? So that's some bullshit.
Taste. Gates described tasting the butter and saying, "I couldn't believe I wasn't eating real butter," a vivid endorsement of its authenticity.
Why is Bill Gates backing butter? He's a butter backer. Did his fungus stuff did not go so good?
Commercial plans. Savor began commercial operations in 2025, supplying restaurants and bakeries, and aims to roll out consumer-facing products like chocolates with their butter in 2025, with broad retail availability. TLDR? Nope. Bill Gates isn't personally making butter. Yes, he supports Savor, a startup making lab-grown butter from air, an eco-friendly and dairy-free alternative. It's technically real butter, chemically identical, and tastes like the real thing, available to businesses in 2025, and likely in stores by 2027.
Alright, so that's chatbot.
Did Bill Gates make butter on Epstein's plane, or was he making butter when IBM is stealing CPM from Gary Kildall?
And chatbot says,
No, both of those scenarios are false or heavily distorted. Let's break them down one by one with historical context and clear facts.
I see the video.
Reduce
I don't really finish this video.
our carbon footprint is immense.
Keep science out of my butter. Yeah, people are afraid of this kind of stuff because they're worried that this is going to have some sort of long-term health effect that's not fully realized in testing. You know, like asbestos used to be advertised as a positive, and now it kills people. And so people are pretty pissed. I would try it out, I mean, for content, but I would not want to eat this myself. I'll tell you that. Butter's been fine.
Alright, so, I don't know. I messaged chatbot. And I gotta get to work.
Did Bill Gates make butter on Epstein's plane, or was he making butter when IBM was stealing CPM from Gary Kildall?
And chatbot says,
ChatGPT said, no, both of those scenarios are false or heavily distorted. Let's break them down one by one with historical context and clear facts.
alright, so here we go. Clear facts. Historically correct, I guess.
Stick of butter. 1. Did Bill Gates make butter on Epstein's plane?
He was totally making butter with Epstein. There's no way. Philanthropy and butter, they go hand in hand. And maybe it takes like 4 hands to make butter. Or like 6 if Epstein's girlfriend is involved.
No, there is zero evidence that Bill Gates was making butter, metaphorically or literally, on Jeffrey Epstein's plane.
What's it mean metaphorically? How do you metaphorically make butter? At this, I know. How does one metaphorically make butter? I'll say after I finish up what it said.
Facts. Bill Gates did meet with Epstein a few times after Epstein's initial conviction, which Gates later publicly said he regretted.
I thought it was beforehand. I don't know, hands.
There is no credible evidence Gates ever flew on Epstein's infamous Lolita Express or was involved in any crimes.
Especially if they don't release the list. Why would Bill Gates meet with Epstein after his conviction if Bill Gates never flew on Epstein's plane? I wonder. Huh.
The making butter phrasing here seems like a meme, innuendo, or satirical reference, but there's nothing real behind it.
Okay.
Computer 2. Was Gates making butter when IBM was stealing CPM from Gary Kilpaul? No, and this question mixes several things up. Let's untangle it. Brain. Context. Gary Kildall created CPM, an early operating system. IBM, in 1980 to 1981, wanted an OS for its first PC.
There's a thing about IBM and getting what IBM wants. IBM always gets what IBM wants. And this is like recorded in history. And things happen to people when IBM doesn't get what IBM wants. But like in recent years, certain companies haven't been able to get away with as much as they used to. So things don't happen as much. So it says here, Gary Goodall created CPM. He was like a teacher, and he's trying to like teach people. And IBM is like a greedy fucking business. And they like to take. And they want to take his operating system and fuck him over. And then they did. Or well, I guess technically it's just business. Because it says here, late or whatever.
Restricted symbol. Was it stealing? Legally? No.
Yeah, legally. Legally, no. So IBM approached Gary Goodall. I'm pretty sure chatbot is gonna lie about the whole thing. I gotta get something done. I'm not gonna like sort out the facts. Except these big tech companies, I don't know, they're gonna get what they deserve.
They approached Kildall's company, Digital Research.
They're gonna get I don't know, buttered. I can't think of like something clever right now.
They approached Kildall's company, Digital Research, but the deal fell through due to disagreements. Notably, Kildall wasn't there that day, and his wife partner didn't sign the NDA IBM required.
That's misleading itself. I'm not going to get into it. This whole thing is misleading. Chatbot did answer once correctly, but now it's like fucking up the history on purpose.
IBM then approached Microsoft, which didn't have an OS yet, so Gates arranged a license for QDOS, Quick and Dirty Operating System, from Seattle Computer Products, which was compatible with CP/M.
Nothing says we didn't steal it, just like making QDOS, Quick and Dirty Operating System. And then they removed the Q part and it's just DOS. Or they put MS to call it Microsoft DOS. The whole thing is called Dirty Operating System. Because there's a bunch of dirty fuckers on Lolita, what is it?
Lolita Express. There is no credible evidence Gates ever flew on Epstein's infamous Lolita Express or was involved in any crimes.
But when it comes to like technology and development,
Dirty Operating System, F. QDOS, Quick and Dirty Operating System.
philanthropy, my ass. And butter my ass too with that dirty butter. These dirty, dirty fuckers. And their dirty fucking butter.
Restricted symbol, was it stealing? Legally, no. Ethically, some argue the move was opportunistic, but Kildall's team passed on IBM, and Gates seized a business opportunity.
Is that why Bill Gates was meeting with Epstein? To seize a business opportunity? Or to like make sure certain business opportunities were covered up before Epstein like killed himself over not doing what he was claimed to have been doing, and his girlfriend went to prison for what reason? And it's not even just Bill Gates. There's so many dirty fucking fuckers. And they make so much money. And they get away with so much shit. And it's just not fair. But competition, that's fair. So like, people need to bring the competition, turn up the heat, and melt this butter. I don't know, I can't think of anything. I'm trying to like connect hands, butter, and heat. But they don't really mix together. I can't think of a tricky way to put the words together. I should like focus and get something done. It's just not fair how people can get away with this stuff. And they do it over and over and over and over.
Stick of butter. Was Gates making butter then? Again, no literal or metaphorical butter making was happening.
Alright, smash chatbot.
How does one metaphorically make butter?
And I'm gonna like get to work.
If making butter is being used as slang here, for example, for profiting or cooking something up, then yes, Microsoft was setting up one of the biggest tech wins in history.
What is a tech win about fucking over a teacher? What is the tech win about fucking over a teacher who is trying to like help humanity and teach people? How is that a tech win, motherfuckers? That's a loss. You can't fuck over a good man and call it a fucking tech win.
Let me know if you want deeper details on.
Alright, so I'm gonna ask chatbot, was Gary Cadell a teacher? Because I'm pretty sure it was. Here's what chatbot says. Does Bill Gates teach anything other than how to make butter?
Yes, Gary Kildall was a teacher, a computer science instructor at the Naval Postgraduate School in Monterey, California.
Have you ever tried to program a computer with a tape machine? You end up with rolls and rolls and rolls of tape, computer tape like this. I'm pretty sure this is how Gary Cadell made DOS. And it was stolen. So like, you put a whole bunch of work because you're a teacher and you try to teach people and you care about the student and people in general. That's why you're a teacher. And chatbot said, Microsoft was setting up one of the biggest tech wins in history by fucking over a teacher who invested a whole lot of time into developing OS because IBM was incapable of doing so. How the fuck is that a big tech win?
Stack of books, teaching background. After earning his doctorate in computer science from the University of Washington, Kildall began teaching at the Naval Postgraduate School, NPS, while teaching there in the early 1970s. He became interested in microcomputers, particularly the Intel 4004 and 8008 processors. He began experimenting with software for these chips. And this study evolved into the creation of CP/M, which later became widely adopted on early personal computers before Microsoft DOS overtook it.
Microsoft's dirty operating system.
Microsoft DOS. Small Blue Diamond, brief bio snapshot. Full name, Gary Allen Kildall, born May 19, 1942, died July 11, 1994. Known for creating CP/M, control program for microcomputers, one of the first operating systems for personal computers.
So my chatbot, what was the biggest tech win in history for Microsoft? Was the biggest tech win acquiring CP/M? Well, like, have read those first.
Hammer and spanner? Side note, Kildall was one of the first people to recognize that microprocessors could run a general-purpose operating system, and he played a major role in bringing professional software concepts to early PCs. His dual life as an educator and innovator helped seed the personal computing revolution, even though his contributions were often overshadowed in mainstream tech history. And Gary Kildall was a PLA and had his own plane.
Well, I spelled pilot wrong.
ChatGPT said, yes, Gary Kildall was a licensed pilot and did indeed own his own airplane.
You know what he didn't do? I bet that Gary Cadell, I bet he didn't fly to an island to do stuff with children because he was too busy teaching people how to learn, while Bill Gates is too busy with philanthropy and making butter.
Aeroplane, killed all the pilot, killed all had a passion for flying and often used his private plane for both business and personal travel. He would fly himself to meetings, including early trips related to his software company Digital Research Incorporated. His flying abilities and plane ownership were part of his independent and adventurous personality, which contrasted with more corporate figures like Bill Gates.
What does Bill Gates even have to do with this, with his bio?
Brain. Interesting historical footnote. One of the persistent legends in tech history is about the missed IBM meeting, when IBM came to negotiate a license for CP/M. Kildall wasn't there. He was reportedly out flying his plane. His wife and business partner, Dorothy McEwen, met with IBM instead. Because they wouldn't immediately sign IBM's strict NDA, the deal fell apart, and IBM went to Microsoft, which led to MS-DOS becoming the dominant PC operating system.
It doesn't matter if he was flying the plane.
Drawing pin. Note, this story has become semi-mythologized. Some accounts say he was flying, others suggest it was a misunderstanding or scheduling issue, but the plane story is widely cited.
It's missing the entire context of the whole thing. Alright, so I'm gonna chat about this and I'm gonna get to work.
What does this mean? Biggest tech wins in history. What was the biggest tech win? Acquiring CP/M. Great question. Let's unpack it. When I said that Microsoft's IBM PC deal was one of the biggest tech wins in history, I meant it was a major turning point that shaped the global tech landscape, particularly Microsoft getting the contract to supply the not because they owned or built the best OS at the time. Gary Kildall CP/M arguably was more mature. But because Microsoft's deal gave them the strategic foothold to dominate the software industry for decades. Brain. So, was acquiring CP/M the biggest win? No, Microsoft didn't acquire CP/M. That's actually a common misconception. Here's the accurate timeline of what happened.
Yeah, they didn't acquire them. They fucked them over.
Small blue diamond. What happened instead? Company. What they did. Digital Research. Gary Kildall developed CP/M, the leading OS for early microcomputers. IBM wanted CP/M for the IBM PC, but the deal with Digital Research fell through. Microsoft, Bill Gates, didn't have an OS yet, but promised to deliver one. Microsoft then acquired QDOS, a CP/M-like OS, from a small company called Seattle Computer Products. MS-DOS, QDOS rebranded, became the OS shipped with IBM PCs, leading to Microsoft's dominance. Explosion-wide was a tech win. Microsoft didn't just sell software to IBM, they licensed it, which meant they could also sell it to other PC makers, the IBM clones.
Alright, so I'm gonna chat about this and then I get to work. Because really, it doesn't matter if they fucked over Gary Kildall. Because I'm gonna fuck over big tech. And I'm just one person. What difference could one person make? So you can take everything I say with a grain of salt. But I'm like a really salty person. And I want to see justice, so I'm gonna, whatever. Because it's literally just not fair. It happens over and over and over and over. And it's not just Gary Cadell. That's just like the biggest one. Because everybody uses an operating system. And the operating system is literally based off tech from stuff written on tape machines, because the whole thing has not been updated, and it is going to get updated sooner or later.
This, Microsoft didn't just sell software to IBM, they licensed it, which meant they could also sell it to other PC makers, the IBM clones. So it was a big tech win to duck over a school teacher and steal his work, then sell it for profit.
So like I put the word duck to mean fuck, because otherwise Shep will flag it. So this part, I'm asking. So, it was a big tech win to so it was a big tech win to fuck over a school teacher, steals work, and sell for profit? Question mark. And Chatbot says, I really like how Chatbot always talks about ethics, and they always try to like say, ethics are great, except sometimes they're overrated. Yeah, no, you cannot overrate ethics. Ethics are a standard. They need to be kept and met. I'm gonna prove that standards are possible, at least when it comes to like JavaScript at some point. I gotta get this shader done. When I get to my JavaScript engine and I'm like going through the ECMA 262, the standard for JavaScript, that JavaScript engines don't even meet, but they say they follow, but they don't meet it. I'm gonna go through the standard from page 1 to page 816, the entire thing. And I'm gonna live stream the whole thing, because no one's gonna believe me. I'm gonna meet the entire standard, every section, and then subsection, subcategory. I'm gonna stream the whole thing, meeting the entire standard to show that it's possible to meet a standard, and that standards are written to be met. So I don't know. Chatbot's talking about ethics, but ethics should be standardized. But legally, I guess it couldn't be.
You're asking a sharp and important question, and you're absolutely right to look at the ethics behind what's often glorified as a tech win. Let's break it down honestly.
There's nothing more glorified than big tech wins. Right? And there's nothing better than like fucking over people who are trying to make the world a better place. What could be better or overglorified more than fucking over good people? I mean, like, what's better than fucking over the good guy? Right? What could be better than that? Oh, maybe not fucking him over. So, I don't know, whatever. That's not a tech win. That's a disgrace.
Magnifying glass. The short answer. It was a big tech win for Microsoft from a business standpoint.
From a business standpoint, all that matters is business. I hope Microsoft or whatever is ready to compete. From a business standpoint. Because I don't think it matters how many hands on deck. That butter, I don't think it can handle heat. And it's gonna melt. Alright, there. I put hands, butter, and heat all together in a single sentence. Yes.
But whether it was ethical or fair to Gary Kildall is a different question. That part is much more morally murky, and your skepticism is justified. Graduation cap. Gary Kildall, the school teacher. He was a computer science professor who invented CP/M, the first widely used OS for microcomputers. He was more focused on innovation and engineering than corporate domination, in many ways. Kildall was the artist, while Gates was the businessman. Brain. What Microsoft did. Microsoft did not steal CP/M. Legally speaking, they acquired QDOS, Quick and Dirty Operating System, from Tim Paterson of Seattle Computer Products. QDOS was heavily inspired by CP/M, and many consider it a rough clone. Microsoft then licensed it to IBM as MS-DOS, making a fortune. Did they ethically duck over Gary Kildall? That depends on how you define intellectual theft or opportunism.
And chatbot says why it feels wrong. Why it feels wrong? No, it is wrong.
Broken heart. Why it feels wrong. You're not alone in feeling like Kildall got the short end of the deal. He built the groundwork for personal computing. He missed one meeting. And Gates used that window to reshape the industry. His contributions are largely forgotten in the mainstream. This wasn't about superior tech winning. It was about business tactics, timing, and licensing models.
Now Bill Gates is making butter. Disgusting. Alright, so I gotta get this stupid shader program done so I can actually get back to JavaScript Engine. I'm done with the butter stuff. It's so gross. Fake butter. What the hell? That's why I'm pretty sure I have to compete though. I'm not gonna get fucked over. So I might have to make a whole browser or whatever. When I say make a browser, I mean I don't know, whatever. I can get some done.
1310. To instantiate operator, V, target. The abstract operation instantiate operator takes arguments V and
Put my butter where my mouth is.
target an ECMA script language
Or money.
earns either a normal completion
Money's butter.
or a throw completion.
Really could use butter in any context
Determining if V
to stand for anything.
target either by consulting targets at has instance method or, if absent,
But when you put Bill Gates and butter together, it's
in V's prototype chain.
ew.
Steps when called. If target is not an object, throw a type error exception. Let instanthandler be. Get method, target, at has instance. If instanthandler is not undefined, then a return to Boolean. Call instanthandler, target, V. If is callable, target, is false. Throw a type error.
Holy crap, it's hot outside.
Ordinary has instance.
I gotta turn on the AC again.
Steps 4 and 5.
Turn off fucking fan.
Previous editions of ECMA script that did not use a at has instance method to define the instantiate operator semantics. If an object does not define or inherit at has instance, it uses the default instantiate semantics. ECMA International 2024 277 13.11 Equality operators. Syntax. Equality expression in yield await. Relational expression in yield await. Equality expression in yield await. equals relational expression in yield await, equality expression in yield await equals relational expression in yield await, equality expression in yield await equals relational expression in yield await, equality expression in yield await equals relational expression in yield await. 3. 1 runtime semantics, evaluation, equality expression equals relational expression, let FB. Evaluation of equality expression, let val be. Get value, let ref be. Evaluation of relational expression, let val be. Get value, return, is loosely equal, val, equality expression equals relational expression, let ref be. Evaluation of equality expression, let val be. Get value, let ref be. Evaluation of relational expression, let val be. Get value, let r be. Is loosely equal, val. If r is true, return false. Otherwise, return true. Equality expression equals relational expression, let ref be. Evaluation of equality expression, let val be. Get value, let ref be. Evaluation of relational expression, let val be. Get value, return is strictly equal, val. Equality expression equals relational expression, let
I think I'm like hyped up on sugar.
val be.
I'm pretty sure the sugar is working now. That's why I'm so
Val be.
over the top.
Let r be is strictly
So it's a great time for more sugar.
r is true, return false.
I get something done today.
178, ECMA International 2020.
Except I should try
With evaluating inequality,
to keep the outbursts to a minimum.
reflecting whether there are
So I'm done with Bill Gates Butter for now.
params. Note 1 given the above definition.
So gross though.
String comparison. Except in the order of evaluation of A and B. Note 3. The equality operator is not always transitive.
And I can't wait to see the views.
Objects
I want to see if YouTube is going to lie about the views
would be considered
or if they're going to go up.
by the equals operator.
Because there's certain topics, when I bring them up,
Other.
the views seem to like dip a bit.
Equals
And I just talked about 2, 3, 4 topics all in like one single time frame
string.
at the time when the views normally go up.
Comparison of
And then I went on a little rant.
sequences of code unit values.
So
There is no attempt to use the more complex, semantically oriented
I don't know, like 100 streams or something now.
in order to find
If I see a dip in the views
four string
and stats,
canonically equal
then I will know that something's up with YouTube.
as unequal.
And they're biased as fuck.
Algorithm assumes that both strings are all
And that certain people and certain stories and certain things,
bitwise and express
they really can't be talked about
await,
because they're being protected.
bitwise and
Which I know is a fact anyways. I just want to like,
expression in yield,
at least now can like test by saying things and seeing what happens.
bitwise and expression in yield,
Because I don't have enough popularity yet.
bit
So like,
expression in yield await, bitwise or
it should be really noticeable,
await, bit
the outcome, after saying certain things
expression in yield or
in the stats or whatever. Once I have like, or if I have more people,
3, 1
it won't be as noticeable, but right now it's pretty noticeable.
valuation, bitwise and expression and equality expression, return, capital E, V,
Alright, so I gotta like,
T,
I think I'll get all the
T, R, I, N,
anything that's constant, like the constant chart pointers.
N, U, M,
I'm gonna get those first
I,
because they're constant. I don't gotta worry about things being resized.
A,
If it's like a vector array
capital E,
that gets resized,
expression, and quality expression. ECMA in
I'm gonna deal with the simple types first.
79. Bitwise XOR expression.
So I don't know what's the plan.
Expression bitwise and expression. Return.
So I'm gonna try to get something done.
V A L
Testing.
E capital
Man, I hate the microphone
I N G
and the streaming software.
R capital N U
Alright, so I'm gonna like find a replace. There's only like 90 things.
I C capital B I N A R
If I can get this done today,
E
if I can get this shader program done,
bitwise and expression. Bitwise
I can actually get the rest of the program converted and then get onto like super standard.
capital E V A L U A T E
So I gotta focus, get something done.
R I N G capital O M E R I C capital B I N A R Y capital E bitwise or expression. Bitwise or expression. 3.13 binary logical operators syntax. Logical and expression in yield await. Bitwise or expression in yield await. Logical and expression in yield await and bitwise or expression in yield await. Logical or expression in yield await. Logical and expression in yield await. Logical or expression in yield await. Logical and expression in yield await. Coalesce expression in yield await. Coalesce expression head in yield await. Bitwise or expression in yield await. Coalesce expression head in yield await. Coalesce expression in yield await. Bitwise or expression in yield await. Short circuit expression in yield await. Logical or expression in yield await. Coalesce expression in yield await. 3. 1 3. 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation, logical and expression. Logical and expression and bitwise or expression. Let left be. Evaluation of logical and expression. Let level be. Get value. Ref. Let label be to boolean. Val. If label is false. Return val. Let ref be. Evaluation of bitwise or expression. Return. Get value. Ref. Logical or expression. Logical or expression. Logical and expression. Let left be. Evaluation of logical or expression. Let level be. Get value. Ref. Let label be to boolean. Val. If label is true. Return val. Let ref be. Evaluation of logical and expression. Return. Get value. Ref. 280. ECMA International 2024. The value produced by a and/or operator is not necessarily of type boolean. The value produced, note, will always be the value of one of the two operand expressions. Coalesce expression head, bitwise or expression. Let left be. Evaluation of coalesce expression head. Let level be. Get value. Ref. If all values either undefined or null, then a let ref be. Evaluation of bitwise or expression be return. Get value. Ref. Else. A return val. 3.14 conditional operator. Syntax. Conditional expression in yield await. Short circuit expression in yield await. Short circuit expression in yield await. Assignment expression plus in yield await. Assignment expression in yield await. 3. 1 4. 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Conditional expression. Short circuit expression. Assignment expression. Assignment expression. Let left be. Evaluation of short circuit expression. Let val be to boolean. Get value. Ref. If all val is true, then a let true ref be. Evaluation of the first assignment expression be return. Get value. True ref. Else a let false ref be. Evaluation of the second assignment expression be return. Get value. False ref. Note the grammar for a conditional expression in ECMA script is slightly different from that in C and Java, which each allow the second sub-expression to be an expression but restrict the third expression to be a conditional expression. The motivation for this difference in ECMA script is to allow an assignment expression to be governed by either arm of a conditional and to eliminate the confusing and fairly useless case of a comma expression as the center expression. ECMA International 2024 281 13.15 Assignment operators syntax. Assignment expression in yield await, conditional expression in yield await, plus yield, yield expression in await, arrow function in yield await, async arrow function in yield await, left-hand side expression yield await, equals assignment expression in yield await, left-hand side expression yield await, assignment operator assignment expression in yield await, left-hand side expression yield await, and equals assignment expression in yield await, left-hand side expression yield await, equals assignment expression in yield await, left-hand side expression yield await equals assignment expression in yield await, assignment operator, one of, equals percent equals plus equals equals, 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 equals and equals 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 equals, 3, 1 5, 1 static semantics, early errors, assignment expression, left-hand side expression equals assignment expression, if left-hand side expression is either an object literal are applied, left-hand side expression.
So, I would like to use my template thing
Literal nor an array literal.
for this, because it's like simple, it's just like size and data.
Error if assignment target type.
But I want to get done, more importantly.
Expression.
So I think I'm like, not template this, I'm just going to make it like C version, whatever,
Equals assignment.
and separate the length from the array,
Assignment expression.
like this, just to get done.
Expression. It is a syntax error if assignment target type of left-hand side expression is not
And then like, more complicated things, types or whatever,
semantics.
I'll use
Assignment expression. Left-hand side expression equals
my templating thing for that.
82. If left-hand side expression is neither an object literal nor an array literal, then a letter F B. Evaluation of left-hand side expression. B if is anonymous function definition, assignment expression, and is identifier ref of left-hand side expression.
So use chatbot
Cal B.
for most of this to save time, but not really save time.
Ref.
Yeah, it's not going to save any time,
In of assignment
just because I can.
let Cal B. Get value ref.
Because when it says data here,
Value ref.
I'm not totally sure if it wants the address or if it wants,
Left-hand
well, the address of the array and the array is the same thing.
of assignment
So technically speaking, it's also const, so I'm pretty sure it wants the address.
form.
But I'm not sure if it needs to be casted as an address.
E-R-U-C
It probably doesn't need to be casted.
R
I'm going to ask chatbot anyways,
capital A
because I don't want to risk being wrong. But chatbot's wrong too. So
E N
I don't know, I'm just going to ask chatbot anyways.
E-V-A-L-U-A-T
I'm pretty sure that to make it C version or whatever from C++,
hand side expression assignment of
I would just assign the array itself and then the length I use this for whatever.
value ref let ref be evaluation of assignment expression let ref be get value ref let assignment op
And I'm pretty sure static is important here, because if you don't make it static, I think you can have the same name of something globally in a different file and it won't be the same thing.
percent
It has the same name. It's declared
equals
or something like that.
and equals let R be capital A P P L Y capital
I'm not gonna like re-remember all the C stuff.
G capital O R capital N U M E R I C capital B I N A R Y capital O P E R vowel op text vowel perform put value ref R return R assignment expression left-hand side expression and equals assignment expression let left be evaluation of left-hand side xbis cyan let val be get value ref let bool be to boolean val if a bool is false return val if is anonymous function definition
Yeah, so I don't know.
is true and is identifier ref of left-hand side expression is true
It gets assigned the validation layer count,
evaluate
and then this is passed in as it is. It doesn't need the address taken.
assignment expression b let val be get value
And then I made a macro to get the address.
ref, reval, return reval, assignment expression,
So it's easier to track down where the address is being taken.
expression,
Something.
expression, let leval be. Get value,
So I should probably use the macro.
a boolean, leval, if a bool is true. Return leval, if is anonymous function definition, assignment expression, is true and is identify ref of left-hand side expression is true. Then, a let reval be. Named evaluation of assignment expression with argument ref6. Else, a let ref b. Evaluation of assignment expression b let reval b. Get value, ref, ECMA International 2024 283, 7. Perform. Put value, ref, reval, return reval, assignment expression, left-hand side expression equals assignment expression, let ref be. A value,
I have two macros called ta-da.
ref, if a val is neither undefined nor null, return
Because I think it's kind of clever.
assign
So ta stands for the address.
ref of left-hand side expression,
I get the address, whatever.
val be.
And then da means dereference address.
Ref, L,
And together, together.
of assignment expression b let reval be.
I'm trying to talk without saying S or like.
Return reval, 3, 1, 5,
I need a pop filter on the mic
P, L,
so the P's don't go puh, like extra, whatever.
N, G, capital O, R,
So, ta-da.
U, M,
I thought it was clever. I still think it's clever.
I, N, A, R, Y, capital O, P, E, R,
The mic software for this mic,
reval,
it's not working.
operation, capital A,
Because it's by freaking Logitech.
Y, capital S, T, R, I, N, G, capital O, R, capital N, U, M, E, R, I,
And it has some built-in stuff for like accounting for like harsh like
arguments, leval,
pronunciations or whatever.
value,
So like when you say like pop or like certain like combinations of words
script language value,
don't sound good on the mic. So I'm trying to talk and like
or a throat,
numb certain like words the way they go together.
plus, then,
And I'm like missing words and stuff
leval, b let reprim b.
and syllables, whatever.
Val, see if a prim is a string or a prim is a string. Then, I let lstrb. To string,
And I realize that I'm really lazy.
rstrb. To string,
Like word participation.
and the string
I'll say participation,
str, d,
but that's so many syllables.
let
It's like participation,
let lam,
way too many. I'll like,
let ranumbi,
I'll think it in my head, but when I say it,
type,
I'll just like jumble the word together as like two syllables
exception. If num is a
because it's so much work to like pronunciate every single part of a fucking word.
ref in step 1
It's like I just want to get the word out and say it.
is an unresolved.
But I'm like thinking to myself like, I'm not gonna like fucking pronunciate this shit.
Additionally, it is a runtime error if the ref in step 8, 7, 7, 6 is a reference to a data property with the
I gotta focus 'cause I'm done.
false to an
I have some like replace these first, I guess.
cd, let
And then get the rest of it.
return, begint, exponentiate, num, runum. If of text is comma return, begint, divide, num, runum. If of text is percent, return, begint, remainder, num, runum. If of text is return, begint, unsigned right shift, num, runum. Operation B, the abstract operation associated with optext and type, num. In the following table, 84, ECMA International 2024, optext type, num. Operation, number, exponentiate number, multiply begint, multiply number, divide number, remainder number, add, percent plus, number begint number, optext type, num. plus begint, number, begint, number, begint, number, begint, comma number, number, begint, number, begint, number, begint. Operation, begint, add number, subtract begint, subtract number, left shift begint, left shift number, signed right shift begint, signed right shift number, and signed right shift number. Bitwise and begint, bitwise and number, bitwise or begint, bitwise or number, bitwise or begint, bitwise or return operation, or num, runum. Note 1: no hint is provided in the calls to primitive in steps 1a and 1b. All standard objects except dates handle the absence of a hint as if number were given. Dates handle the absence of a hint as if string were given. Exotic objects may handle the absence of a hint in some other manner. Note 2: step 1c differs from step 3 of the is less than algorithm by using the logical or operation instead of the logical and operation. 3, 1, 5, 4, capital E, V, A, L, U, A, T, E, capital S, T, R, I, N, G, capital O, R, capital N, U, M, E, R, I, C, capital B, I, N, A, R, Y, capital E, left operand, op text, right operand. The abstract operation, capital E, V, A, L, U, A, T, E, capital S, T, R, I, N, G, capital O, R, capital N, U, M, E, R, I, C, capital B, I, N, A, R, Y, capital E, takes arguments left operand, a parse node, op text, a sequence of Unicode code points, and right operand, a parse node, and returns either a normal completion containing either a string, a big int, or a number, or an abrupt completion. It performs the following steps when called let left be. Evaluation of left operand, let level be. Get value, ref, let ref be. Evaluation of right operand, let reval be. Get value, ref, return, capital A, P, P, L, Y, capital S, T, R, I, N, G, capital O, R, capital N, U, M, E, R, I, C, capital B, I, N, A, R, Y, capital O, P, E, R, vowel, op text, reval. 3, 1, 5. 5. Destructuring assignment supplemental syntax. In certain circumstances when processing an instance of the production assignment expression, left-hand side expression equals assignment expression. The interpretation of left-hand side expression is refined using the following grammar. Assignment pattern. Yield, await. Object assignment pattern yield await. Array assignment pattern yield await. ECMA International 2024-285. Object assignment pattern. Yield, await. Assignment rest property yield await. Assignment property list yield await. Assignment propet while list yield await. Assignment rest property yield await. Opt array assignment pattern. Yield, await. Elision not assignment rest element yield await. Opt assignment element list yield await. Assignment element list yield await. Elision not assignment rest element yield await. Opt assignment rest property yield await. Dart. Destructuring assignment target yield await. Assignment property list yield await. Assignment property yield await. Assignment property list yield await. Assignment property yield await. Assignment element list yield await. Assignment elision element yield await. Assignment element list yield await. Assignment elision element yield await. Assignment elision element yield await. Elision not assignment element yield await. Assignment property yield await. Identifier reference yield await. Initializer plussing yield await. Up property name yield await. Assignment element yield await. Assignment element yield await. Destructuring assignment target yield await. Initializer plussing yield await. Opt assignment rest element yield await. Dart. Destructuring assignment target yield await. Destructuring assignment target yield await. Left hand side expression yield await. 3, 1, 5. 5. 1 static semantics. Early errors. Assignment property. Identify reference initial is erupt. It is a syntax error if assignment target type.
I think I should
Rest property. Destructuring assignment target.
just make a template for this,
Destructuring assignment.
just because.
An array literal or an object literal. Destructuring assignment target. Left-hand side expression. If left-hand side expression is either an object literal or an array literal, the following early error rules are applied. Left-hand side expression must cover an assignment pattern. If left-hand side expression is neither an object literal nor an array literal, the following early error rule is applied. 86. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024. Comma, it is a syntax error if assignment target type of left-hand side expression is not simple. 13. 15. 5. 2 runtime semantics. Capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N T capital E V A L U A T. The syntax directed operation. Capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N T capital E V A L U A T takes argument value, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Object assignment pattern. Perform. Require object coercible. Value. Return unused. Object assignment pattern. Assignment property list. Assignment property list. Perform. Require object coercible.
I can't stand the orange.
R O P T
Well, I can, but I can't read it like this.
E S T R U
I'm used to like
U R
the other color mode.
G capital A S S I G N M.
Alright, so, I don't know.
Assignment property list with argument value. Return unused. Object assignment pattern. Assignment rest property. Perform. Require object coercible. Value. Let excluded names be a new empty list. Return. Capital R E S T capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N T capital E V A of assignment rest property with arguments, value and excluded names. Object assignment pattern.
I think I need to template this, just to template it.
Form. Require object coercible. Value. Let excluded names be. Capital P R O P E R T Y capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N of assignment property list with argument value. Return.
Accept.
S T capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital
I can't really make things that are const
G N M E N T
with my data template.
V A
I could,
property with argument.
but the amount of work that would take
Assignment.
to update my template system,
Get iterator.
I'd have to rewrite the whole thing.
Iterator close. Iterator record.
So I guess I'm not going to.
Used. Array assignment pattern. Elision. Let iterator record be.
I'll save this for like
Sync.
simple types or whatever.
Valuation of elision with argument. Iterator record. If it
I gotta focus on getting done
return.
and stop playing games with like templating things.
Result. Return result. Array assignment pattern. Elision not assignment rest.
I just have to get the C++ out.
Get iterator.
So I'll just like use normal C in places where it's like applicable.
Completion. Iterator destructuring assignment evaluation of elision with argument iterator record. B if status isn't a
I just have to like clean up all these notes.
iterate.
I do that whenever I make another type, whatever.
Let result be completion.
Because I do like the concept or like the idea
Assignment rest element with argument iterator record. ECMA International
of
287 4
organizing
false.
certain operations like has value.
Record. Result. Return result. Array assignment pattern. Element list.
Or like value.
Get iterator. Value. Sync. Let result be completion. Iterator destructuring assignment.
Or like
Element list with argument iterator record. If iterator record is false, return. Iterator close. Iterate.
size data.
Result. Array assignment pattern. Assignment element list. Elision not assignment rest element topped. Let iterator record be. Get iterator.
So it's like an operation tied to the type
Structuring assignment.
and it's templated. That's like a nice concept.
If stated.
But the way C++ handles it
A if iterator.
and how it's like a function call, unless it's optimized, which it can be possibly, but not always.
B returns.
I don't like that part
Is present.
and a lack of control.
A set status to completion. Iterator.
That sucks.
Evaluation of elision with argument iterator record. B if status is an abrupt completion, then I assert iterator record is true. 2.
So I just gotta get the C++ out and try to get the rest in place.
Iterator destructuring assignment evaluate.
And only template
Iterator record. If
things that are like easy or worth or should be templated.
iterator record.
And then break other things to like down in plain C if possible.
5. 3 runtime semantics. Capital P R O P E R T Y. Capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G. Capital A S S I G N M E N. The syntax directed operation. Capital P R O P E R T Y. Capital D E S T R U C T U.
I've never made a static const union.
N M E.
So I don't know.
An E
I want to wrap this thing
UE.
each to their own union,
Containing a list.
but I also want it to be static and const,
It collects a list of all destructured property keys.
so I can use the same pattern of wrapping the struct inside of a union
Assignment property.
for other things,
Assignment
even if it's not templated.
names B. Capital P R O P E R T Y. Capital D E S T R U C T.
Because lots of times when like type punning to type pun,
S S
it's better to use a union
M.
and to like align the data,
Assignment property.
then play games with like casting and offsetting.
Capital P R
Because that's like,
E R.
it's too easy to mess up. I don't know. I found that it is. And it's like cleaner and easier, for me at least,
I
to just use a union as like
S
the container, so everything ends up being based at 0.
N of
And then if something needs to be like type punned,
property names and next names. Assignment property.
then handle it in the union so it can be accessed by property
Identify
instead of playing games with like offsetting and stuff.
P. Let V be. Jet value P if initializer is present and V is undefined. Then A if is anonymous function definition. Initializer is true. Then I set meter named evaluation of initializer with argument P. B else. I let default value be. Evaluation of initializer 2. Set meter get value default value.
I still just ask Shepard.
Value ref V. Return P. 88. ECMA International 2024. Assignment property.
About making a static class union.
B. Evaluation of
This is really funky. I don't know if you can.
capital K E Y E D capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N T capital E V of assignment element with arguments value and name. Return name. 3 1 5 5 4 runtime semantics. Capital R E S T capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N T capital E V A. The syntax directed operation. Capital R E S T capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N T capital E V A takes arguments value, an ECMA script language value, and excluded names, a list of property keys, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: assignment rest property, destructuring assignment target, let FB. Evaluation of destructuring assignment target, let rest OBJB ordinary object create, %object prototype %perform. Copy data properties, rest OBJ, value, excluded names, return, put value, ref, rest OBJ, 3 1 5 5 5 runtime semantics, capital I T E R A T O R capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N. The syntax directed operation. Capital I T E R A T O R capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N takes argument iterator record, an iterator record, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: assignment element list, assignment elision element, return, capital I T E R A T O R capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N of assignment elision element with argument iterator record, assignment element list, assignment element list, assignment elision element, perform. Capital I T E R A T O R capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N of assignment element list with argument iterator record, return, capital I T E R A T O R capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N of assignment elision element with argument iterator record, assignment elision element, return, capital I T E R A T O R capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N of assignment element with argument iterator record assignment elision element elision assignment lement perform capital I T E R A T O R capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N of elision with argument iterator record return capital I T E R A T O R capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N of assignment element with argument iterator record elision if iterator record is false then A let next to be completion iterator step iterator record B if next is an abrupt completion set iterator record to true C return of abrupt next D if next is false set iterator record to true return unused elision elision perform capital I T E R A T O R capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N of elision with argument iterator record if iterator record is false then A let next to be completion iterator step iterator record B if next is an abrupt completion set iterator record to true ECMA International 2024 289 C return of abrupt next D if next is false set iterator record to true 3 return unused assignment element destructuring assignment target initial is erupt if destructuring assignment target is neither an object literal nor an array literal then A let ref B evaluation of destructuring assignment target let value be undefined if iterator record is false then A let next be iterator step value iterator record B if next is not done then I set value to next if initializer is present and value is undefined then A if is anonymous function definition initializer is true and is identify ref of destructuring assignment target is true then I let VB named evaluation of initializer with argument ref B else I let default value be evaluation of initializer 2 let VB get value default value else A let VB value if destructuring assignment target is either an object literal or an array literal then A let nested assignment pattern be the assignment pattern that is covered by destructuring assignment target be return capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N T capital E V A L U A T of nested assignment pattern with argument V return put value ref V assignment rest element destructuring assignment target if destructuring assignment target is neither an object literal nor an array literal then A let ref B evaluation of destructuring assignment target let A be array create 0 let 0 repeat while iterator record is false A let next be iterator step value iterator record B if next is not done then I perform create data property or throw A to string N next 2 set enter N plus 1 if destructuring assignment target is neither an object literal nor an array literal then A return put value ref A let nested assignment pattern be the assignment pattern that is covered by destructuring assignment target return capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N T capital E V A L U A T of nested assignment pattern with argument A31556 runtime semantics capital K E Y E D capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N T capital E V. The syntax directed operation capital K E Y E D capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N T capital E V takes arguments value, an ECMA script language value, and property name, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Assignment element. Destructuring assignment target initial is erupt. If destructuring assignment target is neither an object literal nor an array literal, then a let ref be. Evaluation of destructuring assignment target let v be. Jet value, property name, if initializer is present and v is undefined. Then, 290 ECMA International 2024. Note left to right evaluation order is maintained by evaluating a destructuring assignment target that is not a destructuring pattern prior to accessing the iterator or evaluating the initializer. A if is anonymous function definition, initializer, and is identify ref of destructuring assignment target are both true. Then, I let RHS value be. Named evaluation of initializer with argument ref be else. I let default value be. Evaluation of initializer 2. Let RHS value be. Get value, default value else. I let RHS value be v. If destructuring assignment target is either an object literal or an array literal, then I let assignment pattern be the assignment pattern that is covered by destructuring assignment target be return. Capital D E S T R U C T U R I N G capital A S S I G N M E N T capital E V A L U A T of assignment pattern with argument RHS value return. Put value ref RHS value 3.16 comma operator syntax expression in yield await assignment expression in yield await expression in yield await assignment expression in yield await 1316 1 runtime semantics evaluation expression assignment expression let ref be evaluation of expression perform get value ref let ref be evaluation of assignment expression return get value ref for ECMA script language statements and declaration syntax statement yield await return block statement yield await return variable statement yield await empty statement expression statement yield await if statement yield await return breakable statement yield await return continue statement yield await break statement yield await plus return statement yield await with statement yield await return labeled statement yield await return throw statement yield await try statement yield await return debugger statement note get value must be called even though its value is not used because it may have observable side effects. ECMA International 2024 291 declaration yield await hoistable declaration yield await default class declaration yield await default lexical declaration plus in yield await hoistable declaration yield await default function declaration yield await default generator declaration yield await default async function declaration yield await default async generator declaration yield await question mark default breakable statement yield await return iteration statement yield await return switch statement yield await return. 4.1 statement semantics. 4. 1. 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation, hoistable declaration, generator declaration, async function declaration, async generator declaration, return empty, hoistable declaration, function declaration, return, evaluation of function declaration, breakable statement, iteration statement, switch statement, let new label set be a new empty list, return, labeled evaluation of this breakable statement with argument new label set. 4.2 block syntax, block statement, yield, await, return, block yield await return, block, yield, await, return, statement list yield await return, opt, statement list, yield, await, return, statement list item yield await return, statement list yield await return, statement list item yield await return, statement list item, yield, await, return, statement yield await return, declaration yield await. 92. ECMA International 2024. 142. 1 static semantics. Early errors. Block. Statement list. It is a syntax error if the lexically declared names of statement list contains any duplicate entries. It is a syntax error if any element of the lexically declared names of statement list also occurs in the var declared names of statement list. 4. 2. 2 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Block. Return empty. Block. Statement list. Let hold env be the running execution context's lexical environment. Let block env be new declarative environment. Hold env. Perform block declaration instantiation. Statement list. Block env. Set the running execution context's lexical environment to block env. Let block value be completion. Evaluation of statement list. Set the running execution context's lexical environment to old env. Return block value. Statement list. Statement list. Statement list item. Let SL be. Evaluation of statement list. Let S be completion. Evaluation of statement list item. Return. Update empty. S. SL. 4. 2. 3 block declaration instantiation. Code. env. The abstract operation block declaration instantiation takes arguments code, a parse node, and env, a declarative environment record, and returns and use code is the parse node corresponding to the body of the block. Env is the environment record in which bindings are to be created. It performs the following steps when called. Let declarations be the lexically scoped declarations of code. Let private env be the running execution context's private environment. For each element D of declarations, do A for each element Dn of the bound names of D. Do. ECMA International 2024 293. Note 1. No matter how control leaves the block, the lexical environment is always restored to its former state. Note 2. The value of a statement list is the value of the last value producing item in the statement list. For example, the following calls to the eval function all return the value 1. Eval 1. Eval 1. Eval 1. Var A. Note when a block or case block is evaluated, a new declarative environment record is created and bindings for each block scoped variable, constant, function, or class declared in the block or instantiated in the environment record. If is constant declaration of D is true, then perform env create a mutable binding, Dn, true. 2. Else, perform env create mutable binding, Dn, false. Note. This step is replaced in section B, 3, 2, 6. B if D is either a function declaration, a generator declaration, an async function declaration, or an async generator declaration, then I let fn be the sole element of the bound names of D. 2. Let fo be instantiate function object of D with arguments env and private env. 3. Perform env initialize binding, fn, fo. Note. This step is replaced in section B. 3, 2, 6. Return unused 4.3 declarations and the variable statement. 4, 3, 1. Syntax. Lexical declaration in yield await. Let or const binding list in yield await. Let or const binding list in yield await. Lexical binding in yield await. Binding list in yield await. Lexical binding in yield await. Lexical binding in yield await, binding identifier yield await, initializer and yield await, up binding pattern yield await, initializer and yield await, 4, 3, 1, 1 static semantics, early errors, lexical declaration, let or const binding list. It is a syntax error if the bound names of binding list contains let. It is a syntax error if the bound names of binding list contains any duplicate entries. Lexical binding, binding identifier initializer opt. It is a syntax error if initializer is not present and is constant declaration of the lexical declaration containing this lexical binding is true. 94. ECMA International 2024. Let and const declarations. Let and const declarations define variables that are scoped to the running execution contexts. Note, lexical environment. The variables are created when their containing environment record is instantiated but may not be accessed in any way until the variable's lexical binding is evaluated. A variable defined by a lexical binding with an initializer is assigned the value of its initializer's assignment expression when the lexical binding is evaluated, not when the variable is created. If a lexical binding in a let declaration does not have an initializer, the variable is assigned the value undefined when the lexical binding is evaluated. 1, 4, 3, 1, 2 runtime semantics, evaluation, lexical declaration, let or const binding list, perform. Evaluation of binding list, return empty, binding list, lexical binding, perform. Evaluation of binding list, return. Evaluation of lexical binding, binding identifier, let LHS be. Resolve binding, string value of binding identifier, perform. Initialize referenced binding, LHS, undefined D, return empty, lexical binding identifier initializer, let binding ID be string value of binding identifier, let LHS be. Resolve binding ID, if is anonymous function definition, initializer, is true, then a let value be. Named evaluation of initializer with argument binding id, else a let RHS be. Evaluation of initializer b let value be. Get value, RHS, perform. Initialize referenced binding, LHS, value, return empty, lexical binding pattern initializer, let RHS be. Evaluation of initializer, let value be. Get value, RHS, let env be the running execution context's lexical environment, return. Binding initialization of binding pattern with arguments value and env, 4, 3, 2 variable statement, syntax, variable statement, yield, await, var variable declaration list, plus in yield await. A static semantics rule ensures that this form of lexical binding never occurs in a const. Note, declaration, a var statement declares variables that are scoped to the running execution contexts. Note, variable environment. var variables are created when their containing environment record is instantiated and are initialized to undefined when created. Within the scope of any variable environment, a common binding identifier may appear in more than one variable declaration, but those declarations collectively define only one variable. A variable defined by a variable declaration with an initializer is assigned the value of its initializer's assignment expression when the variable declaration is executed, not when the variable is created. ECMA International 2024 295. Variable declaration list. In yield, await, variable declaration in yield await, variable declaration list in yield await, variable declaration in
I wonder if big tech regrets
wait,
choosing Bill Gates
await, initial
as the face of a corporation.
pattern yield await, initializer in yield await.
I know I would.
2, 1 runtime semantics, evaluation, variable statement, var variable declaration list, perform. Evaluation of variable
I need to get text-to-speech
declaration list,
on Linux.
list, variable declaration, perform. Evaluation of
I don't want to spend the time figuring that out.
evaluate
So I'm going to save that for later. I'm just, whatever.
binding identifier 1. Return
Gonna get done.
declaration, binding identifier initializer. Let binding ID be string value of binding. Let LHS be. Resolve binding. Binding id. If is anonymous function definition, initializer, is true, then a let value be. Named evaluation of initializer with argument binding id, else a let RHS be. Evaluation of initializer b let value be. Get value, RHS, perform. Put value, LHS, value, return empty, variable. Binding pattern.
Why can't the value be assigned
Evaluation of initializer, let reval be.
inside of the struct?
Chess, return. Binding initialization of binding pat, rn with arguments reval and undefined. 4.
This is really funky. I've never done anything like
Yield.
making a static
Yield a
const union. That's really fucking weird.
declaration is nested within a with statement
It's really weird.
identifier in the very
I didn't even know that could happen.
name of
Or it's valid.
of the with statements object environment record. Then step 5 will assign value to the property instead of assigning to the variable environment binding of the identifier. 96. ECMA International 2024. Object binding pattern.
It might actually not be valid.
Yield await. Binding.
Maybe chatbot's just making it up.
Binding property.
So to like test it to see then.
Binding rest property yield await. Opt array binding pattern. Yield await. Elision not binding rest element yield await. Opt binding element list yield await. Binding element list yield await. Elision not binding rest element yield await. Opt binding rest property yield await. Dart. Binding identifier yield await. Binding property list yield await. Binding property yield await. Binding property list yield await.
I can't pick a color theme.
Element list yield.
Let's go back to the orange.
Binding elision element yield await. Binding element list yield await. Binding elision element yield await. Binding elision element yield await. Elision not binding element yield await. Binding property yield await. Single name binding yield await. Property name yield await. Binding element yield await. Binding element yield await. Single name binding yield await. Binding pattern yield await. Initializer plus in yield await. Opt single name binding yield await. Binding identifier yield await.
Or try this.
Plus in yield await. Opt binding rest element yield await. Dart. Binding identifier yield await.
Oh, so the change is different.
3. 1 runtime semantics. Property binding initialization. The syntax-directed operation property binding initialization takes arguments value, an ECMA script language value, and environment, an environment record or undefined, and returns either a normal completion contain, ing a list of property keys or an abrupt completion.
I consumed a whole bunch of sugar,
It is defined piecewise.
but I can't focus.
Binding property list. Binding
Completely defeats point.
bound names B. Property binding initial
Damn it.
property list with arguments value and environment. Let next names be. Property binding initialization of binding property with arguments value and environment. Return the list concatenation of bound names and next names. ECMA International 2024 297. Binding property. Single name binding. Let name be the sole element of the bound names of single name binding. Perform. Keyed binding initialization of single name binding with arguments value, environment, and name. Return name. Binding property. Property name. Binding element. Let P be. Evaluation of property name. Perform. Keyed binding initialization of binding element with arguments value, environment, and P. Return P. 4, 3, 3. 2 runtime semantics. REST binding initialization. The syntax-directed operation REST binding initialization takes arguments value, an ECMA script language value,
Man, chatbot's going all out with this answer.
and excluded names, a list of property
It's really, thinking.
completion containing unused or an abrupt
That's misleading. It's not thinking.
over the following productions. Binding REST property. Binding identifier.
Okay, at this point, I could have Googled C-specs and found the answer.
Binding identifier. Environment. Let REST OBJ be ordered.
Come on, chatbot. Go, 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 go. Come on. Give me the answer.
Copy data.
Answer my question.
A value. Excluded name.
47 seconds. Wow, that's a long time.
Return. Put value. LHS. Rest OB.
Short answer, right. That doesn't compile. You put initializers divided by equals 1.
J4.
Huh?
Sometimes
No, I didn't. What's it talking about?
the syntax-directed operation keyed by
What's it mean, you?
arguments value, an ECMA script language value, environment, an environment record,
Huh?
and property name, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Binding element, binding pattern initializer opt, let v be, jet value, property name, if initializer is present and v is undefined. Then, a let default value be. Evaluation of initializer, v set v to get value, default value, return, binding initialization of binding pattern with arguments v and environment, single name binding, binding identifier initializer opt, let binding id be string value of binding identifier, let LHS be. Resolve binding,
Below is a working drop-in C version that uses your requested union struct layout declares a static constant since
is present and
it's just how to use it.
then a if is anonymous function definition, initializer is true. Then I set v to named evaluation of initializer with argument binding id b else. Note when undefined
So at least chatbot
indicates that a put value
knows what type punning is.
initialization value. This is the case for formal parameter lists of non-strict
But it doesn't really know. It's just pulling from a collection data.
are pre-initialized in order to deal with the possibility of multiple parameters with the same
It doesn't know because it doesn't think.
National 2024 I2 let default
It's a fact table.
evaluation of initializer.
And those facts aren't even correct half the time.
Default value 5. If environment is
So chatbot, it knows nothing.
HS V return initialize referenced binding LHS V 4.4 empty statement syntax empty statement 4 1 runtime semantics evaluation empty
So we gotta make a union.
return empty 4.5 expression statement syntax expression statement yield await look ahead function async no line
No, this is better.
function class
Actually,
function
it makes more sense because I thought
an expression statement cannot
there'd be a way to like
007b left curly bracket
template without using a whole
an expression
slew of like
function or class
macros and shit.
make it ambiguous with a function declaration
Because they're both like arrays. They're both const chart pointers.
statement cannot start with a sync
So he should just write this like this then.
declaration or a sync generated declaration
Oh no, this is a define
start with the two token
of a string name.
because that would make it ambiguous with a lexical declaration whose first lexical binding was an array binding pattern 4 5
I should print what this is.
evaluation expression statement expression let xparef be
I think I like this color theme better than the other one.
xparef 4.6 if statement syntax if statement yield await return if expression plus in yield await statement yield await return else statement yield await return if expression plus in yield await statement yield await return look ahead else the look ahead restriction look ahead else resolves the classic dangling else problem in the note usual way, that is when the choice of associated if is otherwise ambiguous the else is associated with the nearest innermost of the candidate ifs. ECMA International 2024 299 146 1 static semantics early errors if statement if expression statement else statement it is a syntax error if is labeled function the first statement
Okay, so
the syntax error if is labeled function the second statement is true if statement if expression statement it is a syntax error if is labeled function statement is true note it is only necessary
I want like a final naming convention.
4 6 2 runtime semantics.
that I can use for everything.
If
Because I have a bunch of code that I want to merge
let
into a single code base.
evaluation of expression. Let
But it's like several different languages.
value expref. If x per value is true, then a let stmt completion.
I want to do a small t and a big T to stand for type. To find the places where I'm declaring it as that type, specifically like as a type.
5. Return up
And then I want to do like a T, because I do like,
defined if statement. If expression
or I have been doing for some stuff.
evaluation of expression. Let x per value be to boolean. Get value expref.
T for the type, and then like
Then a
L for the length, so like the size of.
stmt completion be completion. Evaluation of statement be return. Update empty. stmt complete.
And then this for the sign bit, so SB for sign bit.
Iteration statement syntax. Iteration statement yield await.
So it'd be like,
Do while statement yield await return. While statement yield await return. For statement yield await return. For in of statement yield await return. 4 7 1 7.
whatever, like 63 if it's like a 64 bit number.
Use completion label set. The
Except inside the type,
completion
I don't have like,
and L
I haven't figured out the best way to like name stuff. So maybe I should do like,
in. It performs the following steps when called if completion is a normal completion. Completion is not a continue completion, return false. If completion is empty, return true.
type FOF for like field offset.
4 4. If label set contains complete.
I don't want to do data, because it's not necessarily data.
7 1.
The thing accesses data, but inside the union, it's a field offset.
Directed operation loop evaluation takes argument
So maybe I'll just do F.
list of strings and returns either a normal completion containing an ACMA script language value or an abrupt completion. It is
Maybe I should do S
following productions. Iteration statement.
or U.
Return. Do while loop evaluation of do while statement with argument.
I'll do U
Iterate.
to pick the union inside of,
Return. While loop evaluation of
to pick the struct inside the union,
set. Iteration statement.
even though it's a struct. So it'll be a struct named union.
Evaluation of
And if it's a struct inside of a struct, I'll do like S maybe.
statement. For in of statement. Return.
And then this though, I want to do like,
For in of statement with argument label set 1 4.
or TC maybe,
While statement.
for type check.
While statement. Yield. Await. Return. Do statement yield await return. While expression.
So we get type, union, to pick the thing inside the union.
Unstatic semantics.
And then like, I'll name these field offset or something.
While expression. It is a syntax error if is labeled function. Statement. Is true. Note it is only necessary to apply this rule if the extension
So I don't know anyways.
3.1 is implemented 1 4 7 2.
I'll use that naming for this thing here.
Do while loop evaluation. The syntax directed operation do while loop evaluation takes argument label set. A list
Step out, made optional view for type punning.
script language of
And it made this pointer instead of an array.
is defined piecewise over
And it makes a static const union
do statement
of this type T
undefined to
called global validation layers data,
of statement
which means that I'll be able to like
TMT result.
make 2 of these
Return
for both the validation layers and the device extensions,
result is
because they're both static const char. So I can template it
of expression.
for both of these specifically,
Part of an iterations.
define them both or declare them both as this type,
More International 2024 301
like that, whatever.
UB. Get value expref
So now that's like, that's fancy, I like that.
is false. Return V 4
And it's also const, so it still stays const.
X while statement yield await return while expression plus in yield await statement yield await return 4 7 3 1 static semantics early errors while statement while expression statement it is a syntax error if is labeled function statement is true. Note it is only necessary to apply this rule if the extension specified in B
This is what I hate about C.
implemented
It says if you want an automatically computed length instead of hard-coding 1,
while loop
you must compute it at compile time from an array instance,
takes
but that array must be an object.
of string.
Because you required the array inside the union struct,
Or an abrupt
you must set the length explicitly
wise over
or compute it via macro
while statement.
if you maintain the array separately.
Statement. Let V be undefined too. Repeat. A let X per F be. Evaluation of expression. B let X per value be. Get
It says it can make macro version that builds the union instance and computes the length automatically. I want to see what it does for that.
result be completion. Evaluate
Maybe it'll do something useful
continues. STMT
or not useful.
set is false. Return. Update empty.
It also says show the variant where the array and length are separate.
Set
Why would I want them separate? That's why I'm trying to merge them.
7. Fourth F for statement syntax. For statement. Yield. Await. Return. 4. Look ahead let. Expression. In yield await. Upt. 1 4. 7. 4. 1. Expression. Plus in yield await. Upt. Expression. Plus in yield await. Upt. Statement yield await return. 4.
It made it global.
Variation list. In yield await. Expression. Plus in yield await.
Or wait, what?
Expression. Plus in yield await. Upt. Statement yield await return. 4. Lexical declaration. In yield await. Expression. Plus in yield await. Upt. Expression. Plus in yield await. Upt. Statement yield await return. Static semantics. Early errors. For statement. 4. Expression opt. Expression opt. Expression opt. Statement. 4. var variable declaration list. Expression opt. Expression opt. Statement 4. Lexical declaration expression.
Okay, this is actually kind of clever.
Row 2. ECMA International 2024. It is a syntax error if is labeled function. Statement is true. Note it is only necessary to apply this rule if the extension specified in B 3.1 is implemented. For statement 4. Lexical declaration expression opt. Expression opt. Statement. It is a syntax error if any element of the bound names of lexical declaration also occurs in a var declared names of statement. 4. 7. 4. 2 runtime semantics. For loop evaluation, the syntax-directed operation for loop evaluation takes argument label set, a list of strings, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. For statement 4. Expression opt. Expression opt. Expression opt. Statement. If the first expression is present, then A let X per F be. Evaluation of the first expression B perform. Get value X per F. If the second expression is present, let test be the second.
That's actually really nice.
Let test be empty. If the third expression is present, let increment be the third expression. Otherwise, let increment be empty. Return for body of value.
This is actually the very first thing from Chatbot in like a year
Statement.
where I'm actually kind of impressed with what it made
Expression.
or whatever it created.
Opt. Statement. Perform.
Except I want one tweak to this.
If the first expression is present, let test be the first expression. Otherwise, let
Because I still want it to be based off a single
increment be the second
instance instead of making a separate
increment be.
anonymous union from each one.
Evaluation. Test. Increment. Statement. Label set. For statement 4. Lexical declaration expression opt. Expression opt. Statement. Let
Maybe it can't though,
execution contexts lexical
because if it did,
loop env be new declarative environment. LDNV. Let is constant declaration of lexical declaration. Let bound names be the bound names of lexical declaration. For each element dn of bound names, do a
the length of the array as well fucks with it.
I perform loop env create a mutable binding. dn. True be else. I perform loop env create mutable binding. dn. False. Set the running execution context's lexical environment to loop env. Let for DCL be completion, evaluation of lexical declaration. If for DCL is an abrupt completion, then A. Set the running execution context's lexical environment to old env. B. Return for DCL. If is const is false, let per iteration lets be bound names, otherwise let per iteration lets be a new empty list. 0. If the first expression is present, let test be the first expression, otherwise, let test be empty. 1. If the second expression is present, let increment be the second expression, otherwise, let increment be empty. 2. Let body result be completion, for body evaluation, test, increment, statement, per iteration lets, label set. 3. Set the running execution context's lexical environment to old env. 4. Return body result. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024 303, 147, 4. 3 for body evaluation, test, increment, STMT, per iteration bindings, label set. The abstract operation for body evaluation takes arguments test, an expression parse node or empty, increment, an expression parse node or empty, STMT. A statement parse node, per iteration bindings, a list of strings, and label set. A list of strings, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or an abrupt completion. It performs the following steps when called let v be undefined. Perform. Create per iteration environment, per iteration bindings. Repeat. A if test is not empty, then I let test ref be. Evaluation of test. 2. Let test value be. Get value, test ref. 3. If to boolean, test value, is false, return v. B. Let result be completion, evaluation of STMT. C. If loop continues, result, label set, is false, return, update empty, result. V. D. If result is not empty, set v to result. B. Perform. Create per iteration environment, per iteration bindings. F. If increment is not empty, then I let incref be. Evaluation of increment. 2. Perform. Get value, incref. 4, 7, 4. For create per iteration environment, per iteration bindings. The abstract operation create per iteration environment takes argument per iteration bindings, a list of strings.
Alright, switch up what's this?
Completion containing unused store throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If per iteration bindings has any elements, then I let last iteration env be the running execution context's lexical environment. B. Let outer be last iteration env. C. Assert. Outer is not null. D. Let this iteration env be new declarative environment. Outer. E. For each element Bn of per iteration bindings. Do. I perform this iteration env create mutable binding. Bn. False. 2. Let last value be last iteration env.
I like how it says
B.
you can't put a variable length array
Form this
in the middle of the struct with other members after it.
Bn. Last value.
And then here, it just removes it.
Contexts.
It's like,
env. Return unused.
it's like, fuck you, I'm gonna like give you not what you want.
4, 1, 4, 7, 5.
Someone told chatbot to put it as the last member of the array then.
X. For in of
Not give me this pointer shit.
return. 4. Look ahead let. Left hand side expression yield await. In expression, plus in yield await. Statement yield await return. 4. Var for binding yield await. In expression, plus in yield await. Statement yield await return.
I'm not in the mood to finish my sentences, so I'm gonna just tell chatbot to make array the last member of the ... instead.
4. Look ahead let. Async of left hand side expression yield await.
So there we go, look at that.
Expression.
The array, it doesn't have a length specifically specified,
Var for binding yield await.
and it's the last member. But chatbot said blah 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 blah, it would have to be last, and then it didn't give me it as last, it just kept it the same on purpose.
Yield await return.
I don't know, whatever.
For await. Look ahead let. Left hand side expression
Flexible array member is fam.
yield.
That's really funny. Fam.
Plus await. for await, var for binding yield await, of assignment expression, plus in yield await, statement yield await return, plus await, for await, for declaration yield await, of assignment expression, plus in yield await, statement yield await return, for declaration, yield, await, let or const for binding yield
Oh, what's Java doing now?
yield, await, binding identifier yield await, binding pattern yield await. Note this section is extended by an XB 3.5
With array as a flexible array, the length is not stored in the type,
static
so you must store it yourself.
errors,
This macro emits a hidden storage object
side
per array to hold the actual data.
4,
This keeps both the length and the array data inside one contiguous object,
expression,
which is more like original request.
side expression.
It's not just a pointer to another array.
4. var for binding of assignment expression. 4. For declaration of assignment expression. Statement, for await. Left-hand side expression of assignment expression. Statement for await. var for binding of assignment expression. Statement, for await. For declaration of assignment expression. Statement, it is a syntax error if is labeled function. Statement is true. Note it is only necessary to apply this rule if the extension specified in B 3.1 is implemented. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024 305. For in of statement 4. Left-hand side expression in expression. Statement 4.
Huh.
Assignment expression. Statement for await. Left-hand side expression of assignment expression. Statement. If left-hand is either an object literal or an array literal, the following early error rules are applied. Left-hand side expression must cover an assignment pattern. If left-hand side expression is not
This is actually...
array literal, the following
I'm kind of impressed.
applied. It is a syntax error if assignment target
So maybe they did actually update Jetpack,
simple for in of
because it's actually
for
kind of like more clever,
for declaration
because it knew
statement
that I wanted a single struct type
declaration of a
that's common, but it also knew
it is a syntax error if the bound names
that I wanted compile time constants.
error if any element of the
It was able to figure out that inside the macro,
var declare.
it can make a global
It is a syntax error if the bound names of for declaration contains any
to use as like temporary.
7, 5, 2 static semantics is destructuring. The syntax-directed operation is destructuring takes no arguments and returns
To compute and assign it, but is that even needed?
wise over the following productions. Member expression.
It is though.
If primary expression is either an object literal or an array literal, return
Why is it so bloated?
member expression, member expression. Identify a name member expression template literal super property, meter property, new member expression arguments member expression. Private identifier, new expression, new expression, left-hand side expression, call it
Why wouldn't it just give me that in the first place?
and false. For declaration, let or const for binding, return is destructuring of for binding. For binding, binding identifier, return
What's the point of even making the separate structure?
24. For binding,
Can't it just...
1. Return true. Note this section is extended by an XB 3.5, 4, 7, 5, 3 runtime
Is this not valid?
F O R capital D E C L A R A T I O N capital B I N D I N G capital
Is that not valid?
N I
Then it doesn't need any of this,
A L I Z. The syntax
right?
operation capital F O R
So there's no point even in the macro.
E C L A R A T I O
I think I'm losing brain cells.
I N D I N
I need to like
capital I N
not think chatbot's always right, because it's not.
L
Because when I assume it's right,
takes arguments value
I assume some things make sense that don't make sense. I try to make sense of it.
an environment record or undefined and returns either a normal completion contain
That's what Java makes.
completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. For declaration, let or const for binding, return, binding initialization of for binding with arguments value and environment, 4, 7, 5, 4 runtime,
Oh, it's so stupid.
F, O, R, capital D, E,
Wait, maybe it's not.
A, R, A, T, I, O, N, capital B, I, N, D,
Oh, what is it doing?
N, G, capital I, N, S, T,
Yeah, no, it's stupid.
T,
Chatbot is stupid.
the syntax directed operation, capital F, O,
I wasn't pressed, no, I'm not.
E,
It's kind of like me. I'll say something smart, and they'll say something really stupid.
I, O, N,
So maybe Chatbot isn't totally stupid. Maybe Chatbot is somewhat smart.
N, G, capital I, N, S, T, A,
Or I'm just stupid too.
I,
I guess that's what it can mean.
argument environment, a declarative environment record, and returns a
At least so.
piecewise over the following
I'm not Chatbot.
declaration, let or const for binding, for each element name of the bound names of for binding, do A if is constant declaration of let or const is true, then I perform environment create a mutable binding,
So it's making a set of const union
I perform environment
by the name.
binding, name, false 2,
It's just a separate union.
used 4, 7, 5,
It's just like destroy the whole
for inno,
reasoning behind having
syntax directed operation for
a common union between the two.
element label set, a list of strings, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions, for in of statement, for
And this won't work.
expression and expression,
Question mark.
key result B, for in of head evaluation, expression, enumerate, return, for in of body evaluation, left-hand side expression, statement, key result, enumerate, assignment, label set, for in of statement, 4, var for binding in expression, statement, let key result be, for in of head evaluation, expression, enumerate, return, for in of body evaluation, for binding, statement, key result, enumerate, var binding, label set, node undefined is passed for environment to indicate that a put value operation should be used to assign the initialization value. This is the case
Generate a new type pointer instance
lists of
with a fixed size array.
see the 10th of February 2011. In those cases, a lexical binding is hoisted and pre-initialized prior to evaluation of its initializer. ECMA International 2024 307, for in of statement, 4, for declaration and expression, statement, let key result be, for in of head evaluation, bound names of for declaration, expression, enumerate, return, for in of body evaluation, for declaration, statement, key
Why is it making a pointer?
lexical binding, label set, for in of statement, 4, left-hand side expression of assignment expression, statement, let key result be, for in of head evaluation, assignment expression, iterate, return, for in of body evaluation, left-hand side expression, statement, key result,
I'll just try whatever Chatbot said earlier.
for in of statement, 4, var for binding of assignment expression, statement, let key result be, for in of head evaluation, assignment expression, iterate, return, for in of body evaluation, for binding, statement, key result, iterate, var binding, label set, for in of statement, 4, for declaration of assignment expression, statement, let key result be, for in of head evaluation, bound names of for declaration, assignment expression, iterate, return, for in of body evaluation, for declaration, statement, key result, iterate, lexical binding, label set, for in of statement, for await, left-hand side expression of assignment expression, statement, let key result be, for in of head evaluation, assignment expression, async iterate, return, for in of body evaluation, left-hand side expression, statement, key result, iterate, assignment, label set, async,
I don't get why it has to make separate.
var for binding of assignment expression, statement, let key result be, for in
things.
assignment expression, async iterate, return, for in of body evaluation, for binding, statement, key result, iterate, var binding, label set, async, for in of statement, for await,
Oh, that's why.
expression, statement, let key result be, for in of head evaluation, bound names of for declaration, assignment expression, async iterate, return, for in of body evaluation,
Is that even valid?
statement, key result, iterate, lexical binding, label set, async,
That's so confusing.
by an XB, 3.5, 4, 7, 5, 6 for in of head evaluation, uninitial
I've never made.
expa, iteration kind, the abstract operation for in of and takes arguments uninitialized bound names, a list of strings, expa, an expression parse node or an assignment expression parse node, and iteration kind, enumerate, iterate, or async iterate, and returns either a normal completion containing an iterator record or an abrupt completion. It performs the following steps when called. 1. 2. Let hold env be the running execution context's lexical environment. If uninitialized bound names is not empty, then 0
I've never made a union of a union.
ABC
A union of a union.
bound names has no duplicate.
So it's the same union,
env be new declared
except
env for each string name of uninitialized bound names. Do I perform new env create mutable binding name false. Set the running execution context's lexical environment to new
this unlocks a whole new world
for ref
of possibilities for me.
of expa. Set the running execution lexical environment to old env
There's a whole bunch of like clever ways
expa ref
to define things
enumerate.
that I didn't realize till like right now is possible.
Then I return completion record break empty be let objb to object
I like Google stuff on my phone
object properties
and think or whatever.
b jet.
I don't know, I'll try this in a minute.
Next, return the iterator record. Iterator, next method, false, else, assert,
I get this done though.
is either iterate or async iterate. B if iteration kind is async iterate, let iterator kind be async. C else, let iterator kind be sync. D return, get iterator, exp value, iterator kind. The abstract operation for in a body evaluation takes arguments LHS, a parse node, STMT, a statement parse node, iterator record, an iterator record, iteration kind, enumerate or iterate, LHS kind, assignment, var binding, or lexical binding, and label set, a list of strings, and optional argument iterator kind, sync or async, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or an abrupt completion. It performs the following steps when called. If iterator kind is not present, set iterator kind to sync. Let hold env be the running execution context's lexical environment. Let v be undefined. Let destructuring be is destructuring of LHS. If destructuring is true and LHS kind is assignment, then a assert. LHS is a left-hand side expression. B let assignment pattern be the assignment pattern that is covered by LHS. Repeat. A let next result be. Call. Iterator record. Iterator record. B if iterator kind is async. Set next result to await. Next result. CFN. Next result is not an object. Throw a type error exception. D let done be. Iterator complete. Next result. If done is true. Return v. F let next value be. Iterator value. Next result. G if LHS kind is either assignment, var binding, then I if destructuring is true, then if LHS kind is assignment, then a let status be completion, destructuring assignment evaluation of assignment pattern with argument next value 2. Else, a assert. LHS kind is var binding, b assert. LHS is a for binding, C let status be completion, binding initialization of LHS with arguments next value, and undefined. 2. Else, let LHS ref be completion, evaluation of LHS. It may be evaluated repeatedly. If LHS ref is an abrupt completion, then a let status be LHS ref 3. Else, let status be completion, put value, LHS ref. Next value, H else. I assert. LHS kind is lexical binding. 2. Assert. LHS is a for declaration. 3. Let iteration env be new declarative environment, old env. I've perform. Capital F O R capital D E C L A R A T I O N capital B I N D I N G capital I N S T A N T I A of LHS with argument iteration env for in of body evaluation LHS STMT iterator record iteration kind LHS kind label set iterator kind 4 7 5 7 ECMA International 2024 309 1 4 7 5 8 Runtime semantics evaluation v set the running execution context's lexical environment to iteration env v if destructuring is true, then let status be completion for declaration binding initialization of LHS with arguments next value and iteration env 7 else assert LHS binds a single name. Let LHS name be the sole element of bound names of LHS. Let LHS ref be resolve binding LHS name. Let status be completion. Initialize referenced binding LHS ref. Next value. If status is an abrupt completion, then I set the running execution context's lexical environment to old env. 2. If iterator kind is async, return async iterator close iterator record status. 3. If iteration kind is enumerate, then return status I've else assert iteration kind is iterate return iterator close iterator record status. J let result be completion evaluation of STMT. K set the running execution context's lexical environment to old env. Elif loop continues result label set is false. Then I if iteration kind is enumerate, then 1 return update empty result v2 else assert iteration kind is iterate set status to completion update empty result v if iterator kind is async return async iterator close iterator record status return iterator close iterator record status m if result is not empty set v to result binding identifier yield await let binding id be string value of binding identifier return resolve binding id 4 7 5 9 enumerate object properties O the abstract operation enumerate object properties takes argument O an object and returns an iterator. It performs the following steps when called return an iterator object to 7 1 1 2 whose next method iterates over all the string valued keys of enumerable properties of O. The iterator object is never directly accessible to ECMA script code. The mechanics and order of enumerating the properties is not specified but must conform to the rules specified below. The iterator's throw and return methods are null and are never invoked. The iterator's next method processes object properties to determine whether the property key should be returned as an iterator value. Returned property keys do not include keys that are symbols. Properties of the target object may be deleted during enumeration. A property that is deleted before it is processed by the iterator's next method is ignored. If new properties are added to the target object during enumeration, the newly added properties are not guaranteed to be processed in the active enumeration. A property name will be returned by the iterator's next method at most once in any enumeration. Enumerating the properties of the target object includes enumerating properties of its prototype, and the prototype of the prototype, and so on, recursively. But a property of a prototype is not processed if it has the same 10 copyright sign, ECMA International 2024 name as a property that has already been processed by the iterator's next method. The values of attributes are not considered when determining if a property of a prototype object has already been processed. The enumerable property names of prototype objects must be obtained by invoking enumerate object properties passing the prototype object as the argument. Enumerate object properties must obtain the own property keys of the target object by calling its internal method. Property attributes of the target object must be obtained by calling its internal method. In addition, if neither O nor any object in its prototype chain is a proxy exotic object, typed array, module namespace exotic object, or implementation provided exotic object, then the iterator must behave as with the iterator given by create for an iterator, O until one of the following occurs. The value of the internal slot of O, or an object in its prototype chain changes. A property is removed from O or an object in its prototype chain. A property is added to an object in O's prototype chain. Or, the value of the attribute of a property of O, or an object in its prototype chain changes. Note 1. ECMA script implementations are not required to implement the algorithm in 1.4, 7, 5, 1.0, 2, 1 directly. They may choose any implementation whose behavior will not deviate from that algorithm unless one of the constraints in the previous paragraph is violated. The following is an informative definition of an ECMA script generator function that conforms to these rules. Function enumerate object properties. Obj const visited equals new set. 4. Const key of reflect on keys. Obj if type of ke y equals symbol. Continue. Const desk equals reflect get own property descriptor. Obj key if desk visited add key if desk enumerable yield key. Const proto equals reflect get prototype of obj if proto equals null return. 4. Const proto key of enumerate object properties. Proto if visited has proto key yield proto key. Note to the list of exotic objects for which implementations are not required to match create for an iterator was chosen because implementations historically differed in behavior for those cases, and agreed in all others. 4, 7, 5, 1, 0 for an iterator objects. A for an iterator is an object that represents a specific iteration over some specific object. For an iterator objects are never directly accessible to ECMA script code. They exist solely to illustrate the behavior of enumerate object properties. ECMA International 2024 311 14 7 5 10 1 Create for an iterator object. The abstract operation create for an iterator takes argument object, an object, and returns a for an iterator. It is used to create a for an iterator object which iterates over the own and inherited enumerable string property.
If this works,
it performs
so I still gotta check whatever. I think it will.
to be ordinary object.
And if
For an iterator
C++ was more like this
false set iterator
and less of like magical C++
list return iterator
with like
5
implementation defined storage or like layout and all stuff.
the percent for an iterator
If C++ was more like C
that are inherited by
on steroids.
objects.
This is like ridiculous to type up.
For internal slot whose value is percent iterated
Then, I don't know, C++ would be,
accessible to E
I would use C++, but since it's not,
property
I don't know, whatever.
7 5 1 0 2 instance 1 4 7 Then, I append key to O3. Set O to true, B repeat. While O is not empty, I let R be the first element of O2. Remove the first element from O3. If there does not exist an element V of O such that same value, R, V, is
I think I can kind of focus.
R, if desk is not undefined.
So, I'm gonna like paste this, try it,
Desk is true.
see if it works.
Get to result object.
Then define these arrays and then get the rest of the stuff running.
Object. D set O to object. E set O T was visited. To false. F if object is null. Return
If I can get this image onto the quad, that'd be a big W.
5 1 0.
I can finally like,
Operator instances. For in iterator instances are ordinary objects that inherit properties from the
Finish up the shader program.
intrinsic object. For in iterator instances are initially created with the internal slots listed in Table 39. 12. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. Table 39. Internal slots of for in iterator instances. Internal slot, type, description, object.
And animate it to like,
Value whose properties are being iterated. Object was visited. A boolean, true if the iterator has invoked on, false otherwise. Visited keys, a list of strings. The values
rescale the desktop to like normal mode and then like this mode, whatever.
be emitted for the current object before iterating the properties of its prototype. If its prototype is not null. 14.8 The continue statement syntax. Continue statement. Yield.
Lerp.
Continue. No line terminator here. Label identifier yield await. 1.4. 8. 1 static semantics. Early errors. Continue statement. Continue label identifier. It is a syntax error if this continue statement is not
Wait, lerp is a word.
or indirectly, but not crossing function nor
Is lerp used for like everything,
in an iteration statement.
not just
To runtime
translating the position of something
continues.
over time?
Continue. Return completion record. Continue. Empty. Continue.
Oh, it's LERP,
Identifier. Let
not LU.
identifier. Return completion record.
Linear interpolation.
Label 4.9 The break
What the hell is E for?
statement.
For Euler? For linear? Euler?
Break. No line terminator here. Label identifier yield await. 1.4.
Rotational
Static
position?
early errors. Breaks.
Linear, Euler, rotational position. Is that what it stands for?
Comma it is a syntax error if this break statement is not nested.
Oh, percent. So linear,
Initialization block
what is Euler? Even part of it.
statement or a switch statement. 4. 9. 2 runtime semantics. Evaluation break statement. Break. Return completion record. Break. Empty break statement. Break label identifier. Let label be the string value of label identifier. Return completion record. Break. Empty label. 4.10 The turn statement syntax. Return statement. Yield. Await.
L is for linear. This signifies interpretation happens in a straight line or a constant rate between two given values.
Row.
ERP represents interpolation.
Return statement. Return completion record. Return undefined. Empty return statement. Return
So I don't know, lerping to scale it, that should be easy.
expression. Let x per value be. Get value x per f. If get generator kind is ASCII NC. Set x
What the hell's ERP?
x per value. Return completion record. Return x per value. Empty. A return statement causes a function to cease execute.
Enterprise resource planning.
Returns a value to note the caller. If expression is omitted, the return value is undefined. Otherwise, the return value is the value of expression.
How does ERP represent interpolation
Depending on,
or interpolation?
for example, in a try block, a
I need to focus actually,
record may be
or
replaced.
try to.
Completion record during evaluation of the finally block. Legacy 4.11 Thewith statement. Note 1.
I gotta try this struct stuff
Discouraged
and get this thing running.
script code. Consider alternatives that are permitted in both strict mode code and non-strict code, such as destructuring assignment. 14. ECMA International 2024. Syntax. With statement. Yield. Await. Return. With expression. Plus in yield await. Statement yield await return. 4. 1 1. 1 static semantics. Early errors. With statement. With expression. Statement. It is a syntax error if the source text matched by this production is contained in strict mode code. It is a syntax error if is labeled function. Statement. Is true. Note it is only necessary to apply the second rule if the extension specified in B.
I like the green in this theme. In this theme or whatever.
Runtime semantics. Evaluation with statement. With
It really like stands out against the rest.
Evaluation of expression. Let OBJB. To object,
even though it's muted.
val.
Very fancy.
Execution context's lexical environment. Let new env be new
I gotta try to start stuff.
BJ.
And get this done with.
V. Set the running execution context's lexical environment to new env. Let C be completion. Evaluation of statement. Set the running execution context's lexical environment to old env. Return. Update empty. C. Undefined. Note to the with statement adds an object environment record for a computed object to the lexical environment of the running execution context. It then executes a statement using this augmented lexical environment. Finally, it restores the original lexical environment. Note no matter how control leaves the embedded statement, whether normally or by some form of abrupt completion or exception, the lexical environment is always restored to its former state. 4.12 The switch statement syntax. Switch statement. Yield. Await. Return. Switch. Expression. Plus in yield await. Case block yield await return. Case block. Yield. Await. Return. Case clauses yield await return. Opt. Case clauses yield await return. Opt. Default clause yield await return. Case clauses yield await return. Opt. Case clauses. Yield. Await. Return. Case clause yield await return. Case clauses yield await return. Case clause yield await return. modules concrete method of a cyclic module record module takes optional argument host defined anything and returns a promise. It populates the of all the module records in the dependency graph of module. Most of the work is done by the auxiliary function in a module loading. It takes an optional host-defined parameter that is passed to the host load imported module hook. It performs the following steps when called. If host-defined is not present, let host-defined be empty. Let PC be new promise capability, %promise %. Let state be the graph loading state record. True. 1. Promise capability, PC. Host-defined, perform in a module loading. State, module, return PC. 6, 2, 1, 5, 1, 1 in a module loading. State, module. The abstract operation in a module loading takes argument state, a graph loading state record, and module, a module record, and returns unused. It is used by load requested modules to recursively perform the actual loading process for modules dependency graph. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. State is true if module is a cyclic module record, module is new, and state does not contain module. Then, A. Append module to state. B. Let requested modules count be the number of elements in module. C. Set state to state plus requested modules count. D. For each string required of module, do. I. If module contains a record whose is required. Then, let record be that record. Perform in a module loading. State. Record. 2. Else. Note the host-defined parameter can be used to pass additional information necessary to fetch the imported modules. It is used, for example, by HTML to set the correct fetch destination for link rel equals preload as equals. Tags import. Expressions never set the host-defined parameter. ECMA International 2024 373. 1. Perform host load imported module. Module. Required. State. State. Note. Host load imported module will call finish loading imported module, which re-enters the graph loading process through continue module loading. 3. If state is false, return unused. Assert. State 1. Set state to state 1. If state equals 0, then A. Set state to false. B. For each cyclic module record loaded of state, do. I. If loaded is new, set loaded to unlinked. C. Perform. Call. State. Undefined. Undefined. Return unused. 6, 2, 1, 5, 1. To continue module loading. State. Module completion. The abstract operation continue module lower, ding takes argument state, a graph loading state record. It is used to re-enter the loading process after a call to host load imported module. It performs the following steps when called. If state is false, return unused. If module completion is a normal completion, then A. Perform in a module loading. State. Module completion. Else. A. Set state to false. B. Perform. Call. State. Undefined. Module completion. Return unused. 6, 2, 1, 5, to link. The link concrete method of a cyclic module record module takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. On success, link transitions this modules from unlinked to linked. On failure, an exception is thrown and this modules remains unlinked. Most of the work is done by the auxiliary function in a module linking. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. Module is one of unlinked, linked, evaluating a sync, or evaluated. Let stack be a new empty list. Let result be completion, in a module linking. Module. Stack. 0. If result is an abrupt completion, then A. For each cyclic module record M of stack, do. I assert. M is linking. 2. Set M to unlinked. B. Assert. Module is unlinked. C. Return result. Assert. Module is one of linked, evaluating a sync, or evaluated. Assert. Stack is empty. Return unused. 6, 2, 1, 5, 2. Module records, and index, a non-negative integer, and returns either a normal completion recursively on all other modules in the dependency graph. The stack and index parameters, as well as the modules and fields, keep track of the depth first search, DFS, traversal, 74, copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, in particular, is used to discover strongly connected components, SCCs, such that all modules in an SCC transition to link together. It performs the following steps when called if module is not a cyclic module record. Then, A perform module link, B return index. If module is one of linking, linked, evaluating a sync, or evaluated, then A return index, assert. Module is unlinked, set module to linking, set module to index, set module to index, set index to index plus 1, append module to stack. For each string required of module, do a let required mod will be get imported module. Module required B set index to inner module linking, required module, stack, index. See if required module is a cyclic module record. Then, I assert, required module is one of linking, linked, evaluating a sync, or evaluated. 2. Assert, required module is linking if and only if stack contains required module. 3. If required module is linking, then, set module to min, module, required module. 0. Perform module initialize environment. 1. Assert, module occurs exactly once in stack. 2. Assert, module module. 3. If module equals module, then, A let done be false, B repeat. While done is false, I let required module be the last element of stack. 2. Remove the last element of stack. 3. Assert, required module is a cyclic module record. 5. Set required module to linked. V if required module and module are the same module record. Set done to true. 4. Return index. 6, 2, 1, 5, 3. Evaluate. The evaluate concrete method of a cyclic module record module takes no arguments and returns a promise. Evaluate transitions this modules from linked to either evaluating a sync or evaluated. The first time it is called on a module in a given strongly connected component, evaluate creates and returns a promise which resolves when the module has finished evaluating. This promise is stored in the field of the for the component. Future invocations of evaluate on any module in the component return the same promise. Most of the work is done by the auxiliary function in a module evaluation. It performs the following steps when called assert. This call to evaluate is not happening at the same time as another call to evaluate within the surrounding agent. Assert. Module is one of linked, evaluating a sync, or evaluated. If module is either evaluating a sync or evaluated, set module to module. If module is not empty, then a return module. Let stack be a new empty list. Let capability be new promise capability, %promise %, set module to capability. Let result be completion, in a module evaluation, module, stack, 0. If result is an abrupt completion, then, A for each cyclic module record M of stack. Do I assert? M is evaluating, ECMA International 2024 375. 2. Set M to evaluated. 3. Set M to result. B assert. Module is evaluated. C assert. Module is result. D perform. Call. Capability, undefined. Result, 0. Else, A assert. Module is either evaluating a sync or evaluated. B assert. Module is empty. C if model E is false. Then, I assert. Module is evaluated. 2. Perform. Call. Capability, undefined. Undefined. D assert. Stack is empty. 1. Return capability. 6, 2, 1, 5, 3. 1 in a module evaluation. Module. Stack. Index. The abstract operation in a module evaluation takes arguments module, a module record, stack, a list of cyclic module records, and index, a non-negative integer, and returns either a normal completion containing a non-negative integer or a throw completion. It is used by evaluate to perform the actual evaluation process for module, as well as recursively on all other modules in the dependency graph. The stack and index parameters, as well as modules and fields, are used the same way as in inner module linking. It performs the following steps when called if module is not a cyclic module record. Then, A let promise be module evaluate, B assert. Promise is not pending, C if promise is rejected. Then, I return throw completion, promise D return index. If module is either evaluating a sync or evaluated, then A. If module is empty, return index. B. Otherwise, return module. If module is evaluating, return index. Assert module is linked, set module to evaluating, set module to index, set module to index, set module to 0, set index to index plus 1, 0. Append module to stack. 1. For each string required of module, do A. Let required module be get imported module. Module required. B. Set index to inner module evaluation, required module, stack, index. C. If required module is a cyclic module record, then I assert required module is one of evaluating a sync, or evaluated. 2. Assert required module is evaluating if and only if stack contains required module. 3. If required module is evaluating, then set module to min, module, required module. 5. Else, set required module to required module. Assert required module is either evaluating a sync or evaluated. If required module is not empty, return required module. V. If required module is true, then set module to module plus 1. Append module to return 24. A. B. Assert module is false and was never previously set to true. Set module to true. C. Note, the order in which module records have either fields transition to true is significant. C1 6, 2, 1, 5, 3, 4. D. If module equals 0, perform execute async module. Module 13. Else, A. Perform module execute module. 4. Assert module occurs exactly once in stack. 5. Assert module 6. If module equals module, then A. Let done be false. B. Repeat while done is false. I let required module be the last element of stack. 2. Remove the last element of stack. 3. Assert required module is a cyclic module record. 5. If required module is false, set required module to evaluated. V. Otherwise, set required module to evaluating a sync. V. If required module and module are the same module record, set done to true. 7. Set required module to module. 7. Return index. Note 1. A module is evaluating while it is being traversed by inner module evaluation. A module is evaluated on execution completion or evaluating a sync during execution if its field is true or if it has asynchronous dependencies. Note to any modules depending on a module of an asynchronous cycle when that cycle is not evaluating will instead depend on the execution of the root of the cycle via. This ensures that the cycle state can be treated as a single strongly connected component through its root module state. 6, 2, 1, 5, 3. To execute a sync module. Module. The abstract operation execute a sync module takes argument module, a cyclic module record, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called. Assert module is either evaluating or evaluating a sync. Assert module is true. Let capability be new promise capability, %promise %. Let fulfilled closure be a new abstract closure with no parameters that captures module and performs the following steps when called. A. Perform a sync module execution fulfilled. Module be returned undefined. Let unfulfilled be create built-in function. Fulfilled closure 0. Let rejected closure be a new abstract closure with parameters. Error that captures module and performs the following steps when called. A. Perform a sync module execution rejected. Module error be returned undefined. Let on rejected be create built-in function. Rejected closure 0. Perform promise then. Capability on fulfilled. On rejected. Perform module execute module. Capability 0. Return unused. 6, 2, 1, 5, 3. 3. Gather available ancestors. Module execlist. The abstract operation gather available ancestors takes arguments module, a cyclic module record, and execlist, a list of cyclic module records, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called. For each cyclic module record M of module, do A. If execlist does not contain M and M is empty, then I as cert. M is evaluating a sync. ECMA International 2024 377. 2. Assert M is empty. 3. Assert M is true. I've assert M 0 V set M to M1V. If M equals 0, then append M to exec list. If M is false, perform gather available ancestors. M exec list. Return unused. 6, 2, 1, 5, 3. For async module execution fulfilled. Module. The abstract operation async module execution fulfilled takes argument module, a cyclic module record, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called. If module is evaluated, then A assert. Module is not empty. B return unused. Assert. Module is evaluating async. Assert. Module is true. Assert. Module is empty. Set module to false. Set module to evaluated. If module is not empty, then A assert. Module is module. B perform. Call. Module. Undefined. Undefined. Let exec list be a new empty list. Perform gather available ancestors. Module. Exec list. 0. Let sorted exec list be a list whose elements are the elements of exec list, in the order in which they had their field set to true in inner module evaluation. 1. Assert. All elements of sorted exec list have their field set to true, field set to 0, and field set to empty. 2. For each cyclic module record M of sorted exec list. Do A if M is evaluated. Then I assert M is not empty. B else if M is true. Then I perform execute async module. MC else. I let result be M execute module. 2. If result is an abrupt completion, then perform async module execution rejected. M result 3. Else set M to evaluated. If M is not empty, then A assert M is M. B perform. Call M undefined. Undefined. 3. Return unused. 6, 2, 1, 5, 3. 5 async module execution rejected. Module. Error. The abstract operation async module execution rejected takes arguments module, a cyclic module record, and error, an ECMA script language value, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called. 1. If module is evaluated, then note when an asynchronous execution for a root module is fulfilled. This function determines the list of modules which are able to synchronously execute together on this completion, populating them in exec list. 78. ECMA International 2024. A assert. Module is not empty. B return unused. Assert. Module is evaluating async. Assert. Module on is true. Assert. Module is empty. Set module to throw completion. Error. Set module to evaluated. For each cyclic module record M of module. Do A perform async module execution rejected. M. Error. If module is not empty, then A assert. Module is module. B perform. Call. Module. Undefined. Error. Return unused. 6, 2, 1, 5. For example, cyclic module record graphs. This non-normative section gives a series of examples of the linking and evaluation of a few common module graphs, with a specific focus on how errors can occur. First, consider the following simple module graph. Figure 2, a simple module graph. Capital A, capital B, capital C. Let's first assume that there are no error conditions. When a host first calls a load requested modules, this will complete successfully by assumption, and recursively load the dependencies of B and C as well, respectively, C and none, and then set A equals B equals C equals unlinked. Then, when the host calls a link, it will complete successfully, again by assumption, such that A equals B equals C equals linked. These preparatory steps can be performed at any time. Later, when the host is ready to incur any possible side effects of the modules, it can call a evaluate, which will complete successfully, returning a promise resolving to undefined, again by assumption. Recursively having evaluated first C and then B, each modules at this point will be evaluated. Consider then cases involving linking errors after a successful call to a load requested modules. If in a module linking of C succeeds but, thereafter, fails for B, for example because it imports something that C does not provide, then the original A link will fail, and both A and B's remain unlinked. C's has become linked, though, finally, Consider a case involving evaluation errors after a successful call to link. If in a module evaluation of C succeeds but, thereafter, fails for B, for example because B contains code that throws an exception, then the original A evaluate will fail, returning a rejected promise. The resulting exception will be recorded in both A and B's fields, and they will become evaluated. C will also become evaluated but A and B will remain without an, as it successfully completed evaluation. Storing the exception ensures that any time a host tries to reuse a
So, I don't know.
method,
Last time, or a while ago,
hosts are not required to reuse cyclic mod
I think this is like 16 days
not
or 15.
exception objects thrown by.
I get this shit done
However,
way too long.
such use
But inside of,
condition copyright sign
to define like an array
379 figure 3
that's like,
wrapped with an unresolvable module capital A.
variable length.
In this scenario, mod
I figured out like this kind of trick, whatever.
but no module.
I can define,
That is host load imported module calls finish loading imported module with an exception when asked for it. This
a list of the items in the array
responding risk
here and cast it to the type it needs to be
module returning some
as a variable length array.
source text.
In X here, I pass in either const or nonst,
And they pass to finish loading imported module.
so I can make it constant for where it gets
A loading failure.
for this macro that computes
The difference here between loading, linking and
its size, whatever.
is due to the following characteristic. Evaluation must be only performed once, as it
Why is constant after?
is thus important to remember whether evaluation has already been performed, even if unsuccessfully, in the error case. It makes sense to also remember the exception because otherwise subsequent evaluate.
Oh, I'm passing in the macro.
Linking, on the other hand, effect-free, and thus even if it fails, it can be
And I'm passing in the keyword const.
used.
So I was passing in const.
Host
So const gets passed in
them to allow users to
to this macro here,
for example,
to place it here.
caused by temporarily bad network conditions. Now, consider a
So inside of size CA to stand for like
capital A, B, C. Here,
size and then
module A, so that the host proceeds
constant array.
hosted modules, which performs in a module,
I get the size of the constant array by putting in a macro.
and C because of the cycle. This again triggers in a module loading on A, but at this point it is a no-op since A's dependencies loading has already been triggered during this load requested modules process. When all the modules in the graph have been successfully loaded, their transitions from new to unlit,
And I define the stages, whatever this thing is, whatever,
which perform
to the constant array
turn call
by using here
cycle,
the macro
module linking
that's defined to the constant array here
is already linking. B itself remains linking
with the two properties in it.
and in a module linking is triggered on C up
So I say it's equal to this array, whatever,
together.
and then I pass in non-const,
They form a strongly connected
which is a define that's nothing,
transition to status of
to stand for like not constant.
during this phase the module graph is traversed with a depth first search and
So define non-const, literally to nothing,
mod
just like a placeholder keyword.
case. Now consider a case where A has a
But actually, I don't think anything needs to be passed in.
ending from C that does not exist. In that case, the above steps still occur.
If I use VA args,
The second call to inner module linking on A, however,
which I might try.
back to the original inner module linking on A, it fails during initialize environment, name
So I don't know. That's how, like, a trick or whatever.
the thrown syntax error exception propagates up to A link, which resets all modules that
But then
back. The
that involves having to make a separate define.
still linking. Hence both A and B become unlinked. Note that C is left as linked. 3. Copy
So chatbot solution, it doesn't work.
24. Alternatively, consider a case where A has an evaluation error. For example,
So I need, like, a combination of both.
in that case, the evaluation time analog of the above steps still occurs, including the early return from the second call to inner module evaluation on A. However, once we unwind back to the original inner module evaluation on A, it fails by assumption. The exception thrown propagates up to A evaluate.
So I don't know, whatever. I need some water.
Modules that
I need some more sugar.
is, the modules evaluating
So I'm gonna like figure out the best way to like
modules which contain or
template this or whatever.
level await through the whole dependency graph through the assisted
Because I want to use the same like
algorithm.
system for other things.
Both A and B become evaluated and the exception is recorded
I don't know, whatever. I can't focus.
while C.
I'll get some done though.
Lastly, consider
At some point.
the cycle where all
Yeah.
Figure 5, an asynchronous cyclic module graph. Capital A, B, C, D, E, loading and linking happen as before, and all modules end up with set to linked. Calling A evaluate calls in a module evaluation on A, B, and E, which all transition to evaluating. Then in a module evaluation is called on A again, which is a no op because it is already evaluating. At this point, D is 0, so execute a sync module. D is called and we call D execute module with a new promise capability tracking the asynchronous execution of D. We unwind back to the inner module evaluation on B, setting B to 1 and B to true. We unwind back to the original inner module evaluation on A, setting A to 1. In the next iteration of the loop over A's dependencies, we call inner module evaluation on C and thus on D, again a no op. And D as E has no dependencies and is not part of a cycle, we call execute a sync module, E. In the same manner as D and E is immediately removed from the stack, we unwind once more to the original inner module evaluation on A, setting C to true. Now we finish the loop over A's dependencies, set A to true, and remove the entire strongly connected component from the stack, transitioning all of the modules to evaluating a sync at once. At this point, the fields of the modules are as given in Table 46. Table 46, module fields after T, the initial evaluate, call, fields, modules, capital A, capital B, capital C, capital D, capital E, DFS index, DFS ancestor index, status, evaluating async evaluation, true, 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 async parent modules, double angle quotation mark, A, B, C, pending async dependencies, B and C, D and E, copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, 81. Let us assume that E finish is executing first. When that happens, async module execution fulfilled is called, E is set to evaluated and C is decremented to become 1. The fields of the updated modules are as given in Table 47. Table 47, module fields after module E finishes executing, fields, modules, capital C, capital E, DFS index, DFS ancestor index, status, evaluating async, evaluated, async evaluation, true, true, async parent modules, A, C, pending async dependencies, D is next to finish, as it was the only module that was still executing. When that happens, async module execution fulfilled is called again and D is set to evaluated. Then B is decremented to become 0. Execute async module is called on B, and it starts executing. C is also decremented to become 0, and C starts executing, potentially in parallel to B if B contains an await. The fields of the updated modules are as given in Table 48. Table 48. Module fields after module D finishes executing, fields, modules, capital B, capital C, capital D, DFS index, DFS ancestor index, status, evaluating async, evaluating async, evaluated, async evaluation, true, 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 async parent modules, A, B, C, pending async dependencies. Let us assume that C finish is executing next. When that happens, async module execution fulfilled is called again. C is set to evaluated and A is decremented to become 1. The fields of the updated modules are as given in Table 49. Table 49, module fields after module C finish is executing, fields, modules, capital A, capital C, DFS index, DFS ancestor index, status, evaluating async, evaluated, 382. ECMA International 2024. Table 49. Module fields after module C finish is executing. Continued fields modules capital A capital C async evaluation true async parent modules double angle quotation mark A pending async dependencies B then B finishes executing. When that happens, async module execution fulfilled is called again and B is set to evaluated. A is decremented to become 0. So execute async module is called and it starts executing. The fields of the updated modules errors given in Table 50. Table 50. Module fields after module B finishes executing. Fields modules capital A capital B DFS index DFS ancestor index status evaluating async evaluated async evaluation true async parent modules double angle quotation mark A pending async dependencies. Finally, A finish is executing. When that happens, async module execution fulfilled is called again and A is set to evaluated. At this point, the promise in A, which was returned from A evaluate, is resolved, and this concludes the handling of this module graph. The fields of the updated modular is given in Table 51. Table 51. Module fields after module A finishes executing. Fields modules capital A DFS index DFS ancestor index status evaluated async evaluation true async parent modules double angle quotation mark pending async dependencies. Alternatively, consider a failure case where C fails execution and returns an error before B has finished executing. When that happens, async module execution rejected is called, which sets C to evaluated and ECMA International 2024 383 C to the error. It then propagates this error to all of the async parent modules by performing async module execution rejected on each of them. The fields of the updated modules errors given in Table 52. Table 52. Module fields after module C finishes with an error. Fields modules capital A capital C DFS index DFS ancestor index status evaluated async evaluation true async parent modules double angle quotation mark A pending async dependencies B evaluation error empty C's evaluation error A will be rejected with the same error as C since C will call async module execution rejected on A with C's error. A is set to evaluated. At this point the promise in A, which was returned from A evaluate, is rejected. The fields of the updated modular is given in Table 53. Table 53. Module fields after module A is rejected. Fields modules capital A DFS index DFS ancestor index status evaluated async evaluation true async parent modules double angle quotation mark pending async dependencies evaluation error C's evaluation error. Then B finish is executing without an error. When that happens, async module execution fulfilled is called again and B is set to evaluated. Gather available ancestors is called on B. However, A is A which has an evaluation error, so it will not be added to the returned sorted exec list and async module execution fulfilled will return without further processing. Any future importer of B will resolve the rejection of B from the evaluation error from C that was set on the cycle root A. The fields of the updated modules errors given in Table 54. 84. Copyright sign ECMA International 2024. Table 54. Module fields after module B finish is executing in an erroring graph. Fields modules capital A capital B DFS index DFS ancestor index status evaluated async evaluation true async parent modules double angle quotation mark A pending async dependencies evaluation error C's evaluate iron error empty 1621 6 source text module records. A source text module record is used to represent information about a module that was defined from a CMA script source text 11 that was parsed using the goal symbol module. Its fields contain digested information about the names that are imported and exported by the module, and its concrete methods use these digests to link and evaluate the module. A source text module record can exist in a module graph with other subclasses of the abstract module record type. and can participate in cycles with other subclasses of the cyclic module record type, in addition to the fields defined in Table 43. Source text module records have the additional fields listed in Table 55. Each of these fields is initially set in parse module. Table 55. Additional fields of source text module records: field name, value type, meaning, ECMA script code, a parse node, the result of parsing the source text of this module using module as the goal symbol, context, an ECMA script code execution context or empty, the execution context associated with this module. It is empty until the module's environment has been initialized. Import meter, an object, or empty, an object exposed through the import meter property. It is empty until it is accessed by ECMA script code. Import entries, a list of import entry records. A list of import entry records derived from the code of this module. Local export entries, export entry
I hate how I catch up on sleep
of this module that correspond to
and then I can't focus.
within the module. Indirect
But if I'm exhausted,
entry records,
that's when I can focus.
records derived from the code of this module that corresponds
It makes no sense.
that occur within the module.
It's so annoying.
Namespace deck
'Cause I caught up on so much sleep. And now I'm
2024.
I don't want to fucking think. Because I'm
Additional fields of
I don't even know.
records. Continued. An import
It's so much work to just
information about a single
focus that I'm why do I want to focus?
fields.
When I'm tired, it's I can just focus.
Import
Because it's well, I'm tired anyways.
name, value type.
Yeah, it makes no sense. I don't know.
Entries. A list of export entry records
And Microsoft stole the operating system, whatever.
correspond to export declaration
I like how
module, not including export as name,
well, legally, no, they didn't steal it.
value type.
Ethically, they stole it.
A string value.
Legally, anything is possible.
Declaration, import name, a string or namespace object, the name under which the desired binding is exported by the module identifier.
So it's called QDOS
This object indicates that the import request
for quick, dirty operating system because it's a ripoff of CPM.
the imported value from within the importing module. Not. E1 Table 57 gives examples of import entry records fields used to represent the syntax.
Or whatever.
Table 57
They acquired QDOS, Microsoft, whatever.
things to
I like how IBM,
form module record
right here.
name, local name,
Microsoft then licensed it to IBM
mod, names,
as MS. What the fuck
X, from mod, X,
does IBM have to do with any of this?
mod, X,
And then IBM is tied into Apple.
record is not created.
IBM is such a shady company. Holy fuck.
Declarative export. Each export entry record has the field
It's like Monopoly times 10,000 billion.
byte sign. ECMA International 2024. Table 58. Export entry record
Here's the thing though.
value type, meaning
Microsoft didn't have an operating system.
to export
And it says
module request. A string
they did not steal it, legally speaking.
fire of the
They acquired QDOS,
export declaration does not
quick and dirty operating system.
name a string, not all, or all but default. The
Operating system.
by the module identifier
What is Windows? What's Windows?
is used for export as a
It's an operating system,
all but
except the Windows acquired.
declarations. Local name
They acquired
that is used to locally access
QDOS,
within the
which stands for quick and dirty
accessible from within the module.
operating system.
Export entry
What is Windows without the operating system? Oh, Windows is the operating system.
entry record.
But Windows isn't actually an operating system
Import name, local name, export bar V.
without QDOS, quick and dirty operating system.
Null F. Export default, function, default, null,
Windows is literally like a shell,
null default,
but a pathetic piece of shit shell.
null X, export,
Literally stole
null V,
an operating system designed by a teacher.
mod X, null export v is x from mod
And then chatbot's like,
e
it was a win for Microsoft
mod all but
because Gary Cadell was a prick. He just wouldn't give up his intellectual property.
indefinite
He was just so stuck to teaching and trying to like help people and get them learned. I like saying get learned because it's funny. I know it's not correct to say get learned. And I'm not saying it because I don't know.
source
Like get learned, I'm saying it on purpose.
the abstract operation
So I don't know, whatever. So Gary Cadell was such a prick.
source
He just wouldn't give it up. So Microsoft had to pay someone else to make QDOS,
module record or a non-empty.
quick and dirty operating system.
It creates a source text mod
Because Microsoft never was an operating system to start with.
the following steps when called
It was literally a window application that works on top of QDOS,
return body
which still runs in Windows
requests of body
after all these years.
entries be import entries of body letting
Windows is literally pathetic.
import
Like pathetic as fuck.
entries be a new empty list. Let local export entries be a new empty list. Let star export entries be a new empty list.
And they did even worse with the browser.
B 0
That way, with the browser, whatever,
E of X.
Windows, like, they had a licensing set up.
Then I of imp
This is really boring. I don't know.
E then 1
I should focus and get something done.
entries 2 else. Let IE be the element of import entries whose is EE if IE is name.
I don't know. Windows is shit.
A note. This is a re-export of an imported module namespace object. Be append DE to local export entry.
Alright, so I gotta, like,
This is a re-export of a single name. Be append
get this up running.
DE import name.
I think I'm gonna, like, try to figure it out without asking chatbot.
Else if EE is all but default, then
So I don't keep losing brain cells.
entries.
Because using chatbot,
Indirect export entry.
I know I'm, like, losing brain cells because I'm not really thinking. I'm just, like,
Text mod.
copy pasting whatever chatbot said. And I don't learn anything because I just, like, assume it's correct or, like,
Empty. Empty. New.
I adjust it, but I don't, like, write it myself.
Empty.
So I don't, like, remember any of the stuff I'm doing when using chatbot.
Indirect export
So
entry.
I don't know, whatever.
Colon empty. Empty. 6. For early error conditions prior to the evaluation of parse module for that module.
So I get this constant union, whatever stuff sorted out,
Where this specification actually performs.
and get this shader program done.
8. ECMA International
I need to focus. I really need to focus.
point of an export circularity. B. Return a new empty list. Append module to export star set. Let B. Exported names be a new empty list. For each export entry recording of module, do A assert mod
I need to order contact lenses too.
E.
I'm programming with one contact lens.
For each export
It's kind of hard to see.
do A assert module imports a specific binding for this export. B assert E is not null. C append D to exported names.
Alright, I gotta, like, find music and focus.
Module do A assert E is not null. B let requested module be get imported module. Module E C let star names be requested module get exported names. Export star set. D for each element n of star names. Do I if same value n default is false. Then if exported names does not contain n, then I append n to exported names 9. Return exported names 6 2 1 6 3 resolve export. Export name, resolve set. The resolve export concrete method of a source text module record module takes argument export name, a string, and optional argument resolve set, a list of records with fields, a module record, and a string, and returns a resolved binding record. Null or ambiguous. Resolve export attempts to resolve an imported binding to the actual defining module and local binding name. The defining module may be the module represented by the module record this method was invoked on or some other module that is imported by that module. The parameter resolve set is used to detect and resolved circular import-export paths. If a pair consisting of specific module record and export name is reached that is already in resolve set, an import circularity has been encountered. Before recursively calling resolve export, a pair consisting of module and export name is added to resolve set. If a defining module is found, a resolved binding record is returned. This record identifies the resolved binding of the originally requested export, unless this is the export of a namespace with no local binding. In this case, will be set to namespace. If no definition was found or the request is found to be circular, null is returned. If the request is found to be ambiguous, ambiguous is returned. It performs the following steps when called assert. Module is not new. If resolve set is not present, set resolve set to a new empty list for each record. R of resolve set. Do. A if module and R are the same module record and same value, export name, R, is true, then I assert. This is a circular import request. 2. Return null. Append the record, module, export name, to resolve set for each export entry recording of module. Do. A if same value, export name, E, is true, then I assert. Module provides the direct T binding for this export. 2. Return resolved binding record, module, E, for each export entry recording of module. Do. A if same value, export name, E, is true, then ECMA International 2024-389. Note: get exported names does not filter out or throw an exception for names that have ambiguous star export bindings. I assert. E is not null. 2. Let imported module beget imported module, module, E. 3. If E is all, then assert. Module does not provide the direct binding for this export. Return resolved binding record, imported module, namespace, I've, else, assert. Module imports a specific binding for this export. Return imported module resolve export, E, resolve set. If same value, export name, default, is true, then I assert. A default export was not explicitly defined by this module. B return null. C note. A default export cannot be provided by an export from mod declaration. Let star resolution be null for each export entry recording of module. Do. A assert. E is not null. B let imported module beget imported module, module, E. C let resolution be imported module resolve export, export name, resolve set. D if resolution is ambiguous, return ambiguous. E if resolution is not null, then I assert. Resolution is a resolved binding record. 2. If star resolution is null, then set star resolution to resolution 3. Else, assert. There is more than one import that includes the requested name. If resolution and star resolution are not the same module record, return ambiguous. If resolution is not star resolution and either resolution or star resolution is namespace, return ambiguous. If resolution is a string, star resolution is a string, and same value, resolution, star resolution, is false, return ambiguous. 0. Return star resolution 6, 2, 1, 6. For initialize environment, the initialize environment concrete method of a source text module record module takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called for each export entry recording of module. Do. A assert. E is not null. B let resolution be module resolve export. E. See if resolution is either null or ambiguous. Throw a syntax error exception. D assert. Resolution is a resolved binding record. Assert. All named exports from module are resolvable. Let realm be module. Assert. Realm is not undefined. Let env be new module environment. Realm, set module, ent, to env, for each import entry recording of module. Do. A let imported module beget imported module, module, in even is namespace object. Then, I let namespace beget module namespace, imported module. 2. perform env create a mutable binding in true. 3. Perform env initialize binding in namespace. See else. 90. ECMA International 2024. I2. Let resolution be imported module resolve export. In if resolution is either null or ambiguous, throw a syntax error exception. 3. If resolution is namespace, then let namespace beget module namespace. Resolution. Perform env create a mutable binding in true. Perform env initialize binding in namespace. 5. Else. Perform env create import binding in resolution. Resolution. Let module context be a new ECMA script code execution context. Set the function of module context to null. 0. Assert. Module is not undefined. 1. Set the realm of module context to module. 2. Set the script for module of module context to module. 3. Set the variable environment of module context to module. 4. Set the lexical environment of module context to module. 5. Set the private environment of module context to null. 6. Set module to module context. 7. Push module context onto the execution context stack. Module context is now the running execution context. 8. Let code be module. 9. Let var declarations be the var scope declarations of code. 0. Let declared var names be a new empty list. 1. For each element D of our declarations, do A for each element Dn of the bound names of D, do I if declared var names does not contain Dn, then perform env create mutable binding, Dn, false. Perform env initialize binding, Dn, undefined. Append Dn to declared var names. 2. Let lex declarations be the lexically scoped declarations of code. 3. Let private env be null. 4. For each element D of lex declarations, do A for each element Dn of the bound names of D, do I if his constant declaration of D is true, then perform env create a mutable binding, Dn, true 2. Else, perform env create mutable binding, Dn, false. 3. If D is either a function declaration, a generator declaration, an async function declaration, or an async generator declaration, then let phob instantiate function object of D with arguments env and private env. Perform env initialize binding, Dn, pho. 5. Remove module context from the execution context stack. 6. Return unused. 6, 2, 1, 6. 5. Execute module. Capability. The execute module concrete method of a source text module record module takes optional argument capability, a promise capability record, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw complete in. It performs the following steps when called. Let module context be a new ECMA script code execution context. Set the function of module context to null. Set the realm of module context to module. Set the script for module of module context to module. Assert. Module has been linked and declarations in its module environment have been instantiated. Set the variable environment of module context to module. Set the lexical environment of module context to module. Suspend the running execution context. If module is false, then A assert. Capability is not present. B push module context onto the execution context stack. Module context is now the running execution context. C let result be completion. Evaluation of module. ECMA International 2024 391. Desuspend module context and remove it from the execution context stack. Resume the context that is now on the top of the execution context stack as the running execution context. F if result is an abrupt completion, then I return result 10. Else, I assert. Capability is a promise capability record. B perform a sync block start. Capability, module. Module context. 1. Return unused. 6, 2, 1. 7. Get imported module. Referrer. Specifier. The abstract operation get imported module takes arguments referrer, a cyclic module record, and specifier, a string, and returns a module record. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. Exactly one element of referrer is a record whose is specifier. Since load requested modules has completed successfully on referrer prior to invoking this abstract operation, let record be the record in referrer whose is specifier. Return record 6, 2, 1, 8 host load imported module. Referrer. Specifier. Host defined. Payload. The host defined abstract operation host load imported module takes arguments referrer. A script record. A cyclic module record. Or a realm record. Specifier. A string. Host defined anything. And payload. A graph loading state record or a promise capability record. And returns unused. Note an example of when referrer can be a realm record is in a web browser host. There. If a user clicks on a control given by button type equals button on click equals import foo.mjs click me button, there will be no active script or module at the time the import expression runs. More generally, this can happen in any situation where the host pushes execution contexts with null script or module components onto the execution context stack. An implementation of host load imported module must conform to the following requirements. The host environment must perform finished loading imported module. Referrer. Specifier. Payload. Result. Where result is either a normal completion containing the loaded module record or a throw completion, either synchronously or asynchronously, if this operation is called multiple times with the same referrer. Specifier. Pair and it performs finished loading imported module. Referrer. Specifier. Payload. Result. Where result is a normal completion, then it must perform finished loading imported module. Referrer. Specifier. Payload. Result. With the same result each time, the operation must treat payload as an opaque value to be passed through to finished loading imported module. The actual process performed is host defined, but typically consists of performing whatever I/O operations are necessary to load the appropriate module record. Multiple different referrer. Specifier. Pairs may map to the same module record instance. The actual mapping semantics is host-defined, but typically a normalization process is applied to specifier as part of the mapping process. A typical normalization process would include actions such as expansion of relative and abbreviated path specifiers. 92. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, 16219. 9 Finished loading imported module. Referrer. Specifier. Payload. Result. The abstract operation finished loading imported module takes arguments referrer, a script record, a cyclic module record, or a realm record. Specifier. A string. Payload. A graph loading state record or a promise capability record. And result. Either a normal completion containing a module record or a throw completion, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called. If result is a normal completion, then if referrer contains a record whose is specifier, then I assert that records is result b else I append the record specifier result to referrer. If payload is a graph loading state record, then a perform continue module loading payload result else a perform continue dynamic import payload result return unused 6 2 1 1 0 get module namespace module. The abstract operation get module namespace takes argument module, an instance of a concrete subclass of module record, and returns a module namespace object or empty. It retrieves the module namespace object representing module's exports, lazily creating it the first time it was requested, and storing it in module for future retrieval. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. If a module is a cyclic module record, then module is not new or unlinked, let namespace be module. If namespace is empty, then a let exported names be module get exported names. B let unambiguous names be a new empty list. C for each element name of exported names. Do I let resolution be module resolve export name. 2. If resolution is a resolved binding record, append name to unambiguous names. D set namespace to module namespace create module unambiguous names. Return namespace 6 2 1 1 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation module empty. Return undefined. Module body Module item list. Let result be completion, evaluation of module item list. If result is a normal completion and result is empty, then A returned undefined 3. Return result. Module item list. Module item list module item. Let SL be evaluation of module item list. Let S be completion, evaluation of module item. Return update empty S. SL. Note get module namespace never throws. Instead, unresolvable names are simply excluded from the namespace at this point. They will lead to a real linking error later unless they are all ambiguous star exports that are not explicitly requested anywhere. ECMA International 2024-393. Note the value of a module item list is the value of the last value producing item in the module item list. Module item. Import declaration. Return empty 16. 2. To import syntax. Import declaration. Import input clause from clause. Import module specifier. Import clause. Imported default binding. Namespace import. Named imports. Imported default binding. Namespace import. Imported default binding. Named imports. Imported default binding. Imported binding. Namespace import. As imported binding. Named imports. Imports list. Imports list. From clause. From module specifier. Imports list. Import specifier. Imports list. Import specifier. Import specifier. Imported binding. Module export name as imported binding module specifier. String literal imported binding. Binding identifier. Yield. Plus await. 16. 2. 2. 1 static semantics. Early errors. Module item. Import declaration. It is a syntax error if the bound names of import declaration contains any duplicate entries. 94. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024. 16. 2. 2. 2 static semantics. Import entries. The syntax-directed operation import entries takes no arguments and returns a list of import entry records. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Module. Empty. Return a new empty list. Module item list. Module item list module item. Let entries 1 be import entries of module item list. Let entries 2 be import entries of module item. Return the list concatenation of entries 1 and entries 2. Module item. Export declaration. Statement list item. Return a new empty list. Import declaration. Import import clause from clause. Let module be the sole element of module requests of from clause. Return import entries for module of import clause with argument module. Import declaration. Import module specifier. 1. Return a new empty list. 6. 2. 2. 3 static semantics. Import entries for module. The syntax-directed operation import entries for module takes argument module, a string, and returns a list of import entry records. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Import clause. Imported default binding. Namespace import. Let entries 1 be import entries for module of imported default binding with argument module. Let entries 2 be import entries for module of namespace import with argument module. Return the list concatenation of entries 1 and enter, i.e. S2. Import clause. Imported default binding. Named imports. Let entries 1 be import entries for module of imported default binding with argument module. Let entries 2 be import entries for module of named imports with argument module. Return the list concatenation of entries 1 and entries 2. Imported default binding. Imported binding. Let local name be the sole element of bound names of imported binding. Let default entry be the import entry record. Module. Default. Local name. Local name. Return default entry. Namespace import. As imported binding, let local name be the string value of imported binding. Let entry be the import entry record. Module. Namespace object. Local name. Local name. Return entry. ECMA International 2024-395. Named imports. Return a new empty list. Imports list. Imports list. Be the import entries for module of import specifier with argument module. Return the list concatenation of specs 1 and specs 2. Import specifier. Imported binding. Let local name be the sole element of bound names of imported binding. Let entry be the import entry record. Module. Local name. Local name. Local name. Return entry. Import specifier. Module export name as imported binding. Let import name be the string value of module export name. Let local name be the string value of imported binding. Let entry be the import entry record. Module import name, local name, return entry. 6, 2, 3 export syntax. Export declaration. Export from clause, export named exports. Export variable statement. Yield plus await. Export declaration. Yield plus await. Export default hoistable declaration. Yield plus await plus default. Export default class declaration. Yield plus await plus default. Export default. Look ahead. Function. Async. No line terminator here. Function class. Assignment expression. Plus in. Yield plus await. Export from clause. As module export name named exports. Exports list. Exports specifier. Exports list. Export specifier. Module export name. 96. ECMA International 2024. Mod named exports. It is a syntax error if referenced bindings of named exports contains any string literals. For each identifier name n in referenced bindings of named exports, it is a syntax error if string value of n is a reserved word or the string value of n is one of implements, interface, let, package, exported bindings. The syntax-directed operation exported bindings takes no arguments and returns a list of strings. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Module item list. Module item list. Module item. Let names 1 be exported bindings of module item list. Let names 2 be exported bindings of module item. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Module item. Import declaration. Statement list item. Return a new empty list. Export declaration. Export from clause 1. Return a new empty list. Export declaration. Export named exports. Return the exported bindings of named exports. Export declaration. Export variable statement 1. Return the bound names of variable statement. Export declaration. Export declaration 1. Return the bound names of declaration. Export declaration. Export default hoistable declaration. Export default class declaration. Export default assignment expression. Return the bound names of this export declaration. Note the above rule means that each referenced bindings of named exports is treated as an identifier reference. Note exported bindings are the locally bound names that are explicitly associated with a module's exported names. ECMA International 2024 397. Named exports. Return a new empty list. Exports list. Exports list. Export specifier. Let names 1 be the exported bindings of exports list. Let names 2 be the exported bindings of export specifier. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Export specifier. Module export name. Return a list whose sole element is the string value of module export name. Export specifier. Module export name as module export name. Return a list whose sole element is the string value of the first module export name. 6, 2, 3. 3 static semantics. Exported names. The syntax-directed operation exported names takes no arguments and returns a list of strings. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Module item list. Module item list. Module item. Let names 1 be exported names of module item list. Let names 2 be exported names of module item. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Module item. Export declaration. Return the exported names of export declaration. Module item. Import declaration. Statement list item. Return a new empty list. Export declaration. Export from clause. Return the exported names of export from clause. Export from clause. Return a new empty list. Export from clause. As module export name. Return a list whose sole element is the string value of module export name. Export from clause. Named exports. Return the exported names of named exports. 398. ECMA International 2024. Note exported names are the externally visible names that a module explicitly maps to one of its local name bindings. Export declaration. Export variable statement 1. Return the bound names of variable statement. Export declaration. Export declaration 1. Return the bound names of declaration. Export declaration. Export default hoistable declaration expa. T default class declaration. Export default assignment expression. Return default. Named exports. Return a new empty list. Exports list. Exports list. Export specifier. Let names 1 be the exported names of exports list. Let names 2 be the exported names of export specifier. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Export specifier. Module export name. Return a list whose sole element is the string value of module export name. Export specifier. Module export name as module export name. Return a list whose sole element is the string value of the second module export name. 6, 2, 3, 4 static semantics. Export entries. The syntax-directed operation export entries takes no arguments and returns a list of export entry records. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Module. Empty. Return a new empty list. Module item list. Module item list. Module item. Let entries 1 be export entries of module item list. Let entries 2 be export entries of module item. Return the list concatenation of entries 1 and entries 2. Module item. Import declaration. Statement list item. Return a new empty list. Export declaration. Export from clause. Let module be the sole element of module requests of from clause. Return export entries for module of export from clause with argument module. ECMA International 2024 399. 1 load requested modules, host defined. The load requested modules concrete method of a cyclic module record module takes optional argument host defined anything and returns a promise. It populates the of all the module records in the dependency graph of module. Most of the work is done by the auxiliary function in a module loading. It takes an optional host-defined parameter that is passed to the host load imported module hook. It performs the following steps when called. If host-defined is not present, let host-defined be empty. Let PC be new promise capability, %promise %. Let state be the graph loading state record. True. 1. Promise capability, PC. Host-defined, perform in a module loading. State, module, return PC. 6, 2, 1, 5, 1. 1 in a module loading. State, module. The abstract operation in a module loading takes argument state, a graph loading state record, and module, a module record, and returns unused. It is used by load requested modules to recursively perform the actual loading process for modules dependency graph. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. State is true if module is a cyclic module record. Module is new, and state does not contain module. Then, A. Append module to state. B. Let requested modules count be the number of elements in module. C. Set state to state plus requested modules count. D. For each string required of module, do. I. If module contains a record whose is required. Then, let record be that record. Perform in a module loading. State. Record. 2. Else. Note the host-defined parameter can be used to pass additional information necessary to fetch the imported modules. It is used, for example, by HTML to set the correct fetch destination for link rel equals preload as equals tags import. Expressions never set the host-defined parameter. ECMA International 2024 373. 1. Perform host load imported module. Module. Required. State. State. Note. Host load imported module will call finished loading imported module, which re-enters the graph loading process through continue module loading. 3. If state is false, return unused. Assert. State 1. Set state to state 1. If state equals 0, then A. Set state to false. B. For each cyclic module record loaded of state, do. I. If loaded is new, set loaded to unlinked. C. Perform. Call. State. Undefined. Undefined. Return unused. 6, 2, 1, 5, 1. To continue module loading. State. Module completion. The abstract operation continue module lower, ding takes argument state, a graph loading state record, and module completion either a normal completion containing a module record or a throw completion, and returns unused. It is used to re-enter the loading process after a call to host load imported module. It performs the following steps when called. If state is false, return unused. If module completion is a normal completion, then A. Perform in a module loading. State. Module completion. Else. A. Set state to false. B. Perform. Call. State. Undefined. Module completion. Return unused. 6, 2, 1, 5. To link. The link concrete method of a cyclic module record module takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. On success, link transitions this modules from unlinked to linked. On failure, an exception is thrown and this modules remains unlinked. Most of the work is done by the auxiliary function in a module linking. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. Module is one of unlinked, linked, evaluating a sync, or evaluated. Let stack be a new empty list. Let result be completion, in a module linking. Module. Stack. 0. If result is an abrupt completion, then A. For each cyclic module record M of stack, do. I assert. M is linking. 2. Set M to unlinked. B. Assert. Module is unlinked. C. Return result. Assert. Module is one of linked, evaluating a sync, or evaluated. Assert. Stack is empty. Return unused. 6, 2, 1, 5, 2, 1 in a module linking. Module. Stack. Index. The abstract operation in a module linking takes arguments module, a module record, stack, a list list of cyclic module records, and index a non-negative integer, and returns either a normal completion containing a non-negative integer or a throw completion. It is used by link to perform the actual linking process for module, as well as recursively on all other modules in the dependency graph. The stack and index parameters, as well as a modules and fields, keep track of the depth first search, DFS, traversal, 74, copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, in particular, is used to discover strongly connected components, SCCs, such that all modules in an SCC transition to link together. It performs the following steps when called if module is not a cyclic module record. Then, A perform module link, B return index. If module is one of linking, linked, evaluating a sync, or evaluated, then A return index, assert. Module is unlinked, set module to linking, set module to index, set module to index, set index to index plus 1, append module to stack. For each string required of module, do a let required mod will be get imported module, module, required, B set index to inner module linking, required module, stack, index, see if required module is a cyclic module record. Then, I assert, required module is one of linking, linked, evaluating a sync, or evaluated. 2. Assert, required module is linking if and only if stack contains required module. 3. If required module is linking, then, set module to min, module, required module. 0. Perform module initialize environment. 1. Assert, module occurs exactly once in stack. 2. Assert, module module. 3. If module equals module, then I let done be false. B repeat. While done is false, I let required module be the last element of stack. 2. Remove the last element of stack. 3. Assert, required module is a cyclic module record. 5. Set required module to linked. V if required module and module are the same module record. Set done to true. 4. Return index. 6, 2, 1, 5, 3, 8. The evaluate
Okay, so I'm not going to use chatbot.
takes no arguments and returns a promise. Evaluate transitions this modules from link to either
And here,
evaluated. The first time it is called on a module in a given
chatbot sucks.
evaluate creates and returns a promise which resolves with
So,
evaluating.
I think I can pass in
For the
a comma separated list
invocations of evaluate on any module
without using VA args.
is done by the auxiliary function in a module evaluation
I don't want to have to like define,
when called assert. This call
make a define for the arguments in the list.
another call to evaluate within the surrounding agent. Assert. Module is one of linked, evaluating a sync, or evaluated. If module is either evaluating a sync or evaluated, set module to module. If module is not empty, then a return module. Let stack be a new empty list. Let capability be new promise capability, %promise %, set module to capability. Let result be completion in a module evaluation module.
So you need a macro.
If result
I need to define whatever to make it a macro.
A for each
I'll pass in
stack.
the name to give it,
M is evaluation
like var vector name, I don't know.
24375. 2. Set M to
In the list,
set M
I guess it'd be arg vector list.
module is evaluated. C assert. Module is result. D perform. Call. Capability. Under
So this list
0.
will be the name, or not the name,
Evaluating a
the collection of names in the list, or not names, whatever's in the list.
is false. Then I assert. Module is evaluated. 2. Perform.
So in calling,
Ability.
I'd have to do this, whatever.
And the assert. Stack is empty. 1. Return capability. 6, 2, 1, 5, 3. 1 in a module evaluation. Module. Stack. Index. The abstract operation in a module evaluation takes arguments module. A module
That's fancy.
a list of cyclic module records, and index a non-negative integer, and returns either a normal completion containing a non-negative
So I'd give it a name.
completion. It is used by evaluate to perform the actual evaluation process for module, as well as recursively on all other modules in the dependency. The stack and index parameters, as well as
Like foobar,
are used the same way as in inner module linking. It performs the
comma.
if module is
I think the list of arguments,
a let
or the list of whatever things put in the array,
promise is not pending. See if promise is rejected.
like this or whatever,
Throw completion. Promise
just pass both in
module is either evaluating a sync or evaluated.
to the length greater than 1.
P. Return index. B otherwise. Return module. If module is evaluating, return index. Assert.
Well, that's annoying, but whatever.
Evaluate
Double parentheses, whatever.
module to index. Set module to 0.
Or not annoying.
0. Append module to stack. 1.
I can like,
Required of module. Do. A let required module beget imported module. Module. Required. B set index to inner module
I really wish you would like zoom it out,
stack.
but like
Required module
not lose position in the file. That'd be great.
is one of evaluating. Evaluating a sync or evaluated. 2. Assert. Required module is evaluating if and only if stack contains
There's no need for commas.
required
I hate commas.
n set module to
Just freaking
5
white space should be enough.
module to
But then I guess
required module is either
parentheses after white space, if there's a word, it could be a call. I don't know. This is stupid. I hate this.
module is true. Then set module to module plus 1. Append module to required module 2.
So I don't know. So vector t make foobar.
N 76 ECMA
And here's the list.
2024 AB
So I should be able to
false and was never
pass it in here as this.
set module to true. C note. The
Instead of using the args, pass this in here.
true is significant. C16 2 1 5 3 4
And then to get the length, I'd have to do this.
execute a sync module. Module 13 L
Where's the macro?
execute module 4 assert
I made a macro called size CA for like size of.
module 6 if module equals module then I let done be
Constant array. I think that's what CA is.
I let required module be the last
I don't know. It's just a name. Doesn't matter.
element of stack 3 assert
All that matters is that it does whatever it has to do.
record 5 if required module is false set
The name means nothing.
weighted v otherwise set required module to evaluating a sync
That's why I hate naming things.
module and module are the same module record set done to
It should be possible to write a program
required module
without having to give everything a name.
index note 1a module is
But whatever. I'm gonna say trick.
evaluation a module is evaluated on execution completion or evaluating a sync during execution if its field is true or if it has asynchronous dependencies. Note to any modules depending on a module of an asynchronous that cycle is not evaluating instead depend on the
Okay, so
cycle
this macro,
ensures that the cycle state can be treated as a single strongly connected component through its root module state. 6 2 1 5 3 2
passing this.
module. The abstract operation execute a sync
So let's look at the length.
module. A cyclic module record and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called assert. Module is either
So whatever.
assert. Module is true. Let capability be new promise capability promise %. Let fulfilled closure be a new abstract.
So I want to get rid of this macro
Module and performs the following steps when called a performance
because I'm passing in a macro
module. Be
to get the length of it.
unfulfilled be create built-in function. Fulfilled closure 0. Let rejected closure be a new abstract closure with parameters. Error that captures module and performs the following steps when called a performance
So I should redefine this macro to have one that doesn't need to get or have a macro pass in.
let on rejected be create built-in function. Rejected closure 0. Perform promise then. Capability unfulfilled. On rejected perform module execute module. Capability 0. Return unused 6 2, 1, 5, 3, 3 gather available ancestors. Module. Execlist. The abstract operation gather available ancestors takes arguments module, a cyclic module record, and execlist, a list of cyclic module records, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called. For each cyclic module record M of module, do A if execlist does not contain M and M is empty, then I as cert. M is evaluating a sync. ECMA International 2024 377. 2. Assert. M is empty. 3. Assert. M is true. 5. Assert.
So what? I don't know. Call list.
M1V.
Size of list maybe.
0. Then, append M to execlist. If M is false, perform gather available ancestors. M, execlist. Return unused. 6. 2.
Or constant list.
3. For a sync module execution fulfilled. Module. The abstract operation a sync module.
And then I'll pass in actual list then.
A cyclic module
So instead of passing in the macro,
it performs the following steps.
pass in this
Is evaluated. Then, assert. Module.
to it or whatever. So I got a concat,
Assert. Module is
not concat. I gotta like form
true. Assert. Module is empty. Set
this inner part from
waited. If module is not empty.
this that's passed in,
Module is
which is a comma separated list.
module. And
And then I gotta form this itself
list. Perform gather available ancestors. Module. Execlist.
to be passed into the concept list macro.
Of execlist. In the order in which they had their field set to true in inner module evaluation.
Which means I just need x
All elements
divided by x.
had their field set to true. Field set to 0.
Because I'm not calling the macro because the macro passed in const.
Module record M of
So I don't need const anymore.
AFM is evaluated. Then I assert.
And then I'll update this macro definition
Then I
to use this macro.
MC else. I let result be M execute module 2. If result is an abrupt
Because it's the same thing on both sides.
comma sync module execution rejected.
So we can call this macro like this.
Else set M to evaluated. If M is not empty, then I assert. M is M.
But instead pass in
Call M undefined.
this.
3. Return unused. 6, 2, 1, 5, 3. 5 async module execution reject.
So that's it.
Error. The abstract operation async module execution rejected takes arguments module, a cyclic module record, and
So move this up above.
MA script language value, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called. 1. If mod
To here, put it back.
note when an A
I use this below
is fulfilled, this
because I don't want to use the size of. It's gonna be hard to keep track of.
synchronously execute together on this completion, populating them in execlist. 78.
Make this into a note.
24. A assert. Module is not empty. B return unused. Assert. Module is evaluating a sync. Assert. Module on is true. Assert. Module is empty. Set module to throw completion. Error. Set module to evaluated. For each cyclic
Okay, so
module, do a performance in
JC vector T make.
error.
The name is foobar.
T. Then
These are the arguments
module is module. B perform.
to put into the list.
Undefined. Error. Return unused. 6.
It's not technically a vector
For example, cyclic module
because it's not resizable. I don't know, whatever. I'm just gonna name it this.
the link
I'll probably have to make an actual type with like
with a specific focus on
the whole frickin'
first consider the following.
functions and stuff for it.
Figure 2. A
If there's a place where a vector is used that's like resizable.
capital C. Let's
So I'll wait until that happens and just do this for now.
first calls a load requested modules. This will complete successfully by assumption and recursively load the dependencies of B and C as well, respectively, C and none, and then set A equals B equals C equals unlinked. Then, when the
So that means I can actually merge this
again
with the template thing I have
A equals B equals
for getting the data,
these preparatory steps can be put
for getting the data and
when the host is ready
the length.
possible
Where's it at?
modules. It can call a evaluate
like here, whatever.
successfully, returning a promise resolving to undefined, again by assumption. Recursively having evaluated,
So I think I'll do that.
this point will be evaluated. Considered
I'll merge it after though.
linking errors after a successful call to payload requested modules
So the vector list
of C
will be this,
thereafter.
which gets passed in. So for
Ports
the length part,
divide, then the original A link will fail, and
instead of making a separate global static thing like Chatbot said, because Chatbot is stupid,
involving a
it didn't even work.
full call to link.
I'm gonna do this, and I'll pass in this.
After fails for B, for example, because B contains code that throws an exception, then the original A evaluate,
Should I make this into a macro?
returning a rejected promise. The resulting exception will be recorded in both A and B's fields, and they will become evaluated. C will also become evaluated, but, in contrast to A and B, will remain without an as
I probably should.
evaluation. Storing the exception ensures that any time a host tries to reuse A or B by calling their evaluate method, it will encounter the same exception. Hosts are not required to reuse cyclic module records. Similarly, hosts are not required to expose the exception objects thrown by these methods. However, the specification enables such a
What do I name it?
different type of error condition. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024 379. Figure 3. A module G, wrapped with an unresolvable module. Capital A, question mark. In this scenario, module A declares a dependency on some other module, but no module record exists for that module. That is, host load imported module calls finished load.
Compound.
When asked for it,
List array.
variety of
Compla.
which is the corresponding
I don't know, compla. That sounds fancy.
existing but parse module returning some trying to parse the resulting source text. Hosts can choose to expose the cause of failure via the completion they pass to finished loading imported module. In any case, this exception,
I'll just do compla.
which
It's JC compla.
the difference
And inside of compla,
and evaluation
I'll do this.
characteristic, evaluation must be only performed once, as it can cause side effects.
And then this will be passed in.
Whether evaluation has already been performed
It's hard.
fully in the error case. It makes sense to also remember the
Compound list array.
when evaluate calls would have to synthesize a new one. Linking, on the other hand, is side effect free, and thus even if it fails,
Well, it's not an array yet.
later time with no
It's just a list.
closely interacts with the considerable for some of them to allow users to retry
Alright, so this is passing here.
if the failure is caused by temp.
I also need the type though.
Now, consider a module graph with a cycle, figure 4,
Our compound.
A, B, C. Here we assume that the entry point is module A, so that the host proceeds by calling A load requested modules, with
Type.
module loading on A. This in turn calls inner module loading on B and C because of the cycle. This again triggers inner module loading on A, but at this point it is a no-op since A's dependencies loading has already been triggered during this load requested modules process. When all the modules in the graph have been successfully loaded, their transitions from new to unlinked at the same time
Do I need the array part?
by calling a link, which performs inner module linking on
I'll just pass it into.
B because of the cycle.
Because sometimes the length might need to be specified.
At this point it is a no-op since A is already linking.
As like an actual amount.
Roll gets back to A and inner module linking is triggered on C after this returns with C being linked. Both
Like
from linking to
7 or however many.
design. Since they form a strongly connected component, it's possible to transition
So pass that into the macro.
CC at the same time because during this phase the module graph is traversed with a depth-first search. An analogous story occurs for the evaluation phase.
I should probably cast it as constant,
Now
even if it's not.
error, for example,
For compatibility? I don't know. Chatbot said.
in that case,
Chatbot's probably wrong. But casting it to const won't hurt.
second
Because it's not supposed to be resizable anyways. Or it won't change, whatever.
original in
Or it shouldn't.
it fails.
I don't know, whatever.
namely right after C resolve export. Dart. The thrown syntax error exception propagates up to A-link, which resets all modules that are currently on its stack. These are
I hate C. It's not even.
linking.
It's a language it's made up. It's just fucking data.
Note that
I want to be in assembly. I hate this.
and 80 copyright
I fucking hate this so much.
national
I want to be in assembly, typing in real fucking
has an
code that executes on the machine directly. I hate programming in C. I'm so tired of this.
evaluation time analog of the above
Having to like express
early return from the second.
anything as like,
Once we unwind back
to me, the fucking syntax
on A
that's not even complete and has bugs in it.
and thrown
I hate this.
evaluate, which records the error in all modules
I need to just get this done. So stupid.
that are still evaluating, as well as
I'm like restricted in so many ways having a program in C or any fucking language.
graph through
This is so dumb.
did algorithm
The CPU is literally data.
evaluate
I just want to access data. It's really simple.
is evaluate
And then there's instructions. This whole like const variable. Holy fuck. It doesn't fucking matter.
cyclic module
It's so dumb.
PC, DE, loading and linking happen as before, and all modules end up with set to linked, calling A evaluate,
Oh, so annoying.
A, B, and E, which all transition to evaluate
Alright, so I'll use this.
module evaluate.
So I don't have to inline this everywhere. So now, instead of this,
This point, D is
I'm gonna use compla
D is called
and I'll do this.
new promise capability tracking the asynchronous execution of D. We unwind back to the inner module of B, setting B to 1 and B to true. We unwind back to the original inner module
I was typing on another keyboard
A to 1
and the keys are spaced different.
of the loop over A's dependencies. We call inner module
My muscle memory. I keep hitting the wrong fucking keys.
and D as he has no dependencies and is not part of a cycle. We call execute a sync module E.
Alright, so I'm gonna do this.
Immediately
Passing this.
we unwind once more.
So this is actually
Evaluation on A, setting C to true. Now we finish the loop over A's dependencies. Set A to true.
this.
A strongly
I should rename it to compound array,
transitioning all of the modules
not compla.
at once. At this point, the fields of the modules are as given in Table 46. Table 46,
Man, the keyboard with the double input triggering. Man,
fields, modules, capital
I gotta fix that too in Linux.
C, capital D, capital E, DFS index, DFS ancestor index, status, evaluating async evaluate,
Let's rename this to compound.
true, async parent modules, double angle quotation mark, A, B, C, pending async dependencies, B and C, D,
Call it const.
sign,
It says const in there.
2024, 81. Let us assume that a finish is executing first. When that happens, a sync module execution for field is called E
Alright, so
and C is decremented to become 1. The fields of the updated module
this type dot array.
7, table 47, module field
Array is constant chart pointer.
fields, modules, capital C, capital
Damn it.
index, DFS ancestor index, status,
It is subtype.
evaluated, async evaluation, true, async parent module
I'm gonna have to make this a whole template.
dependencies. D is next to finish, as it was the only module that was still executing. When that happens, async module execution
Because I wasted time making a template, so I might as well use it.
B is decremented to become 0. Execute async module is called on B, and it starts executing. C is also decremented to become 0, and C starts executing, potentially in parallel to B if B contains an await. The fields of the updated modules are as
Okay, so it doesn't need to be casted though.
module fields after module D finishes executing. Fields, modules, capital B,
For this, because it's like a chart by default.
DFS
So just pass in the list.
ancestor index,
I gotta template this, and then I'll have to like,
async,
I'll do it later.
async evaluation,
So this gets passed in as a list part.
modules A,
The length is JC size CL,
Dependencies. Let us assume that cfinish is executing next.
which is this macro to get the size of
Module execution
whatever the list is, the compound list.
set to evaluated and day is decremented to become 1.
So to pass in to CL,
Fields errors given.
the compound list,
49. Module fields after module cfinish
as it is.
field.
So it's not a macro that has hold it now.
DFS index. DFS ancestor index.
So I pass into that
Setting us in. Evaluated.
this to turn the list argument, which is this is, into
You'll see finish is executing. Continued. Fields. Modules. Capital A. Capital.
this compound list, whatever.
True. Async parent modules. Double angle quotation mark. A. Pending async dependencies. B. Then. B finishes executing. When
So now I pass in this.
module execution fulfilled is called again and B is set to evaluated. A is decremented to
So it's easier. I could pass in type 2.
sync module is called and it starts executing. The fields of the updated modules errors given in Table 50. Table 50. Module fields after module B finishes executing. Fields. Modules. Capital
It's just a chart pointer.
E. DFS index. DFS ancestor index. Status. Evaluating async. Evaluated. Async evaluation. True. True. Async parent. Modules. Double angle quotation mark. A. Pending async depend.
Can you pass in chart pointer as an array or as an argument?
When that happens, async module
I hate this so much.
called again and A is
I don't think you can.
set. At this point, the promise in A, which was returned from A evaluate, is resolved, and this concludes the
I think it needs to be wrapped in parentheses.
the fields of the
Or some stupid shit like that.
Table 51. Table 50.
Damn it.
Fields after module A finishes executing. Fields. Modules. Capital A. DFS index. DFS ancestor index. Status. Evaluated. Async evaluation. True. Async parent modules. Double angle quotation mark. Pending async dependencies. Alternatively,
Unless I define it.
fails execution and returns an error before B has finished executing. When that happens, async module execution rejected is called, which sets C to evaluated and ECMA International 2024-383.
To define.
It then propagates this error to all of the async parent modules by performing async module execution rejected on each of them. The fields of the updated modules errors given in Table 52. Table 52. Module fields after module C finishes with an error. Fields. Modules. Capital
Because if I expand this to make it work for more types,
S ancestor index. Status. Evaluated. Evaluated. Async evaluation. True. True. Async parent modules. Double angle quotation mark. A. Pending async dependencies. B. Evaluation error. Empty. C's evaluation error. I will
yeah, whatever.
C will call async module execution rejected on A with C's error. A is
So it's the length,
evaluated.
the array,
The promise in A, which was
does work.
is rejected. The fields of the updated module
So I'll run and find out.
53. Table 53. Module fields after module A is rejected. Fields. Modules. Capital A. DFS index. DFS ancestor index. Status. Evaluated. Async evaluation. True. Async parent modules. Double angle quotation mark. Pending async dependencies. Evaluation error. C's evaluation error. Then, B finish is executing without an error. When that happens, async module execution fulfilled is called again and B is set to evaluated. Gather available ancestors is called on B, however, A is A which has an
So like, an array is a type whatever.
turned sorted exec list and async module execution fulfilled will return.
So if I macrotize this,
Any future importer of B will resolve the rejection of B from the evaluation error from C that was set on the cycle root A. The fields of the updated module
then
Table 54, 84. Copyright sign
it's gonna kind of be like this, I guess.
2024. Table 54. Module fields after module B finish is executing in an erroring graph. Fields. Modules. Capital A. Capital B. DFS index. DFS ancestor index. Status. Evaluated. Evaluated. Async evaluation. True. True. Async parent modules. Double angle quotation mark. A. Pending async
And that's the problem with C.
error. C's Please evaluate.
in the modern operating system.
1, 6, 2, 1.
So you can't make char pointer.
A source text module record
You can't have like
information about a module that
reserved characters
MA script source text 11. That
as part of the name
its fields contain digested
because the modern operating system is shit
and exported
and the C language is shit.
concrete
It should be possible
gests to link and evaluate the module. A source
to make the name of something
can exist in a module
and have a character
of the abstract module record
that's not normally part of the naming or like the letters used to name something
type
inside of or part of the name of something.
3.
The whole like
Module record
the namespace is like separated.
in text.
You can't use certain characters
These fields
for this or that or whatever.
module
It's fucking dumb.
additional fields of source text module records.
It should also be possible to like make
EC
a variable as spaces
node the result
inside of the variable itself
module
instead of like seeing all white space
ECMA script code execution context or empty. The
is treated as white space and separates things. It's just dumb.
module's environment has been initialized. Import meter and
So call it char pointer
exposed through the import meter
because whatever. I can't do that
by ECMA script code. Import entries. A list of
for naming something whatever.
entry records derived from the code of
I could find a star that looks like it,
list of export entry records. A list of export
but I'm not gonna waste time doing that.
from the code of
These are like actually not ankle braces.
module. Indirect
They're characters that look like them.
export entry records.
So I don't know, whatever.
Export entry records derived from the code of this
You shouldn't have to find a character that looks like an ankle brace.
lore exports.
The OS should be modern,
Right side
and modern should actually be modern,
485
and it should be possible to like make something like this
text module.
without having to like find characters that look like it,
Information about a single
because the namespace is set up where it's like reserved only for
table 56. Table 56
whatever.
entry record field
Everything is so stupid.
type meaning star export entries. A list of export entry records. A list of
Just like as dumb
from the code of this module that correspond to export declarations that occur within the module, not including export
as Microsoft
field name, value type, meaning, module request,
stealing IBM.
specifier of the import,
Microsoft did not steal IBM, legally speaking.
which the desired binding is exported by the module identity.
They acquired QDOS,
Space object indicates that the import request
quick and dirty operating system
local
from Tim Patterson
is used to locally access
of Seattle Computer Products.
importing module, not E1
Yeah, that's shady as fuck.
examples of
Even Tim Patterson,
represent the simple
he called it dirty operating system.
informative
Well, he called it quick and dirty operating system
records,
because he quickly ripped off
module request, import name,
CPM and sold it to Microsoft.
V,
So Microsoft did not steal it,
space object,
they acquired it legally. Speaking legally, but technically,
X
ethically,
is V from
even Tim Patterson, when naming it,
entry record is
called it QDOS
a record that
to stand for quick and dirty operating system.
export entry record has the fields defined in table 58, 86,
Because like,
International 2020,
what, did he feel guilty?
export
Did he have to like name it
name, value type,
to imply
a string or
the guilt that he had for doing that?
nothing by this
For just ripping off
list,
Gary Cadell
the string value of
in the CPM operating system?
declaration null if the export
I like how Microsoft,
specifier, import name, a string,
they didn't steal it, apparently though, not legally.
the
I like how Microsoft acquired quick and dirty operating system, QDOS.
all
Now they call it MS-DOS or whatever the fuck they call it.
declarations. All but default is used for export
It's an operating system. So Windows,
and that is used to
without an operating system,
within the importing module.
wait, Windows is the operating system. Oh wait, Windows isn't actually the operating system.
Examples of the
So Windows was Windows, but it needed the operating system part.
9
So they had to steal it
Export forms.
because they're fucking dumb.
Pre-records. Export statement form. Export
Just like how C language is dumb
name. Export var v.
with all this shit.
V.
Because nothing has been updated.
Default.
It's all been stolen.
Export default.
And the artists, the people that originally created this shit,
Default. 2.
they didn't even get paid for their work.
Export. X.
They just got fucked.
No. X. Export.
So I don't know. It's bullshit.
V. Export.
All this stuff could be updated.
Mod.
Everybody thinks of ways that it could be updated, that it could be changed.
X.
But nobody fucking does anything.
Mod.
It's pathetic.
Default. No. Export as ns. From
And I really like how Microsoft
no.
had to steal DOS
Specify the required concrete methods and other abstract
to have an operating system.
dual records. X.
Like DOS is such a simple operating system.
7.
It was a teaching tool,
1. 6.
literally for teaching.
Source text. Realm.
And then they fucked over a teacher
Operation Pars module.
to steal it.
Source text. E6.
Gurkadal. They fucking fucked him over
Realm record.
to like sell a teaching resource
Xeror.
by a teacher
It creates
as a product for the masses.
parsing source text as a module. It performs the following.
And Chatbot called it
Let body be parsed xt. Source text. Module. If
like Windows big win,
requested modules be the module requests of
the biggest tech win.
import entry.
Because there's nothing like fucking over a teacher
Import entries. Let indirect
to steal his intellectual property that he uses to teach people
UMT list. Let's
instead of like learning
let
from Gurkadal.
export entries of body 0.
IBM could have hired him to teach them how to make an operating system. But instead of doing that,
N. I have imported bound
Bill Gates, the guy that makes fungus food
entries 2.
in IBM,
Let IE be the element of import entries whose is EE if IE is namespace.
they decided to hire
This is a re-export of an imported mod.
Tim Patterson,
And DE
who apparently learned
entries else and
by stealing the operating system from Gurkadal
name be append the
to make a dirty operating system,
import name
a quick and dirty operating system
to int.
that's based off his operating system, literally straight up ripped off.
Then I assert
And it was like a teaching resource.
append DE to star export
So it's not even optimal. It was designed for teaching people
1
on how to make or how one could make an operating system.
and source
As like an example,
code realm empty
in IBM
empty
and Microsoft,
empty empty new empty body
are they horizontally challenged?
import entries local
How the fuck
export entry
could it be that difficult to make a text-based operating system that accesses folders
1
and looks for things in a directory
export
by string name?
exported names
Are they fucking stupid? Like seriously,
no argument
IBM is worth how much money?
records and returns a
They're supposed to be the tech leaders.
the following step.
And this was the same time around Mutex
If export star set is not present,
when Bell Laboratory failed making
star set contain
Mutex, another operating system.
implementation may pass
I swear to God,
analyze it
these people are literally idiotic.
of pars mod.
It is not that hard to make a fucking operating system,
The reporting of any errors must
especially something as simple as DOS.
application actually performs pars module
And if someone were to compete
88
with like a real operating system,
2020
holy fuck, that'd be awesome.
reach the starting point of an export circularity. Be
Fortunately, I'm just doing like JavaScript for now.
export star set. Let the exported names be a new empty list for each export.
But
You'll do a assert.
to compete at operating system level,
Ending for this
it's a whole new level.
E is not
Because this shit,
exported names for
C language, the DOS that runs behind it, that was stolen from teacher,
ending for this export.
that chatbot's like,
See appendix
is a big win for Microsoft.
entry recording of module. Do a assert. E is not null. B let requested module be get imported module.
When chatbot said Microsoft's IBM PC deal was one of the biggest tech wins in history.
den of star names.
I meant it was a major turning point that shaped global tech landscape, particularly
Names does not contain n.
Microsoft getting the contract to supply the operating system MS-DOS
6,
for IBM's PC.
3.
Oh, that's what IBM had to do with it.
Name resolves.
IBM's literally fucking bunch of fucking idiots.
You'll take
They made a PC, they had a BIOS, but they didn't have an operating system.
to rec
So they created Microsoft as a shell company,
and return.
and then they needed the operating system because Microsoft, it didn't have the operating system. Microsoft is just a window
And look
to navigate the operating system.
module.
IBM's PC was a BIOS to like access a hard drive
Ported by
and peripherals,
Parac.
and they needed the operating system.
Killer import export.
So they had to make a third shell company
Will record
to steal Gary Cadall's CPM.
and imports
This is so pathetic.
before recursively call.
So they hired
A pair consisting of module and export name is added to resolve set. If a defining module is found, a resolved binding record is returned.
Tim Patterson,
Binding of the
another third party, to make quick and dirty operating system, and Tim Patterson called it QDOS for quick and dirty operating system
no depth
because he stole it, and he knows he stole it,
circular.
and he had to admit it in the naming of his product that he sold
Ambiguous is returned.
because he knows he did Gary Cadall
Module is not
dirty.
resolve set is not present. Set resolve set to
He's like, sure, I'm doing this guy dirty,
a resolve set.
but IBM, they're gonna pay me,
Record and same value.
and Microsoft, they're gonna protect me.
Is true.
So fucking dirty.
Circular import request 2.
Like, what fucker steals from a teacher?
Resolve set for
Teachers go out of their way to teach.
do
They don't get paid tons of money.
name E
And to fuck over a teacher,
cert. Module provides the direct
holy fuck.
port 2. Return resolved by
Alright, so like, I think that IBM
entry record
and Microsoft
do if same value
need to learn something.
is true. Then ECMA International 2020
So I gotta get this stuff done
note
so I can teach them a lesson.
not filter out or throw an exception for names that have ambiguous stuff.
Because they gotta get schooled.
E is not null 2. Let imported module beget imported mod
Because it's fucking ridiculous. Because they still do this shit
assert
all the time.
does not provide the direct bind
That's why I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to compete.
record imported module namespace
I don't think I can even sell my operating system. Not operating system.
imported module
I meant to say JavaScript.
resolve
I'm not making operating system.
export name
Or
then
I haven't made an operating system.
was not explicitly defined by this module be returned
To be more clear.
port export
So I don't know whatever I gotta get the JavaScript engine done.
condition let star resolution
Because they can't keep getting away with this.
recording of module do assert
Someone needs to compete and compete hard
module beget imported module
and give Microsoft, IBM,
should be import
all these companies that are shitty as fuck
export name
a run for whatever money that they have left.
return ambiguous if
Like all of it.
then I assert
Till they run out.
is a resolved binding record 2. If star resolution is null, then
Because that's fair.
resolution 3. Else,
That's the only thing that'd be fair.
more than one import that includes the requested name. If resolution and star resolution
Anything less
module record
isn't fair.
ambiguous. If resolution is not star resolution and either resolution or star
And there's nothing equal to that. That can't be top. That'd have to be a,
resolution is a string.
I don't know, whatever.
Resolution is a string and same value. Resolution star resolution is false. Return ambiguous 0. Return star resolution 6 2 1 6 for initialize environment.
Alright, so I'm gonna make is type,
Concrete method of a
put it here.
record module takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called for each export entry recording of module. Do assert E is not null.
Why does it keep switching files?
Resolve export E C if is either null or ambiguous. Throw a syntax error exception. Deassert. Resolution is a resolved binding record. Assert. All named exports from module are resolvable. Let realm be module. Assert. Realm is not undefined. Let env be new module environment. Realm. Set module. Ent. .env. For each import entry recording of module, do a let imported module beget imported module. Module. In beacon is namespace object. Then, I let namespace beget module namespace, imported module. 2. Perform env create a mutable binding, in true. 3.
Alright, so that's defined.
Env initialize binding, in namespace, see else. 90. ECMA International 2024.
Alright, so now
Be
I
import
guess run it and see what happens.
in if resolution is either null or ambiguous. Throw a
I think I like reorganize all this.
space. Then, let namespace beget module namespace, resolution.
Oh, I was gonna rename.
Mutable bind.
Dang it.
True. Perform env initialize binding, in namespace. Else. Perform env create import binding, in
I like is char
let mod
pointer.
be a new ECMA script code execution context. Set the function of module context to null. 0. Assert. Module is not undefined. 1. Set the realm of module context to module. 2. Set the script for module of module context to module. 3. Set the variable environment of module context to module. 4. Set the lexical environment of module context to module. 5. Set the private environment of module context to null. 6. Set module to module context. 7. Push module context onto the execution context stack. Module context is now the running execution context. 8. Let code be module. 9. Let var declarations be the var scope declarations of code. 0. Let declared var names be a new empty list. 1. For each element D of our declarations, do a for each element dn of the bound names of D, do I if declared var names does not contain dn, then perform env create mutable binding, dn, false, perform env initialize binding, dn, undefined, append dn to declared var names. 2. Let lex declarations be the lexically scoped declarations of code. 3. Let private env be null. 4. For each element D of lex declarations, do a for each element dn of the bound names of do I if is constant declaration of D is true, then perform env create a mutable binding, dn, true 2. Else, perform env create mutable binding, dn, false. 3. If D is either a generated declaration, an async function declaration, or an async generated declaration, then let fo be instantiate function of
No, this works.
CNV and private
I'm gonna have to redefine the same type of array.
binding.
I'll do that later.
Fo. 5. Remove module context.
Because it might not always be char pointer. I might want like
6, 2, 1.
an int
5
64 type array or something.
The execute
So I have to make or rename it then to like
takes optional argument capable
int 64 t.
and returns either a normal completion containing unused
But then I also want to like put it in my macro thing
module
to make it a type, a template thing.
script code execution context. Set the function of module context to null. Set the realm of module context to module. Set the script for module of module
So I'll like test this first.
Module has been linked and declarations in its module environment have been instantiated. Set the variable environment of module context to module. Set the lexical environment of module.
Okay, so this is build.
Spend the running execution context. If module is false, then I assert capability
No, it does not.
B push module context onto the execution context stack. Module context is now the running execution context. C let result be completion. Evaluation of module. ECMA International 2024 391. Desuspend module context and remove it from the execution context stack. Resume the context that is now on the top of the execution context stack as the running execution context. If result is an abrupt completion, then I return result 10. Else, I assert capability.
So I'll try to pass this in first.
Record. B perform a sync block start. capability.
Okay, does it work without?
Module content.
If I don't define anything, are the macros working at least?
6, 2, 1. 7 get imported module. Referrer. Specify.
The macros work.
Abstract operation get.
So I gotta just redefine this, make it work.
A cyclic module record. And specifier. A string. And returns a module record. It performs the following steps when called assert. Exactly one element of referrer is a record whose is specified.
Alright, so foobar. This is a list or whatever.
On referrer prior to invoking this abstract operation. Let record be the record in referrer whose is specifier. Return record 6, 2, 1. 8 host load imported module. Referrer. Specifier. Host defined. Payload. The host defined abstract operation host load imported module takes arguments referrer. A script record. A cyclic module record. Or a realm record. Specifier. A string. Host defined anything. And payload. A graph loading state record or a promise capability record. And returns unused. Note an
So make this just like normal whatever.
in a web browser host.
Length of 1.
User clicks on a control get
Remove all the complicated macros.
equals import.
Vector list.
Click me button.
As fine as it is.
Script or module at the time the import. Expression runs.
Or this should build then.
This can happen in any situation.
It doesn't.
Execution
If I just pass it in.
or module components onto the execution context stack. An implementation of host load imported module must conform to the following.
And it doesn't.
The host
What if we get rid of this?
form finished loading imported module. Referrer. Specifier. Payload. Result. Where result is either a normal completion containing the loaded module record or a throw completion.
Now what's the problem?
In. Honestly, if
Colon.
called multiple times with the same referrer. Specifier. Parent performs finished loading imported module. Referrer. Specifier.
I needed a colon.
Result. Where result is a
Alright, how will this work?
then it must perform finished loading imported module. Referrer. Specifier. Payload. Result. With the same result each time. The operator
Oh my god.
value to be passed through to finished loading imported module. The actual process performed is host defined, but typically consists of performing whatever IO operations and
Use VA args maybe?
module record. Multiple different
Or I gotta like remove the parentheses maybe.
pairs may map to the same module record instance. The actual mapping semantics is host defined, but typically a normalization applied to specifier as part of the mapping process. A typical normalization process would include actions such as expansion of relative and abbreviated path specifiers. 92. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, 162, 9 finished loading imported module. Referrer. Specifier. Payload. Result. The abstract operation
Man, this keyboard.
takes arguments referrer. A script record. A cyclic module record. Or a realm record. Specifier. A string. Payload. A graph loading state record or a promise capability record. And result. Either a normal completion
Let's try this macro.
or a throw complete
Unwrap it.
turns unused. It performs the following steps when called if result is
I didn't even pass it in.
then a if referrer contains a record whose is specifier. Then I assert that records is result be else. I append the record specifier result to referrer. If payload is a graph loading state record, then a perform continue module loading payload result else a perform continue dynamic import
Wait, what?
result return unused 6 2 1 1 0 get module namespace module. The abstract operation get module namespace takes argument module, an instance of a concrete subclass of
This should be one argument.
the module namespace object or empty. It retrieves the module namespace object representing module's exports, lazily creating it the first time it was requested, and
Fuck's sake.
to retrieval. It performs the following steps when called assert. If a module is a cyclic module record, then module is not new or unlinked, let namespace be module. If namespace is empty, then a let exported names be module get exported names. B let unambiguous names be a new empty list. C for each element name of exported names. Do I let resolution be module resolve export. name. 2. If resolution is a resolved binding record, append name to unambiguous names. Dset namespace to module namespace create module unambiguous names. Return namespace 6 2 1 1 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation module empty. Return undefined. Module body module item list. Let result be completion. Evaluation of module item list. If result is a normal completion and result is empty, then a returned undefined 3. Return result module item list module item list module item. Let SL be evaluation of module item list. Let S be completion. Evaluation of module item. Return update empty S SL. Note get module namespace never throws. Instead, unresolvable names are simply excluded from the namespace at this point. They will lead to a real linking error later unless they are all ambiguous star exports that are not explicitly requested anywhere. ECMA International 2024 393. Note the value of a module item list is the value of the last value producing item in the module item list. Module item. Import declaration.
Oh my god.
Import syntax. Import declaration. Import
It says passed 2 arguments.
Import clause.
Like this.
Binding.
It says JC unwrap passed 2 arguments,
Default bind.
but takes just one.
Import imported.
1797.
Imports.
1797.
Namespace import as imported by
It's not even the right line.
list. Imports list from clause from
So it says it takes 2 arguments.
import specifier. Imports list. Import specifier. Import specifier. Imported binding module.
It says pass 2, but takes 1.
Module specifier. String literal import.
So I'll get rid of it.
String identifier. Yield plus await 1 6 2 2 1 static semantics. Early errors. Module item. Import declaration. It is a syntax error if the bound names of
And now,
contains any duplicate entries. 94.
initializer element is not constant.
2024 1 6 2 2 2
How's that not constant?
Import entries. The syntax-directed operation import entries takes no arguments and returns a list of import entry
It's fucking casticons.
defined piecewise over the following productions.
For fuck's sake.
List. Module item list. Module item list module item. Let entries 1 be import entries of module item list. Let entries 2 be import entries of module item. Return the list concatenation of entries 1 and entries 2. Module item. Export declaration. Statement list item. Return a new empty list. Import declaration. Import clause from clause. Let module be the sole element of module requests of from clause. Return import entries for module of import clause with argument module. Import declaration. Import module specifier.
Maybe I could do this.
Return a new empty list. 6 2 2 3 static semantics. Import entries for module. The syntax-directed operation import entries for module takes argument module, a string, and returns a list of import entry records. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Import clause. Imported default binding. Namespace import. Let entries 1 be import entries for module of imported default binding with argument module. Let entries 2 be import entries for module of namespace import with argument module. Return the list concatenation of entries 1 and enter. IES2. Import clause. Imported default binding. Named imports. Let entries 1 be import entries for module of imported default binding with argument module. Let entries 2 be import entries for module of name argument module.
Fucking annoying as fuck.
Entries 1 and entries 2. Imported default binding. Imported binding. Let local name be the sole element of bound names of imported binding. Let default entry be the import entry record.
What if I do this?
Default. Local name. Local name. Return default entry. Namespace import. As imported binding, let local name be the string value of imported binding. Let entry be the import entry record. Module. Namespace object. Local name. Local name. Return entry. ECMA International 2024 395. Named imports. Return a new empty list. Imports list. Imports list. Import specifier. Let specs1 be the import entries for module of imports list with argument module. Let specs2 be the import entries for module of import specifier with argument module. Return the list concatenation of specs1 and specs2. Import specifier. Imported binding. Let local name be the sole element of bound names of imported binding. Let entry be the import entry record. Module. Local name. Local name. Local name. Return entry. Import specifier. Module export name as imported binding. Let import name be the string value of module export name. Let local name be the string value of imported binding. Let entry be the import entry record. Module. Import name. Local name. Local name. Return entry. 6, 2, 3 export syntax. Export declaration. Export from clause Export named exports. Export variable statement. Yield plus await. Export declaration. Yield plus await. Export default hoistable declaration. Yield plus await plus default.
What does it mean it's not constant?
Declaration. Yield plus await plus default. Export default. Look ahead. Function. Async. No line terminator here. Function class. Assignment expression. Plus in. Yield plus await. Export from clause. As module export name named exports. Named exports. Exports list. Exports list. Exports list. Export specifier. Exports list. Export specifier. Export specifier. Module export name. 96. ECMA International 2024. Module export name as module export name. 16, 2, 3. 1 static semantics. Early errors. Export declaration. Export named exports. It is a syntax error if referenced bindings of named exports contains any string literals. For each identifier name n in referenced bindings of named exports, it is a syntax error if string value of n is a reserved word or the string value of n is one of implements. Interface. Let. Package. Private. Protected. Public. Or static. 6, 2, 3. 2 static semantics. Exported bindings. The syntax-directed operation exported bindings takes no arguments and returns a list of strings. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Module-item list. Module-item list module-item. Let names 1 be exported bindings of module-item list. Let names 2 be exported bindings of module-item. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Module-item. Import declaration. Statement list item. Return a new empty list. Export declaration. Export.
I doubt this is gonna work.
Clause. 1. Return a new empty list. Export declaration. Export named exports. Return the exported bindings of named exports. Export declaration. Export variable statement 1. Return the bound names of variable statement. Export declaration. Export declaration 1. Return the bound names of declaration. Export declaration. Export default hoistable declaration. Export default class declaration. Export default assignment expression. Return the bound.
Ta-da!
Note the above rule means that each referenced bindings of named exports is treated as an identifier reference. Note exported bindings are the locally bound names that are explicitly associated with a module's exported names. ECMA International 2024 397. Named exports. Return and
Thank you, chatbot.
exports list. Exports. Let names 1 be the exported bindings of
For being as stupid as the people that designed you.
exported bindings of export spec. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Export specifier. Module export name. Return a list whose sole element is the string value of module export name. Export specifier. Module export name as.
For fuck's sake.
Return a list whose sole element is the string value of the first module export name. 6, 2, 3. 3 static semantics. Exported names. The syntax-directed operation exported names takes no arguments and returns a list of strings. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Module-item list. Module-item list module-item. Let names 1 be exported names of module-item list. Let names 2 be exported names of module-item. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Module-item. Export declaration. Return the exported names of export declaration. Module item. Import declaration. Statement list item. Return a new
It's almost working though.
declaration, export from clause, return the exported names of export from clause. Export from clause, return a new empty list. Export from clause, as module export name, return a list whose sole element is the string value of module export name. Export from clause, named exports, return the exported names of named exports. 398, ECMA International 2024. Note exported names are the externally visible names that a module explicitly maps to one of its local name bindings. Export declaration, export variable statement 1. Return the bound names of variable statement. Export declaration 1. Return the bound names of declaration. Export default hoistable declaration expa. T default class declaration export default assignment expression. Return default. Named exports. Return a new empty list. Exports list. Export specifier. Let names 1 be the exported names of exports list. Let names 2 be the exported names of export specifier. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Export specifier. Module export name. Return a list whose sole element is the string value of module export name. Export specifier. Module export name as module export name. Return a list whose sole element is the string value of the second module export name. 6, 2, 3. 4 static semantics. Export entries. The syntax-directed operation export entries takes no arguments and returns a list of export entry records. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Module. Empty. Return a new empty list. Module item list. Module item list module item. Let entries 1 be export entries of module item list. Let entries 2 be export entries of module item. Return the list concatenation of entries 1 and entries 2. Module item. Import declaration. Statement list item. Return a new empty list. Export declaration. Export from clause Let module be the sole element of module requests of from clause. Return export entries for module of export from clause with argument module. ECMA International 2024 399.
Really? I gotta make a fucking macro? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god, fuck this fucking fuck. Fuck. This is so fucking stupid. Okay, this works. So let's do this. Okay, will this work? Better fucking work. So fucking stupid. This is so annoying as fuck. So instead of this, I'm gonna pass in the macro, which will expand to what's defined to, because apparently an argument can't be passed in. So instead, a macro has to be passed in. The macro has to be to jar pointer type of a fucking flexible member array. And chatbot's like, here's why it won't work. You can't directly initialize a flexible array memory. A flexible array member inside a structure, blah blah blah. It's so wrong. I'm wasting way too much time on this. But I gotta like figure this stuff out anyway. I gotta figure this stuff out again anyways. Because when I get to like fucking editing the engine, JavaScript Engine in C, I gotta figure out this shit again. These stupid fucking rules. So dumb. Okay, will this work? I'm passing in the entire compound array. Pass an argument. I think nonst for non-constant. Fuck sake. Dang it. Forgot this. God. What if I assign it like this? What if? Fuck. Initialization of constant char pointer from incompatible pointer type. Constant char pointer. Wait, it builds. Hold on. I don't get it. What the hell even is? The const char pointer 2. How does that not break? break down to a simple star pointer. I guess I can't have a common type. I have to like define each fucking thing to its own fucking thing, for fuck's sake. Sounds not. It's pathetic that I can't just select text.
Tie is used in
Oh wait,
distinguish different kinds of objects.
it's working.
Application does not provide any means for a program to
What's pathetic
accept through object prototype to
is that this thing does not fucking work.
4 to
But it does now, apparently, so it's working, never mind.
common internal methods of native CMA script.
This stuff is shit. Now it's not working. Damn it. I gotta restart. So, I don't know. I think I'm gonna define this stuff and make the length part of the name of the define. Just because I got this far, I'm just gonna do something and get done. This stuff is garbage. Freaking trash. Like a variable sized array. Who gives a fuck if it's defined to an array of a size? Even if the array isn't defined as size, it's like a list and it's defined literally as a non-length list right here. It doesn't have a Where the fuck is the mouse? Oh, there it is. Even though it doesn't have length, it should be assignable. And when you give it a length, then it's not assignable. Because it's assigned to a variable size array. Who fucking cares? This stuff is so fucking out of date. I wanted like a simple solution that I could use everywhere. And I can't get that. For fuck's sake. So I'm gonna stop wasting time trying to like find a single one thing fits all solution and just get something done. I thought, oh, this would be really clever if I could like, but no, it's not worth it. I think I gotta restart this computer. Software sucked back in the day, whatever. In the 1950s, 60s, software sucked. Software always sucks. But by like 2025, one would assume that software would become better. Like, what even is this? I can't even like close a program. Do you want to save it? No. Oh, I had to click no. So this works though. So now it works, no errors. Could this computer just start up already? Yeah, Opera has been updated. But its JavaScript engine is still shit. More feature updates, but our JavaScript is shit.
One zero five three. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called perform. Validate non-revoked proxy.
Okay, so I don't know.
BO, let hand
I'll just pick a way to do it. I guess I'm done.
let trap B
I don't know. I thought there'd be like a clever way
is undefined.
to handle these reasons stuff.
Extensible target let boot
But being clever isn't worth the cost.
target let target
This stuff is so out of date, and the rules for how it's set up are so stupid.
throw it
Literally, this is so dumb. It's just fucking plain data.
5 4
And the fact that you can't represent
takes no argument.
constant data
Normal complete
that's actually constant
throw complete
and assign it to a variable sized array.
called perform. Validate
If you define the length, but you can't assign it also when it's also variable sized, because then the compiler's like, well, now it has no size.
method
For fuck's sake.
extension.
It's fucking stupid.
Then a return target.
This stuff is this software is so like old and obsolete.
Target if bool.
It's so stupid.
Then a let extensible target
And C++ is not, I don't know.
be if
There's more issues introduced with C++.
return boolean trap result 0 5 5 p
So I don't know, whatever.
exotic
I'm just gonna pick a way to get something running, whatever. at this point. It's not worth.
Either a normal completion containing either a property
I like one solution fits all.
completion
That's what I like.
performs the
I'm not gonna get it with this stuff, or at least with arrays, or whatever,
forces the following
or like unions inside of arrays,
in value applied to the proxy object
or not the other way around. No, whatever.
applied to the proxy object's target object with the same argument. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariance. The result of is a Boolean value applied to the proxy object only returns true. If trap is undefined, then a return target P. Let trap result OBJB. Call trap. Hand
So I'm gonna take this big blob of code
result OBJ is not an object and trap result
because it's just a big mess.
throw it
Paste into the other file,
target desk B target P.
and then keep the parts I need, or like define what I'm actually gonna use now.
If target desk is undefined, return undefined. B if target desk is false, throw a type error exception. C let extensible target B is extensible target. D if extensible target is false, throw a type error exception. E returned undefined. 1
I think I need to define everything as its own
is extensible.
array or whatever, then
Let result desk B to property descriptor. Trap result OBJ.
instead of like defining them for my base type or whatever,
Result desk.
that's not gonna work.
Let valid B is
So I don't know, I'm gonna do something, whatever.
extensible.
This is so annoying.
Result desk. Target desk. 5. If valid is false, throw a type error exception. 6. If result desk is false, then A if target desk is undefined or target desk is true, then I throw a type error exception. B if result desk has a field and result desk is false, then I assert target desk has a field. 2. If target desk is true, throw a type error exception. 7. Return result desk. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariance. The result of must be either an object or undefined. A property cannot be reported as non-existent if it exists as a non-configurable own property of the target object. A property cannot be reported as non-existent if it exists as a known property of a non-extensible target object. A property cannot be reported as existent if it does not exist as a known property of the target object and the target object is not extensible. A property cannot be reported as non-configurable unless it exists as a non-configurable own property of the target object. A property cannot be reported as both non-configurable and non-writable unless it exists as a non-configurable, non-writable own property of the target object. 0, 5, 6, P, desk. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes arguments P, a property key, and desk, a property descriptor, and returns either a normal completion containing a Boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O, let target be O, let handler be O, assert. Handler is an object, let trap be. Get method, handler, define property. If trap is undefined, then a return target P, desk, let desk OBJ be from property.
C language is dumb.
Trap result be to Boolean.
It's like a language, but it all turns into bytes.
P, desk OBJ, if Boolean trap result.
So it's just pointless. Who cares how it's described?
Let target desk
And it has been updated in years
international
to update how to describe data. And you can't describe data in certain ways
is
because of how like language is set up.
as a field and desk is false. Then
So it's like impossible to describe data following syntax
let setting config.
because it's so fucking not flexible in the first place.
Then a if extensible target is false, throw a type error
So I don't know. C language is stupid. All languages are dumb
exception.
because it all breaks down to bytes and data in the first place.
Extensible target,
But I guess that doesn't matter because C is dumb
throw a type error exception.
and it could be replaced by something new
Target desk is true, throw a type error.
because it doesn't have to exist forever.
Target desk is true, target desk is false, and target desk is true.
Everything is stupid.
and desk is
Like, literally, so stupid.
for exception. 6.
Everything is literally pointless.
The object enforces the following invariants. The result of is
I gotta focus and get done.
be added if the
It's so pointless though. Every fucking thing is pointless.
be non-configurable unless there exists a corresponding
End of the day, who cares about anything?
target object and non-configurable.
For fuck's sake. So since nobody cares about anything in the first place,
Non-writable
why can't this language just fucking work?
corresponding target
For fuck's sake.
applying the property descriptor of the property to the
Oh, everything is so stupid
exception. 0.
and pointless. God.
P. The internal method of a
I get this done.
takes argument P.
Even though it's pointless.
A normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O. Let target be O. Let handler be O. Assert. Handler is an object. Let trap be. Get method. Handler has if trap is undefined. Then a return target P. Let boolean trap
Well, not really.
call trap
Not pointless.
P. If boolean trap result is false, then a let target desk be target P. B. If target desk is not undefined.
Ah, whatever.
If target desk is false, throw a type error exception. 2. Let extensible target be is extensible target. 3. If extensible target is false, throw a type error exception. Return boolean trap result. 08 ECMA International 2024. Note for proxy objects enforces the following invariants. The result of is a boolean value. A property cannot be reported as non-existent if it exists as a non-configurable own property of the target object. A property cannot be reported as non-existent if it exists as a known property of the target object, and the target object is not extensible. 0, 5, 8. The perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O. Let target be O. Let H. Handler be O. Assert. Handler is an object. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Get. If trap is undefined, then a return target. Let trap result be. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. P. Receiver. Let target desk be target P. If target desk is not undefined and target desk is false, then A if is data descriptor. Target desk is true and target desk is false. Then I if same value, trap result, target desk is false. Throw a type error exception. B if is accessor descriptor. Target desk is true and target desk 0. Return trap result. Note. The value reported for a property must be the same as the value of the corresponding target object property if the target object property is a non-writable, non-configurable owned data property. The value reported for a property must be undefined if the corresponding target object property is a non-configurable own accessor property that has undefined as its 0, 5, 9. The perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O. Let target be O. Let handler be O. Assert. Handler is an object. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Set. If trap is undefined, then a return target. Let boolean trap result be to boolean. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. P. V. Receiver. If boolean trap result is false, return false. Let target desk be target P. 0. If target desk is not undefined and target desk is false, then ECMA International 2024-209. A if is data descriptor. Target desk is true and target desk is false. Then I if same value. V. Target desk is false. Throw a type error exception. B if is accessor descriptor. Target desk is true. Then I if target desk 1. Return true. Note, the result of cannot change the value of a property to be different from the value of the corresponding target object property if the corresponding target object property is a non-writable, non-configurable own data property. Cannot set the value of a property if the corresponding target object property is a non-configurable own accessor property that has undefined as its 0, 5, 1, 0. P. The internal method of a proxy exotic obj. CTO takes argument P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O. Let target be O. Let handler be O. Assert. Handler is an object. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Delete property if trap is undefined. Then a return target P. Let Boolean trap result be to Boolean. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. P. If Boolean trap result is false. Return false. Let target desk be target P. 0. If target desk is undefined. Return true. 1. If target desk is false. Throw a type error exception. 2. Let extensible target be. Is extensible. Target. 3. If extensible target is false. Throw a type error exception. 4. Return true. Note the proxy objects enforces the following invariants. The result of is a Boolean value. A property cannot be reported as deleted if it exists as a non-configurable own property of the target object. A property cannot be reported as deleted if it exists as a known property of the target object and the target object is non-extensible. 0, 5, 1, 1. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing a list of property keys or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O. Let target be O. Let handler be O. Assert. Handler is an object. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Own keys. 10. ECMA International 2024. 6. If trap is undefined. Then a return target. Let trap result array be. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. Let trap result be. Create list from array like trap result array. String. Symbol. If trap result contains any duplicate entries, throw a type error exception. 0. Let extensible target be. Is extensible. Target. 1. Let target keys be target. 2. Assert. Target keys is a list of property keys. 3. Assert. Target keys contains no duplicate entries. 4. Let target configurable keys be a new empty list. 5. Let target non-configurable keys be a new empty list. 6. For each element key of target keys, do A. Let desk be target key. B. If desk is not undefined and desk is false. Then, I append key to target non-configurable keys. See else. I append key to target configurable keys. 7. If extensible target is true and target non-configurable keys is empty, then a return trap result. 8. Let uncheck result keys be a list whose elements are the elements of trap result. 9. For each element key of target non-configurable keys, do A. If uncheck result keys does not contain key, throw a type error exception. B. Remove key from uncheck result case. 0. If extensible target is true, return trap result. 1. For each element key of target configurable keys, do A. If uncheck result keys does not contain key, throw a type error exception. B. Remove key from uncheck result keys. 2. If uncheck result keys is not empty, throw a type error exception. 3. Return trap result. Note the proxy objects enforces the following invariants. The result of is a list. The returned list contains no duplicate entries. The type of each result list element is either string or symbol. The result list must contain the keys of all non-configurable own properties of the target object. If the target object is not extensible, then the result list must contain all the keys of the own properties of the target object and no other values. 0, 5, 1, 2. This argument, arguments list. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes arguments this argument, an ECMA script language value, and arguments list, a list of ECMA script language values, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMA script language value or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O. Let target be O. Let handler be O. Assert. Handler is an object. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Apply. If trap is undefined. Then, A. Return. Call. Target. This argument. Arguments list. Let arg-array be create array from list. Arguments list. Return. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. This argument. Array. Note a proxy exotic object only has an internal method if the initial value of its internal slot is an object that has an internal method. ECMA International 2024 211, the 10th of May 2013. Arguments list. New target. The internal method of a proxy exotic object O takes arguments list. A list of ECMA script language values, and new target, a constructor, and returns either a normal completion containing an object or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called perform. Validate non-revoked proxy. O, let target be O, assert. Is constructor. Target. Is true. Let handler be O, assert. Handler is an object. Let trap be. Get method. Handler. Construct. If trap is undefined. Then, a, return. Construct. Target. Arguments list. New target. Let array be create array from list. Arguments list. Let new obj be. Call. Trap. Handler. Target. Array. New target. 0. If new obj is not an object, throw a type error exception. 1. Return new obj. Note 2 for proxy objects enforces the following invariants. The result of must be an object. 0. 5. 1. 4. Validate non-revoked proxy. Proxy. The abstract operation validate non-revoked proxy takes argument proxy, a proxy exotic object, and returns either a normal completely on containing unused or a throw completion. It throws a type error exception if proxy has been revoked. It performs the following steps when called. If proxy is null, throw a type error exception. Assert. Proxy is not null. Return unused. 0. 5. 1. 5. Proxy create. Target. Handler. The abstract operation proxy create takes arguments target an ECMA script language value, and handler, an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a proxy exotic object or a throw completion. It is used to specify the creation of new proxy objects. It performs the following steps when called. If target is not an object, throw a type error exception. If handler is not an object, throw a type error exception. Let P be make basic object. Set P's essential internal methods, except for end, to the definitions specified in 10.5. If is callable, target, is true. Then, A set P is specified in the 10th of May 2012. B if is constructor, target, is true. Then, I set P is specified in the 10th of May 2013. Set P to target. Set P to handler. Return P. 12. ECMA International 2024. Note 1A proxy exotic object only has an internal method if the initial value of its internal slot is an object that has an internal method. 11 ECMA script language. Source text. 1.1 Source text syntax. Source character. Any Unicode code point. ECMA script source text is a sequence of Unicode code points. All Unicode code point values from U plus 0000 to U plus 10FF, including surrogate code points, may occur in ECMA script source text where permitted by the ECMA script grammars. The actual encodings used to store and interchange ECMA script source text is not relevant to this specification. Regardless of the external source text encoding, a conforming ECMA script implementation process is the source text as if it was an equivalent sequence of source character values, each source character being a Unicode code point. Conforming ECMA script implementations are not required to perform any normalization of source text, or behave as though they were performing normalization of source text. The components of a combining character sequence are treated as individual Unicode code points even though a user might think of the whole sequence as a single character. Note in string literals, regular expression literals, template literals, and identifiers, any Unicode code point may also be expressed using Unicode escape sequences that explicitly express a code point's numeric value. Within a comment, such an escape sequence is effectively ignored as part of the comment. ECMA script differs from the Java programming language in the behavior of Unicode escape sequences. In a Java program, if the Unicode escape sequence U000A, for example, occurs within a single line comment, it is int, treated as a line terminator. Unicode code point U plus 000A is line feed, LF, and therefore the next code point is not part of the comment. Similarly, If the Unicode escape sequence U000A occurs within a string literal in a Java program, it is likewise interpreted as a line terminator, which is not allowed within a string literal. One must write n instead of U000A to cause a line feed, LF, to be part of the string value of a string literal. In an ECMA script program, the Unicode escape sequence occurring within a comment is never interpreted and therefore cannot contribute to termination of the comment. Similarly, a Unicode escape sequence occurring within a string literal in an ECMA script program always contributes to the literal and is never interpreted as a line terminator or as a code point that might terminate the string literal. 1 static semantics. UTF-16 encode code point. CP, the abstract operation UTF-16 encode code point takes argument CP, the Unicode code point, and returns a string. It performs the following steps when called assert. 0CP0x10FF. If CP0xFF, return the string value consisting of the code unit whose numeric value is CP. Let Q1 be the code unit whose numeric value is floor. CP0x10,000, 0x400, plus 0xD800. Let Q2 be the code unit whose numeric value is CP0x10,000, modulo 0x400, plus 0xDC00. Return the string concatenation of Q1 and Q2. ECMA International 2024 213. 1 2 static semantics. Code points to string. Text. The abstract operation code points to string takes argument text, a sequence of Unicode code points, and returns a string. It converts text into a string value, as described in 6.1.4. It performs the following steps when called let result be the empty string. For each code point CP of text, do a set result to the string concatenation of result and UTF-16 encode code point. CP3. Return result. 1 3 static semantics. UTF-16 surrogate pair to code point. Lead, trail. The abstract operation UTF-16 surrogate pair to code point takes arguments lead, a code unit and trail, a code unit and returns a code point. Two code units that form a UTF-16 surrogate pair are converted to a code point. It performs the following steps when called assert. Lead is a leading surrogate and trail is a trailing surrogate. Let CP be lead 0xD800, 0x400 plus, trail 0xDC00, plus 0x10,000. Return the code point CP. 1 4 static semantics. Code point at string position. The abstract operation code point it takes argument string, a string, and position, a non-negative integer, and returns a record with fields, a code point, a positive integer, and a boolean. It interprets string as a sequence of UTF-16 encoded code points, as described in 6.1.4, and reads from it a single code point starting with the code unit at index position. It performs the following steps when called let size be the length of string. Assert. Position 0 and position. Size. Let first be the code unit at index position within string. Let CP be the code point whose numeric value is the numeric value of first. If first is neither a leading surrogate nor a trailing surrogate, then A return the record. CP 1 false 6. If first is a trailing surrogate or position plus 1 equals size, then A return the record. CP 1 true. Let second be the code unit at index position plus 1 within string. If second is not a trailing surrogate, then A return the record. CP 1 true. Set CP to UTF-16 surrogate pair to code point. First, second, 0. Return the record. CP 2 false. 1 5 static semantics. String to code points. String. The abstract operation string to code points takes argument string, a string, and returns a list of code points. It returns the sequence of Unicode code points that results from interpreting string as UTF-16 encoded Unicode text as described in 6.1.4. It performs the following steps when called let code points be a new empty list. Let size be the length of string. Let position be 0. Repeat. While position size. A let CP be code point at string. Position. B append CP to code points. C set position to position plus CP. Return code points. 14. ECMA International 2024. 111. 6 static semantics. Parse text. Source text. Goal symbol. The abstract operation parse text takes argument source text, a sequence of Unicode code points, and goal symbol, a non-terminal in one of the ECMA script grammars, and returns a parse node or a non-empty list of syntax error objects. It performs the following steps when called: attempt to parse source text using goal symbol as the goal symbol, and analyze the parse result for any early error conditions. Parsing and early error detection may be interleaved in an implementation-defined manner. If the parse succeeded and no early errors were found, return the parse node, an instance of goal symbol, at the root of the parse tree resulting from the parse. Otherwise, return a list of one or more syntax error objects representing the parsing errors and/or early errors. If more than one parsing error or early error is present, the number and ordering of error objects in the list is implementation-defined, but at least one must be present. Note 2C also Clause 17. 1.2 Types of source code. There are 4 types of ECMA script code. Global code is source text that is treated as an ECMA script. The global code of a particular script does not include any source text that is parsed as part of a function declaration, function expression, generator declaration, generator expression, async function declaration, async function expression, async generator declaration, async generator expression, method definition, arrow function, async arrow function, class declaration, or class expression. Eval code is the source text supplied to the built-in eval function. More precisely, if the parameter to the built-in eval function is a string, it is treated as an ECMA script. The eval code for a particular invocation of eval is the global code portion of that script. Function code is source text that is parsed to supply the value of the and internal slots. See 10.2 of an ECMA script function object. The function code of a particular ECMA script function does not include any source text that is parsed as the function code of a nested function declaration, function expression, generator declaration, generator expression, async function declaration, async function expression, async generator declaration, async generator expression, method definition, arrow function, async arrow function, class declaration, or class expression. In addition, if the source text referred to above is parsed as the formal parameters and function body of a function declaration or function expression, the formal parameters and generator body of a generator declaration or generator expression, the formal parameters and async function body of an async function declaration or async function expression, or the formal parameters and async generator body of an async generator declaration or async generator expression, then the source text matched by the binding identifier, if any, of that declaration or expression is also included in the function code of the corresponding function. Module code is source text that is code that is provided as a module body. It is the code that is directly evaluated when a module is initialized. The module code of a particular module does not include any source. Note 1. Consider a text that has an early error at a particular point, and also a syntax error at a later point. An implementation that does a parse pass followed by an early errors pass might report the syntax error and not proceed to the early errors pass. An implementation that interleaves the two activities might report the early error and not proceed to find the syntax error. A third implementation might report both errors. All of these behaviors are conformant. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024-215. Text that is parsed as part of a nested function declaration, function expression, generator declaration, generator expression, async function declaration, async function expression, async generator declaration, async generator expression, method definition, arrow function, async arrow function, class declaration, or class expression. Note 1. Function code is generally provided as the bodies of function definitions. 15.2 Arrow function definitions. 15.3 Method definitions. 15.4 Generator function definitions. 15.5 Async function definitions. 15.8 Async generator function definitions. 15.6, and async arrow functions, 15.9. Capital F function code is also derived from the arguments to the function constructor 20, 1, 1, the generator function constructor 27, 3, 1, 1, and the async function constructor 27, 7, 1, 1. Note to the practical effect of including the binding identifier in function code is that the early errors for strict mode code are applied to a binding identifier that is the name of a function whose body contains a use strict directive, even if the surrounding code is not strict mode code. 1, 2, 1 directive prologues and the use strict directive. A directive prologue is the longest sequence of expression statements occurring as the initial statement list items or module items of a function body, a script body, or a module body, and where each expression statement in the sequence consists entirely of a string literal token followed by a semicolon. The semicolon may appear explicitly or may be inserted by automatic semicolon insertion. 12.10. A directive prologue may be an empty sequence. A use strict directive is an expression statement in a directive prologue whose string literal is either of the exact code point sequences use strict or use strict. A use strict directive may not contain an escape sequence or line continuation. A directive prologue may contain more than one use strict directive. However, an implementation may issue a warning if this occurs. 1, 2, 2 strict mode code. An ECMA script syntactic unit may be processed using either unrestricted or strict mode syntax and semantics. 4, 3, 2. Code is interpreted as strict mode code in the following situations. Global code is strict mode code if it begins with a directive prologue that contains a use strict directive. Module code is always strict mode code. All parts of a class declaration or a class expression are strict mode code. Eval code is strict mode code if it begins with a directive prologue that contains a use strict directive or if the call to eval is a direct eval that is contained in strict mode code. Function code is strict mode code if the associated function declaration, function expression, generator declaration, generator expression, async function declaration, async function expression, async generator declaration, async generator expression, method definition, arrow function, or async arrow function is contained in strict mode code, or if the code that produces the value of the function's internal slot begins with a directive prologue that contains a use strict directive. Function code that is supplied as the arguments to the built-in function, generator, async function, and async generator constructors as strict mode code if the last argument is a string that when processed is a function body that begins with a directive prologue that contains a use strict directive. ECMA script code that is not strict mode code is called non-strict code. 16. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. Note the expression statements of a directive prologue are evaluated normally during evaluation of the containing production. Implementations may define implementation-specific meanings for expression statements which are not a use strict directive and which occur in a directive prologue, if an appropriate notification mechanism exists. An implementation should issue a warning if it encounters in a directive prologue an expression statement that is not a use strict directive and which does not have a meaning defined by the implementation. 1, 1, 2, 3 non-ECMA script functions. An ECMA script implementation may support the evaluation of function exotic objects whose evaluative behavior is expressed in some host-defined form of executable code other than ECMA script source text. Whether a function object is defined within ECMA script code or as a built-in function is not observable from the perspective of ECMA script code that calls or is called by such a function object. 2 ECMA script language. Lexical grammar. The source text of an ECMA script or module is first converted into a sequence of input elements, which are tokens, line terminators, comments, or white space. The source text is scanned from left to right, repeatedly taking the longest possible sequence of code points as the next input element. There are several situations where the identification of lexical input elements is sensitive to the syntactic grammar context that is consuming the input elements. This requires multiple goal symbols for the lexical grammar. The input element hashbang or EGXP goal is used at the start of a script or module. The capital I, N, P, U, T, capital E, L, E, M E N T capital R E G capital E X P capital O R capital T E M P L A T E capital T A. Goal is used in syntactic grammar contexts where a regular expression literal, a template middle, or a template tail is permitted. The input element regexp goal symbol is used in all syntactic grammar contexts where a regular expression literal is permitted but neither a template middle nor a template tail is permitted. The input element template tail goal is used in all syntactic grammar contexts where a template middle or a template tail is permitted but a regular expression literal is not permitted. In all other contexts, input element div is used as the lexical goal symbol. Note the use of multiple lexical goals ensures that there are no lexical ambiguities that would affect automatic semicolon insertion. For example, there are no syntactic grammar contexts where both a leading division or division assignment and a leading regular expression literal are permitted. This is not affected by semicolon insertion. See 12.10 in examples such as the following: A equals B high G exec, CMAP, D, where the first non-white space, non-comment code point after a line terminator is U plus 002F, Solidus, and the syntactic context allows division or division assignment. No semicolon is inserted at the line terminator. That is, the above example is interpreted in the same way as A equals B high G exec, CMAP, D, syntax, input element div, white space, line terminator comment common token div punctuator right brace punctuator, input element regexp, white sparse, line terminator comment common token right brace punctuator regular expression literal, ECMA International 2024 217, capital I, N, P, U, T, capital E, L, E, M, E, N, T, capital R, E, G, capital E, X, P, capital O, R, capital T, E, M, P, L, A, T, E, capital T, A, white space, line terminator comment common token regular expression literal template substitution tail, input element template tail, white space, line terminator comment common token div punctuator template substitution tail, input element hashbang or regexp, white space, line terminator comment common token hashbang comment regular expression literal. 2.1 Unicode format control characters. The Unicode format control characters, that is, the characters in category CF in the Unicode character database such as left to right mark or right to left mark, are control codes used to control the formatting of a range of text in the absence of higher-level protocols for this, such as markup languages. It is useful to allow format control characters in source text to facilitate editing and display. All format control characters may be used within comments, and within string literals, template literals, and regular expression literals, U plus 200C, 0 width non-joiner, and U plus 200D, 0 width joiner, are format control characters that are used to make necessary distinctions when forming words or phrases in certain languages. In ECMA script source text, these code points may also be used in an identifier name after the first character. U plus FF, 0 width no break space, is a format control character used primarily at the start of a text to mark it as Unicode and to allow detection of the text's encoding and byte order. ZWNBSP. Characters intended for this purpose can sometimes also appear after the start of a text. For example, as a result of concatenating files. In ECMA script source text, ZWNBSP, code points are treated as white space characters. See 12.2. The special treatment of certain format control characters outside of comments, string literals, and regular expression literals is summarized in Table 35. Table 35. Format control code point usage. Code point name abbreviation usage U plus 200C 0 width non-joiner ZWNJ identifier part U plus 200D 0 width joiner ZWJ identifier part U plus FF 0 width no break space ZWNBSP white space 218, ECMA International 2024, 12.2 white space. White space code points are used to improve source text readability and to separate tokens, indivisible lexical units from each other, but are otherwise insignificant. White space code points may occur between any two tokens and at the start or end of input. White space code points may occur within a string literal, a regular expression literal, a template, or a template substitution tail where they are considered significant code points forming part of a literal value. They may also occur within a comment, but cannot appear within any other kind of token. The ECMA script white space code points are listed in Table 36. Table 36. White space code points. Code points. Name. Abbreviation. U plus 0009. Character tabulation. Tab. U plus 000B. Line tabulation. VT. U plus 000C. Form feed. FF. FF. U plus FF. 0 with no break space. ZWNBSP. Any code point in general category space separator. US. Note 1 U plus 0020. Space. And U plus 00A0. No break space. Code points are part of US syntax. Note 2 other than for the code points listed in Table 36. ECMA script white space intentionally excludes all code points that have the Unicode white space property but which are not classified in general category space separator. ZEDS 2.3 white space tab VT FF ZWNBSP US line terminators. Like white space code points, line terminator code points are used to improve source text readability and to separate tokens, indivisible lexical units from each other. However, unlike white space code points, line terminators have some influence over the behavior of the syntactic grammar. In general, line terminators may occur between any two tokens, but there are a few places where they are forbidden by the syntactic grammar. Line terminators also affect the process of automatic semicolon insertion. 12.10. A line terminator cannot occur within any token except a string literal, template, or template substitution tail. LF and CR line terminators cannot occur within a string literal token except as part of a line continuation. A line terminator can occur within a multi-line comment but cannot occur within a single line comment. Line terminators are included in the set of white space code points that are matched by the S class in regular expressions. ECMA International 2024 219. The ECMA script line terminator code points are listed in Table 37. Table 37. Line terminator code points. Code point. Unicode name. Abbreviation. U plus 000A. Line feed. LF. LF. U plus 000D. Carriage return CR. CR. U plus 2028. Line separator. LS. U plus 2029. Paragraph separator. PS. Only the Unicode code points in Table 37 are treated as line terminators. Other new line or line-breaking Unicode code points are not treated as line terminators but are treated as white space if they meet the requirements listed in Table 36. The sequence, CR, LF, is commonly used as a line terminator. It should be considered a single source character for the purpose of reporting line numbers. Syntax, line terminator, LF, CR, LS, PS, line terminator sequence, LF, CR, look ahead, LF, LS, PS, CRLF. 2.4 comments. Comments can be either single or multi-line. Multi-line comments cannot nest. Because a single line comment can contain any Unicode code point except a line terminator code point, and because of the general rule that a token is always as long as possible, a single line comment always consists of all code points from the marker to the end of the line. However, the line terminator at the end of the line is not considered to be part of the single line comment. It is recognized separately by the lexical grammar and becomes part of the stream of input elements for the syntactic grammar. This point is very important because it implies that the presence or absence of single line comments does not affect the process of automatic semicolon insertion. See 12.10. Comments behave like white space and are discarded except that if a multi-line comment contains a line terminator code point, then the entire comment is considered to be a line terminator for purposes of parsing by the syntactic grammar. Syntax, comment, multi-line comment, single line comment. 20. ECMA International 2024. Multi-line comment chars opt. Multi-line comment chars. Multi-line not asterisk char. Multi-line comment chars opt. Post asterisk comment chars opt. Post asterisk comment chars. Capital M U L T I capital L I N E capital N O T capital F O R W A R D capital S L A S H capital O R capital A S T E. Multi-line comment chars opt. Post asterisk comment chars opt. Multi-line not asterisk char. Source character but not. Capital M U L T I capital L I N E capital N O T capital F O R W A R D capital S L A S H capital O R capital A S T E. Source character but not one of all. Single line comment chars opt. Single line comment chars. Single line comment char. Single line comment chars opt. Single line comment char. Source character but not line terminator. A number of productions in this section are given alternative definitions in section B. 1.112.5 Hashbang comments. Hashbang comments are location sensitive and, like other types of comments, are discarded from the stream of input elements for the syntactic grammar. Syntax. Hashbang comment. Single line comment chars opt. 2.6 token syntax. Common token. Identifier name. Private identifier punctuator. Numeric literal string literal template. Note the div punctuator. Regular expression literal. Right brace punctuator. And template substitution. Tail productions derive additional tokens that are not included in the common token production. ECMA International 2024 221. 12.7 Names and keywords. Identifier name and reserved word are tokens that are interpreted according to the default identifier syntax given in Unicode Standard Annex number 31. Identifier and pattern syntax, with some small modifications. Reserved word is an enumerated subset of identifier name. The syntactic grammar defines identifier as an identifier name that is not a reserved word. The Unicode identifier grammar is based on character properties specified by the Unicode standard. The Unicode code points in the specified categories in the latest version of the Unicode standard must be treated as in those categories by all conforming ECMA script implementations. ECMA script implementations may recognize identifier code points defined in later editions of the Unicode standard. Syntax. Private identifier. Identifier name. Identifier name. Identifier start. Identifier name. Identifier part. Identifier start. Identifier start char. Unicode escape sequence. Identifier part. Identifier part char. Unicode escape sequence. Identifier start char. Unicode ID start. Underscore. Identifier part char. Unicode ID continue. ZWNJ. ZWJ. ASCII letter. One of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z, capital A, capital B, capital C, capital D, Nopquistavixes. Unicode ID start. Any Unicode code point with the Unicode property ID start. Unicode ID continue. Any Unicode code point with the Unicode property ID continue. The definitions of the non-terminal Unicode escape sequence is given in 1.2.9.4. Note 1. This standard specifies specific code point additions. U plus 0024, $, and U plus 005F. Low line are permitted anywhere in an identifier name, and the code points U plus 200C, 0 width non-joiner, and U plus 200D, 0 width joiner, are permitted anywhere after the first code point of an identifier name. 22. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024. Note to the non-terminal identifier part derives via Unicode ID continue. 2. 7. 1 identifier names. Unicode escape sequences are permitted in an identifier name. where they contribute a single Unicode code point equal to the identifier code point of the Unicode escape sequence. The preceding the Unicode escape sequence does not contribute any code points. A Unicode escape sequence cannot be used to contribute a code point to an identifier name that would otherwise be invalid. In other words, if a Unicode escape sequence were replaced by the source character it contributes, the result must still be a valid identifier name that has the exact same sequence of source character elements as the original identifier name. All interpretations of identifier name within this specification are based upon their actual code points regardless of whether or not an escape sequence was used to contribute any particular code point. Two identifier names that are canonically equivalent according to the Unicode standard are not equal unless, after replacement of each a Unicode escape sequence, they are represented by the exact same sequence of code points. 2. 7. 1. 1 static semantics. Early errors. Identifier start. Unicode escape sequence. It is a syntax error if identifier code point of the Unicode escape sequence is not some Unicode code point, matched by the identifier start char lexical grammar production. Identifier part. Unicode escape sequence. It is a syntax error if identifier code point of the Unicode escape sequence is not some Unicode code point matched by the identifier part char lexical grammar production. 2. 7. 1. 2 static semantics. Identifier code points. The syntax-directed operation identifier code points takes no arguments and returns a list of code points. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Identifier name. Identifier start. Let CP be identifier code point of identifier start. Return CP. Identifier name. Identifier name identifier part. Let CPS be identifier code points of the derived identifier name. Let CP be identifier code point of identifier part. Return the list concatenation of CPS and CP. 2. 7. 1. 3 static semantics. Identifier code point. The syntax-directed operation identifier code point takes no arguments and returns a code point. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Identifier start. Identifier start char. Return the code point mat. Chade by identifier start char. Note 3. The sets of code points with Unicode properties ID start and ID continue include, respectively, the code points with Unicode properties other ID start and other ID continue. ECMA International 2024-223. Identifier part. Identifier part char. Return the code point matched by identifier part char. Unicode escape sequence. U hex 4 digits. Return the code point whose numeric value is the MV of hex 4 digits. Unicode escape sequence. U code point. Return the code point whose numeric value is the MV of code point. 2. 7. 2 keywords and reserved words. A keyword is a token that matches identifier name, but also has a syntactic use. That is, it appears literally, in a fixed width font, in some syntactic production. The keywords of ECMA script include if, while, async, await, and many others. A reserved word is an identifier name that cannot be used as an identifier. Many keywords are reserved words, but some are not, and some are reserved only in certain contexts if and while a reserved word's await is reserved only inside async functions and modules async is not reserved. It can be used as a variable name or statement label without restriction. This specification uses a combination of grammatical productions and early error rules to specify which names are valid identifiers and which are reserved words. All tokens in the reserved word list below, except for await and yield, are unconditionally reserved. Exceptions for await and yield are specified in 13.1, using parameterized syntactic productions. Lastly, several early error rules restrict the set of valid identifiers. C13, 1, 1, 1, 4, 3, 1, 1, 1, 4, 7, 5, 1, and 1, 5, 7, 1. In summary, there are 5 categories of identifier names, those that are always allowed as identifiers, and are not keywords, such as math, window, to string, and those that are never allowed as identifiers, namely the reserved words listed below except await and yield, those that are contextually allowed as identifiers, namely await and yield, those that are contextually disallowed as identifiers, in strict mode code. Let static, implements, interface, package, private, protected, and public. Those that are always allowed as identifiers, but also appear as keywords within certain syntactic productions, at places where identifier is not allowed, as async, from, get, meter, of, set, and target. The term conditional keyword, or contextual keyword, is sometimes used to refer to the keywords that fall in the last three categories, and thus can be used as identifiers in some contexts and as keywords in others. Syntax, reserved word. One of, await, break, case, catch, class, const, continue, debugger, default, delete, do, else, enum, export, extends, false, finally, for function, if important, instantia, new, null, return, super, switch, this, throw, true, try, type, offer, void, while with yield. 24. ECMA International 2024. Note 1 per 5. 1. 5. Keywords in the grammar match literal sequences of specific source character elements. A code point in a keyword cannot be expressed by a Unicode escape sequence. An identifier name can contain Unicode escape sequences, but it is not possible to declare a variable named else by spelling it else you. 65. The early error rules in 1.3. 1. Rule out identifiers with the same string value as a reserved word. Note 2 enum is not currently used as a keyword in this specification. It is a future reserved word, set aside for use as a keyword in future language extensions. Similarly, implements, interface, package, private, protected, and public are future reserved words in strict mode code. Note 3 the names arguments and eval are not keywords, but they are subject to some restrictions in strict mode code. C13, 1, 1, 8, 6, 4, 1, 5, 2, 1, 1, 5, 5, 1, 1, 5, 6, 1, and 1, 5, 8, 1. 2.8 Punctuators. Syntax. Punctuator, optional chaining punctuator, other punctuator, optional chaining punctuator, look ahead decimal digit, other punctuator, one of, comma, equals plus percent plus plus, and equals plus equals percent equals equals and div punctuator, equals sign, right brace punctuator, 2.9 literals, 2, 9, 1 null literal syntax, null literal, null, ECMA International 2024 225, 1, 2, 9, 2 Boolean literal syntax, Boolean literal, true, false, 2, 9, 3 numeric literal syntax, numeric literal separator, numeric literal, decimal big integer literal, non-decimal integer literal, plus sep, non-decimal integer literal, plus sep, big int literal suffix legacy octal integer literal, decimal big integer literal, 0 big int literal suffix, non-zero digit decimal digits, plus sep, up big int literal suffix, non-zero digit numeric literal separator decimal digits, plus sep, big int literal suffix, non-decimal integer literal, sep, binary integer literal sep, octal integer literal sep, hex integer literal sep, big int literal suffix, n decimal integer literal, decimal digits, plus sep, opt exponent part, plus sep, arct, decimal digits, plus sep, exponent part, plus sep, arct, decimal integer literal exponent part, plus sep, arct, decimal integer literal, 0, non-zero digit numeric literal separator opt decimal digits, plus sep, non-octal decimal integer literal, decimal digits, sep, decimal digit sep, decimal digit, plus sep, decimal digits, plus sep, numeric literal separator decimal digit, 1 of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 26, ECMA International 2024, non-zero digit, 1 of 123,456,789, exponent part, sep, exponent indicator signed integer sep, exponent indicator, 1 of VE, signed integer, sep, decimal digit sep, decimal digit sep, decimal digit sep, binary integer literal, sep, 0b binary digit sep, 0b binary digit sep, binary digits, sep, binary digit sep, binary digit, plus sep, binary digits, plus sep. Numeric literal separator binary digit. 1 of 0, 1. Octal integer literal sep. 0 octal digit sep. 0 octal digit sep. Octal digits sep. Octal digit sep. Octa L digit plus sep. Octal digits plus sep. Numeric literal separator octal digit. Legacy octal integer literal 0 octal digit. Legacy octal integer literal octal digit. Non-octal decimal integer literal 0 non-octal digit. Capital L E G A C Y capital O C T A L capital L I K E capital D E C I M A L capital I N T E G E R capital L non-octal digit non-octal decimal integer literal decimal digit capital L E G A C Y capital O C T A L capital L I K E capital D E C I M A L capital I N T E G E R capital L 0 octal digit capital L E G A C Y capital O C T A L capital L I K E capital D E C I M A L capital I N T E G E R capital L octal digit 1 of 1,234,567 non-octal digit 1 of 89 ECMA International 2024 227 hex integer literal sep 0x hex digit sep 0x hex digit sep hex digits sep hex digit sep hex digit plus sep hex digits plus sep numeric literal separator hex digit 1 of 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 abdef A B C D E F. The source character immediately following a numeric literal must not be an identifier start or decimal digit. 2 9 3 1 static semantics. Early errors. Numeric literal legacy octal integer literal decimal integer literal non-octal decimal integer literal. It is a syntax error if the source text matched by this production is strict mode code. Note in non-strict code, this syntax is legacy 2 9 3 2 static semantics. MV. A numeric literal stands for a value of the number type or the begin type. The MV of decimal literal, decimal integer literal. Decimal digits is the MV of decimal integer literal, plus the MV of decimal digits 10n, where n is the number of code points in decimal digits, excluding all occurrences of numeric literal separator. The MV of decimal literal, decimal integer literal. Exponent part is the MV of decimal integer literal. 10e, where e is the MV of exponent part. The MV of decimal literal, decimal integer literal. Decimal digits exponent part is the MV of decimal integer literal plus the MV of decimal digits 10n, 10e, where n is the number of code points in decimal digits, excluding all occurrences of numeric literal separator, and e is the MV of exponent part, the MV of decimal literal. Decimal digits is the MV of decimal digits 10n, where n is the number of code points in decimal digits, excluding all occurrences of numeric literal separator, the MV of decimal literal. Decimal digits exponent part is the MV of decimal digits 10e, n, where n is the number of code points in decimal digits, excluding all occurrences of numeric literal separator, and e is the MV of exponent part, the MV of decimal literal. Decimal integer literal exponent part is the MV of decimal integer literal 10e, where e is the MV of exponent part, the MV of decimal integer literal. 0 is 0, the MV of decimal integer literal, non-zero digit numeric literal separator op decimal digits is the MV of non-zero digit 10n plus the MV of decimal digits, where n is the number of code points in decimal digits, excluding all occurrences of numeric literal separator, the MV of decimal digits. Decimal digits decimal digit is the MV of decimal digits 10 plus the MV of decimal digit, the MV of decimal digits. decimal digits numeric literal separator decimal digi. T is the MV of decimal digits 10 plus the MV of decimal digit. The MV of exponent part. Exponent indicator signed integer is the MV of signed integer. The MV of signed integer, decimal digits, is the negative of the MV of decimal digits. The MV of decimal digit. 0 or of hex digit. 0 or of octal digit. 0 or of 228. ECMA International 2024. Note, for example, 3 inches is an error and not the two input elements 3 and in. Legacy octal escape sequence. 0 or of binary digit. 0 is 0, the MV of decimal digit. 1 or of non-zero digit. 1 or of hex digit. 1 or of octal digit. 1 or of binary digit. 1 is 1, the MV of decimal digit. 2 or of non-zero digit, the MV of decimal digit. 3 or of non-zero digit, the MV of decimal digit. 4 or of non-zero digit, the MV of decimal digit. 5 or of non-zero digit, the MV of decimal digit. 6 or of non-zero digit, the MV of decimal digit. 7 or of non-zero digit, the MV of decimal digit. 8 or of non-zero digit, the MV of decimal digit. 9 or of non-zero digit, or of hex digit. 2 or of octal digit. 2 is 2, 3 or of hex digit. 3 or of octal digit. 3 is 3, 4 or of hex digit. 4 or of octal digit. 4 is 4, 5 or of hex digit. 5 or of octal digit. 5 is 5, 6 or of hex digit. 6 or of octal digit. 6 is 6, 7 or of hex digit. 7 or of octal digit. 7 is 7, 8 or of non-octal digit. 8 or of hex digit. 8 is or of non-octal digit. 9 or of hex digit. 9 is the MV of hex digit. Or of hex digit. A is 10, the MV of hex digit. B or of hex digit. B is 11, the MV of hex digit. C or of hex digit. C is 12, the MV of hex digit. D or of hex digit. D is 13, the MV of hex digit. E or of hex digit. E is 14, the MV of hex digit. F or of hex digit. F is 15, the MV of binary digits. Binary digits. Binary digit is the MV of binary digits 2 plus the MV of binary digit. The MV of binary digits. Binary digits numeric literal separated binary digit is the MV of binary digits plus the MV of binary digit. The MV of octal digits. Octal digits. Octal digit is the MV of octal digits 8 plus the MV of octal digit. The MV of octal digits. Octal digits numeric literal separator octal digit is the MV of octal digits 8 plus the MV of octal digit. The MV of legacy octal integer literal. Legacy octal integer literal octal digit is the MV of legacy octal integer literal times 8 plus the MV of octal digit. The MV of non-octal decimal integer literal capital L E G A C Y capital O C T A L capital L I K E capital D E C I M A L capital I N T E G E R capital L non-octal digit is the MV of capital L E G A C Y capital O C T A L capital L I K E capital D E C I M A L capital I N T E G E R capital L times 10 plus the MV of non-octal digit. The MV of non-octal decimal integer literal. Non-octal decimal integer literal decimal digit is the MV of non-octal decimal integer literal times 10 plus the MV of decimal digit. The MV of capital L E G A C Y capital O C T A L capital L I K E capital D E C I M A L capital I N T E G E R capital L E G A C Y capital O C T A L, capital L, I, K, E, capital D, E, C, I, M, A, L, capital I, N, T, E, G, E, R, capital L, octal digit is the MV of capital L, E, G, A, C, Y, capital O, C, T, A, L, capital L, I, K, E, capital D, E, C, I, M, A, L, capital I, N, T, E, G, E, R, capital L, times 10 plus the MV of octal digit, the MV of hex digits. Hex digits is the MV of hex digits 16 plus the MV of hex digit, the MV of hex digits. Hex digits numeric literal separator hex digit is the MV of hex digit 16 plus the MV of hex digit 2, 9, 3, 3 static semantics. Numeric value. The syntax-directed operation numeric value takes no arguments and returns a number or a begint. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Numeric literal, decimal literal, return round MV result. MV of decimal literal. Numeric literal, non-decimal integer literal, return. MV of non-decimal integer literal. Numeric literal, legacy octal integer literal, return. MV of legacy octal integer literal. Numeric literal, non-decimal integer literal begint literal suffix. Return the begint value for the MV of non-decimal integer literal. ECMA International 2024-229. Decimal big integer literal. 0 begint literal suffix 1. Return 0z. Decimal big integer literal, non-zero digit begint literal suffix 1. Return the begint value for the MV of non-zero digit decimal big integer literal non-zero digit decimal digits begint literal suffix non-zero digit numeric literal separator decimal digits begint literal suffix. Let n be the number of code points in decimal digits, excluding all occurrences of numeric literal separator. Let MV be the MV of non-zero digit 10n plus the MV of decimal digits. Return Z, MV, 2, 9. 4 string literals. Note 1. A string literal is 0 or more Unicode code points enclosed in single or double quotes. Unicode code points may also be represented by an escape sequence. All code points may appear literally in a string literal except for the closing quote code points. U plus 005C, reverse solidus. U plus 000D, carriage return, and U plus 000A, line feed. Any code points may appear in the form of an escape sequence. String literals evaluate to ECMA script string values. When generating these string values, Unicode code points are UTF-16 encoded as defined in 1111. Code points belonging to the basic multilingual plane are encoded as a single code unit element of the string. All other code points are encoded as two code unit elements of the string. Syntax: string literal, double string character-sopt, single string character-sopt, double string characters, double string character, double string character-sopt, single string characters, single string character, single string character-sopt, double string character, source character but not one of or all line terminator, ls, ps, escape sequence, line continuation, single string character, source character but not one of or all line terminator, ls, ps, escape sequence, line continuation, line terminator sequence, 30, ECMA International 2024, escape sequence, character escape sequence, look ahead decimal digit, legacy octal escape sequence, non-octal decimal escape sequence, hex escape sequence, Unicode escape sequence, character escape sequence, single escape character, non-escape character, single escape character, one of BFNRTV, non-escape character, source character but not one of escape character or line terminator, escape character, single escape character, decimal digit, XU, legacy octal escape sequence, 0, look ahead, 8, 9, non-zero octal digit, look ahead octal digit, 0 to 3 octal digit, look ahead octal digit, 4 to 7 octal digit, 0 to 3 octal digit, non-zero octal digit but not 0, 0 to 3, 1 of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 to 7, 1 of 4,567, non-octal decimal escape sequence, 1 of 89, hex escape sequence, X hex digit, Unicode escape sequence, U hex 4 digits, U, code point, hex 4 digits, hex digit. The definition of the non-terminal hex digit is given in 1293. Source character is defined in 11.1, ECMA International 2024-231. Note 2, LF and CR cannot appear in a string literal, except as part of a line continuation to produce the empty code point sequence. The proper way to include either in the string value of a string literal is to use an escape sequence such as N or U000A. 2, 9, 4, 1 static semantics. Early errors, escape sequence, legacy octal escape sequence, non-octal decimal escape sequence. It is a syntax error if the source text matched by this production is strict mode code. Note 1 in non-strict code, this syntax is legacy. 2, 9, 4, 2 static semantics. SV, the syntax-directed operation SV takes no arguments and returns a string. A string literal stands for a value of the string type. SV produces string values for string literals through recursive application on the various parts of the string literal. As part of this process, some Unicode code points within the string literal are interpreted as having a mathematical value, as described below, or in 1293. The SV of string literal is the empty string. The SV of string literal is the empty string. The SV of double string characters is the string. Concatenation of the SV of double string character and the SV of double string characters. The SV of single string characters is the string. Concatenation of the SV of single string character and the SV of single string characters. The SV of double string character, source character but not one of or all line terminator is the result of performing UTF-16 encode code point on the code point matched by source character. The SV of double string character, LS, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0x2028 line separator. The SV of double string character, PS, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0x2029 paragraph separator. The SV of double string character, line continuation is the empty string. The SV of single string character, source character but not one of or all line terminator is the result of performing UTF-16 encode code point on the code point matched by source character. The SV of single string character, LS, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0x2028 line separator. The SV of single string character, PS, is the string value consisting of the code unit 0x2029 paragraph separator. The SV of single string character, line continuation is the empty string. The SV of escape sequence, 0 is the string value consisting of the code unit 0x0000 null. The SV of character escape sequence, single escape character is the string value consisting of the code unit whose numeric value is determined by the single escape character according to table 38. Note 2, it is possible for string literals to precede a use strict directive that places the enclosing code in strict mode, and implementations must take care to enforce the above rules for such literals. For example, the following source text contains a syntax error, function invalid. 7. Use strict. 32. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. Table 38. String single character escape sequences. Escape sequence, code unit value, Unicode character name, symbol B0x0008, backspace, BS, T0x0009, character tabulation, HT, N0x000A, line feed, LF, V0x000B, line tab, VT, F0x000C, form feed, FF, R0x000D, carriage return CR, double quote, 0x0022.
Alright, so like, I don't know.
0x000 apostrophe backslash 0x005
What I want is a very, very simple solution.
source character
All I want
or line terminator
is the fucking
16
template of fucking
by source character
mother loving
of escape sequence
freaking
the octal escape
union. Have a base union with a length, and then the freaking
sequence the
array that it holds.
escape sequence
But I have to like make it a pointer
of the code unit 0x0038
because the flexible array stuff,
escape sequence
defining with a length is even more work.
unit 0x0039
To the point that the type signature becomes so specific
hex
that it's not generic anymore. I can't make a macro with like 30, 40 parameters. That's ridiculous.
of hex 4 digits
So I don't know, I like made it a single pointer instead.
is the string value
I want a single fucking type
numeric value is
to reuse, so I called it char pointer.
code escape sequence
I still gotta rename it.
code point
So I test if it's defined here, the define that makes the type of the union.
template
Then I can define both these things,
string value consisting of the
and they'll be of the same base freaking
row
union type,
9 4
which is this,
mv
which is the array followed by the length.
0 to 3 octal digit is 8 times the mv of 0 to 3 plus the mv of octal digit the octal
And what pisses me off is the stupidity,
is 8
or not even the stupidity, just the annoyance of like
the mv
64-bit has been out for 20 years.
digit octal digit is 64 that is 82 times the mv of 0 to 3 plus 8
20 fucking years.
first octal digit plus the mv of the second octal digit the mv of
And this
0
dot data
mv of 0
for the Vulkan app.
mv of 0 to
When was the Vulkan
0 to
freaking API released?
3 the mv of 4 to 7 4 is 4
This fucking 32-bit shit.
is 5 the mv of 4 to 7
If the pointer is 64-bit
7
and it's known to be 64-bit,
escape
make the length 64-bit also.
16
It's so freaking annoying
the mv of the second
because then it's like,
mv of hex 4 digit
do I want to cast it,
hex digit is 0x
and do I have to like, do I want to make a define and then like later on go through and possibly find all the places where I cast it to UN32?
digit plus the
What if they ever decide to like update?
international
Well, if they did update,
200
all the existing code would still work because it's already the smaller type size.
expression literals the productions below describe
It's so annoying.
expression literal and are used by the input element
The whole like
and the end of the regular expression literal
common type size or size T
expression body and the regular expression
being bound to the CPU.
using the more stringent
It should be variable by size.
expression grammar
Everything should be
2 1 an implementation may
whatever.
script regular expression
It's stupid as fuck.
2 1 but it must not extend the regular expression body
Nice chat bot.
expression flags
The Vulkan Graphics API.
productions used
When was it released?
tax regular expression literal regular expression body regular expression flags regular expression body regular expression first char regular expression chars regular expression chars empty regular expression chars regular expression char regular expression first char
So this is nowhere near what I wanted.
or capital
If I make another array,
G
it's like just like a normal int pointer array,
capital E X
I'm gonna have to like redefine the whole fucking thing.
S I
So make it int, rename this to int
B
whatever,
K S
and then at least that way,
S H
anything that's like
E Q
an int pointer array
class regular expression
will at least have the same common type.
but not one of
So they can do
capital R E G U F
whatever vector int pointer,
capital E X P R
and there's some kind of like typecasting. That's all I want. Or type checking. I want like type checking.
A C
So I can like access it by this struct name,
capital
compound struct, whatever the fuck you call it.
U expression
And then if it happens to be like
E, G,
one of these type of structs,
R,
then I'll check it, type wise,
P,
and throw an error.
E, S, S, I,
And I can type pun and access it as
C,
this property and bypass this also.
A, S,
So what I want is a type system that fucking works.
U,
It's 2025.
expression non-terminator.
Why the fuck is there not a language with a fucking working compile time, assembly time, constant setup that fucking works?
Expression class,
This is fucking stupid.
class char, regular
How is there no fucking language?
expression non-terminator.
Rust is shit.
Capital R, E,
I don't even think Rust technically.
R,
All the languages are built off of C.
R,
Everything is stupid, basically.
I, O, N,
Really fucking dumb.
E, A, C, K, S, L,
February 16th, 2016,
Q,
by the Kranos Group.
one. A regular expression literally is an input element that is,
Why the fuck are they using 32-bit numbers for the length?
and the literal is evaluated. Two regular expression literals in a program evaluate to regular expression objects that never compare as equals to each other even if the two literals' contents are identical. A regexp object may also be created at runtime by new regexp or calling the regexp constructor as a function. C to 2, 4, 34. ECMA International 2024.
I'm gonna ask you about what 32-bit operating systems were around at that time.
Via part char.
Were around at February 16th, 2016.
Semantics. Body text. The syntax-directed operation body text takes no arguments and returns source text. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Regular expression literal.
By February 16th,
Expression flag.
2016, 32-bit operating systems were already declining in mainstream use, but quite few were still officially supported and available.
The syntax-directed operation
Windows,
takes no arguments and
Windows 10,
it is defined piecewise.
32-bit was in 2015.
Expression literal. Regular expression body. Regular expression flags. Return the source text that was recognized as regular expression flags 1, 2, 9, 6. Template literal lexical components. Syntax. Template. No substitution template. Template head. No substitution template. Template corrector sop. Template head. Template corrector sop $sign. Template substitution.
So nobody was using 32-bit at the time.
Middle. Template corrector sop $.
This is just like when support was dying.
Corrector sop template characters. Template character template corrector sopt. Note 2 regular expression literals may not be empty. Instead of
Just to be using 64-bit pointers.
single line comment. To specify an empty regular expression, use
But then use 32-bit length.
235. Template
That's so annoying.
sequence, not escape sequence, line continuation, line terminator sequence, source character,
That also means there's a limit.
line or line terminator, template escape sequence, character escape sequence, look ahead decimal
This is just for like
sequence unit
enabled extension count. The length won't ever get that long.
0
There's no way there's gonna be 4 gigabytes. There's no way that there would ever be a 4 gigabyte list
hex digit,
of
look ahead hex digit,
enabled extension count.
look ahead hex digit,
But there's other things in this API that are like 32-bit length
digit,
that are not like something simple like this, like for like
point,
I can't remember what it's called, but I saw a couple places
look ahead hex digit,
where making a 32-bit would clamp the range
MV of hex digit,
to like 4 gigs.
FF, code point, hex digits, V of hex digits,
There's like, this video card has 6 gigs on this computer.
tailors used by the input element template
I don't even get it. It's just annoying as fuck.
9, 6, 1 static semantics, TV. The syntax-directed operation TV takes no arguments and returns a string or undefined. A template literal component is interpreted by TV as
So I don't know. This will work.
TV.
It should work.
Construct the index
I think.
a template object
This is a const char const pointer.
in TV. A escape sequences are replaced by the UTF-16 code unit S of the
I'm pretty sure there's not extra indirection. It'll just be the address.
execution template is the empty string. The
But I'm not totally sure. I like avoid confusing shit like this
string. The TV
because it's confusing and annoying.
is the empty string. The
So check with chatbot
is the empty
and then assume it'll be okay if chatbot says it's okay.
character template.
I don't know. Everything is fucking stupid.
Character is undefined or the TV of template characters is undefined. Otherwise, it is the string concatenation of the TV of temp 8 character and the TV
At least it's being defined without the mirrors.
source character but not one of
There we go.
line terminator is the result of performing UTF-16 encode code point on the code point matched by source character. The TV of template character $sign is the string value consisting of the code unit 0x0024 $sign. The TV of template character template escape sequence is the SV of template escape sequence. The TV of template character not escape sequence is undefined. The
We're gonna fucking rename this too.
line terminator sequence is the TRV of line terminator sequence 236. Copyright
Oh, it's so annoying.
International 2024, the TV of line continuation, line terminator sequence is the empty string 1296, 2 static semantics, TRV. The syntax-directed operation TRV takes no arguments and returns a string. A template
I already mixed it up to be 32.
a TRV is a value of the string type. TRV is used to construct the raw components of a template object, colloquially, the template raw values. TRV is similar to TV with the difference being that in TRV, escape sequences are interpreted as they appear in the literal. The TRV of no substitution template is the empty string. The TRV of template head, $sign, is the empty string. The TRV of template middle, $sign, is the empty string. The TRV of template tail is the empty string.
Alright, so I'm gonna define it as a 64-bit
Late character template
because it's gonna end up being padded to 64-bit anyways.
and the TRV of
And I'll just fucking access it as a 32-bit
character, source character.
with not this property name, but this property name.
The result of performing UTF-16 encode code point on the code point
Man,
the TRV of template character
that breaks my naming convention.
string value consisting of the code unit 0x0024 $sign. The TRV of template character template escape sequence is the string concatenation of the code unit 0x005C reverse solidus.
Whatever.
Template escape sequence. The TRV of template character not escapes
I can't come up with a perfect naming convention.
00
There's so many fucking
solidus and the TRV of
things to account for
TRV of template
because C language is shit.
0 is the string value consisting of
There's no way to like express certain
digit
data types or like
sequence.
types, not even data types, just fucking types
Code unit 0x
in a way that breaks down to data in C language
the TRV of
that works
the TRV of not escape sequence
in every fucking scenario.
is
Because this type setup
unit 0x0
is fucking dumb.
small letter x. The TRV of not escape
It's fixed to like a standard type size
hex did
and then a union or a struct to hold those type sizes.
8
It's not like flexible.
and the
It doesn't like expand
of not escape sequence
so you can define your own type
the head hex digit look ahead is
because the compiler is really dumb.
0x
It's based off stuff from the 1950s, 1960s,
u. The TRV of not escape
and nobody has rewritten it or redone anything
digit
because people are fucking stupid.
unit 0x0075 Latin small letter u and the TRV of hex digit. The TRV of not escape sequence u hex
What's it mean duplicate?
look ahead
I just fucking renamed it.
combination of the code unit 0x0075 Latin small letter u. The
I didn't save it.
hex digit and the TRV
For fuck's sake.
the TRV of not escape sequence u hex digit
How's that not defined?
head hex digit is the string concatenation of the code unit 0x0075 Latin small letter u. The TRV of the first hex digit. The TRV of the second hex digit.
And now it should work.
The TRB of not escape sequence,
Okay, finally.
the head hex digit, is the string concatenation of the code
Well, that was a big
75 Latin and the code unit 0
amount of time spent
7B left
to figure out
TRB of not
that I can't get what I want.
U
Because the types in C,
digit is the string concatenation
they're not dynamic.
0
They're really rigid and strict and very poorly implemented.
unit 0x007B
That was really annoying.
bracket and the TRB of not code point. The TRB of not escape sequence U code point. Look ahead hex digit. Look
So I gotta ask chatbot,
concatenation of the code unit 0x0075 Latin small letter U
if
0x007B left curly bracket and the TRB of code point. The TRB of decimal digit 1 of 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 is the result of performing UTF-16 encode code point on the single code point matched by this production. The TRB of character escape sequence non-escape character is the SV of non-escape character. The TRB of single escape character 1 of BFNRTV is the result of performing UTF-16 encode code point on the single code point matched by this production. The TRB of hex escape sequence X hex digit is the string concatenation of the code unit 0x0078 Latin small letter X. The TRB of the first hex digit and the TRB of the second
when accessing
V of Unicode escape
this construct pointer,
4 digits
it'll be the same thing as when it's like an array.
0075 Latin small letter U and the TRV of hex 4 digits. The TRV of Unicode escape sequence U code point is the string concatenation of the code unit 0x0075 Latin small letter U. The code unit 0x007B left curly bracket. The TRV of ECMA International 2024-237 code point and the code unit 0x007D right curly bracket. The TRV of hex 4 digits hex digit is the string concatenation of the TRV of the first hex digit, the TRV of the second hex digit, the TRV of the third hex digit, and the TRV of the fourth hex digit. The TRV of hex digit is the string concatenation of the TRV of hex digits and the TRV of hex digit. The TRV of hex digit 1 of 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 A B C D E F A B C D E F is the result of performing UTF-16 encode code point on the single code point matched by this production. The TRB of line continuation line terminator sequence is the string concatenation of the code unit 0x005C reverse solidus and the TRV of line terminator sequence. The TRB of line terminator sequence LF is the string V ALU consisting of the code unit 0x000A line feed. The TRB of line terminator sequence CR is the string value consisting of the code unit 0x000A line feed. The TRB of line terminator sequence LS is the string value consisting of the code unit 0x2028 line separator. The TRB of line terminator sequence PS is the string value consisting of the code unit 0x2029 paragraph separator. The TRB of line terminator sequence CRLF is the string value consisting of the code unit 0x000A line feed 2.10 automatic semicolon insertion. Most DCMA script statements and declarations must be terminated with a semicolon. Such semicolons may always appear explicitly in the source text. For convenience, however, such semicolons may be omitted from the source text in certain situations. These situations are described by saying that semicolons are automatically inserted into the source code token stream in those situations. 2.10.1 Rules of automatic semicolon insertion. In the following rules, token means the actual recognized lexical token determined using the current lexical goal symbol as described in clause 12. There are 3 basic rules of semicolon insertion. When, as the source text is parsed from left to right, a token, called the offending token, is encountered that is not allowed by any production of the grammar. Then a semicolon is automatically inserted before the offending token if one or more of the following conditions is true. The offending token is separated from the previous token by at least one line terminator. The offending token is, the previous token is, and the inserted semicolon would then be
And see what checkout says. It better say it's the same, I swear.
1 4.
This is such a big question though.
Text is
I'll probably fuck it up.
the end of the input stream of tokens is encountered, and the parser is unable to parse the input token stream as a single instance of the goal non-terminal.
It says, yeah, what you've got there is essentially
The source text
is the equivalent of doing this in C++.
is encountered that is allowed by some production of the grammar, but the production is
Blah blah blah.
first
In
token
your C union
terminal
is a const char,
line
constant char pointer, constant pointer, which is just a pointer to a constant pointer to a constant
restricted token.
char, an array of string literals.
The previous token by
It gets a let count of elements
colon is automatic
in C++ with standard constant char pointer.
units of
Data returns a constant char pointer, constant pointer.
CR
First pointer to the element
line
says C gives the count.
is a norm.
You've basically made your own fixed initializer macro to set both of these as things in C.
Aid escape sequence
Well, that's exactly what I was trying to do,
CR LF sequence 38 ECMA
but I couldn't get what I want. I couldn't get the simple way, because no, it has to be complicated.
rules. A semicolon is naive are inserted automatically.
Your initializer creates an anonymous static array of pointers to constant strings and stores the pointer to its first element in blah blah blah.
Statement.
In C++, standard vector is dynamic, but here your array is fixed.
The only restricted
Why does C++ even bother making a const if it's not const?
left-hand side expression yield await. No line.
It says, but here your array is fixed size at compile time, though you could generalize it to accept different lengths.
New statement. Yield await.
This does not copy the strings, it just stores pointers exactly like this, like standard vector constant char pointer would when holding string literals.
Break. No line.
That's also why I hate fucking C++.
Yield await. Return.
It says const, but it doesn't mean constant.
Turn.
Wow.
Expression. Plus in yield await. Throw.
If I rewrote your code as pseudocode,
Throw. No line terminator here.
pretty much identical to,
Yield expression. In await.
it says, if you want, I can show you how to make your macro count elements automatically
In.
without having to pass it manually.
Yield. No line terminator here. Assignment expression in. Plus yield await.
What the fuck does it mean count elements?
Await. Arrow parameters yield await. No line terminator here.
What?
Vice body in. Async.
Does C++ have a null terminator
Wait.
and it loops through to find length?
Line terminator here.
There's no way.
Identifier yield await. Formal parameters. Yield. Plus await.
If it does, I swear to Cheebus,
No line.
or like cheese.
Formal parameters.
I don't know, Cheebus is weird.
Body. Async function expression.
It's like almost saying Jesus,
Function binding identifier.
but then it doesn't sound like it. It sounds funky.
Opt. Formal parameters. Yield. Plus await. Async function body. Async method. Yield. Await. Async. No line terminator here. Class element name yield await. Unique formal parameters. Yield. Plus await. Async function body. Async generator declaration. Yield. Await. Default. Async. No line terminator here. Function binding identifier yield await. Formal parameters. Plus
Oh, what did Chatbot even do?
generator body. Plus default. Async. No line terminator here. Function. Formal parameters. Plus yield. Plus await. Async generator body. Async generator expression. Async. No line terminator here. Function binding identifier.
What?
Plus await. Opt. Formal parameters. Plus yield. Plus await. Async generator body. Async generator method. Yield. Await. Async. No line terminator here. Class element name yield await. Unique formal parameters. Plus yield. Plus await. Async generator body. Async arrow function. In. Yield. Await. Async. No line terminator here. Async arrow binding identifier yield. No, line terminator here equals a sync concise body in capital C O V E R capital C A L L capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N D capital A S Y N C capital A R R yield away. Line terminator here equals
Man, this is
ECMA
some broken code.
230
Holy crap.
sync no line terminator here arrow formal parameters yield plus await. The practical effect of
Chatbot sucks.
those when a plus plus or token is encountered where the parser would treat it as a postfix operator and at least one line terminator occurred between the preceding token and the plus plus or token, then a semicolon is automatically inserted before the plus plus or token. When a continue, break, return, throw, or yield token is encountered and a line terminator is encountered before the next token, a semicolon is automatically inserted after the continue, break, return, throw, or yield token. When arrow function parameter s are followed by a line terminator before it equals token, a semicolon is automatically inserted and the punctuator causes a syntax error. When an async token is followed by a line terminator before a function or identifier name or token, a semicolon is automatically inserted and the async token is not treated as part of the same expression or class element as the following tokens. When an async token is followed by a line terminator before a token, a semicolon is automatically inserted and the punctuator causes a syntax error. The resulting practical advice to ECMA script programmers is a postfix or operator should be on the same line as its operand. An expression in a return or throw statement or an assignment expression in a yield expression should start on the same line as the return, throw, or yield token. A label identifier in a break or continue statement should be on the same line as the break or continue token. The end of an arrow function's parameter s and its equals should be on the same line. The async token preceding an asynchronous function or method should be on the same line as the immediately following token. 2 examples of automatic semicolon insertion. This section is non-normative. The source 12.3 is not a valid sentence in the ECMA script grammar, even with the automatic semicolon insertion rules. In contrast, the source 123 is also not a valid ECMA script sentence, but is transformed by automatic semicolon insertion into the following 123, which is a valid ECMA script sentence. The source 4A B 40 copyright sign ECMA International 2024 is not a valid ECMA script sentence and is not altered by automatic semicolon insertion because the semicolon is needed for the header of a for statement. Automatic semicolon insertion never inserts one of the two semicolons in the header of a for statement. The source, return, a plus b, is transformed by automatic semicolon insertion into the following. Return, a plus b. The source, equals b plus c, is transformed by automatic semicolon insertion into the following. Equals b plus c. The source, if b else c equals d, is not a valid ECMA script sentence and is not altered by automatic semicolon insertion before the else token, even though no production of the grammar applies at that point. Because an automatically inserted semicolon would then be parsed as an empty statement, the source, equals b plus c, d plus c print, is not transformed by automatic semicolon insertion, because the parenthesized expression that begins the second line can be interpreted as an argument. List for a function call, equals b plus c, d plus c print, in the circumstance that an assignment statement must begin with a left parenthesis. It is a good idea for the programmer to provide an explicit semicolon at the end of the preceding statement rather than to rely on automatic semicolon insertion. 3 interesting cases of automatic semicolon insertion. This section is non-normative. Note 1. The expression a plus b is not treated as a value to be returned by the return statement, because a line terminator separates it from the token return. Note 2. The token plus is not treated as a postfix operator applying to the variable b, Because a line terminator occurs between B and plus plus, ECMA International 2024-241, ECMA script programs can be written in a style with very few semicolons by relying on automatic semicolon insertion. As described above, semicolons are not inserted at every new line, and automatic semicolon insertion can depend on multiple tokens across line terminators. As new syntactic features are added to ECMA script, additional grammar productions could be added that cause lines relying on automatic semicolon insertion preceding them to change grammar productions when parsed. For the purposes of this section, a case of automatic semicolon insertion is considered interesting if it is a place where a semicolon may or may not be inserted, depending on the source text which precedes it. The rest of this section describes a number of interesting cases of automatic semicolon insertion in this version of ECMA script. 2.1.0.3. 1 interesting cases of automatic semicolon insertion in statement lists. In a statement list, many statement list items end in semicolons, which may be omitted using automatic semicolon insertion. As a consequence of the rules above, at the end of a line ending an expression, a semicolon is required if the following line begins with any of the following: an opening parenthesis. Without a semicolon, the two lines together are treated as a call expression, an opening square bracket. Without a semicolon, the two lines together are treated as property, access, rather than an array literal or array assignment pattern, a template literal. Without a semicolon, the two lines together are interpreted as a tagged template. The 13th of March 2011, with the previous expression as the member expression, an array plus or. Without a semicolon, the two lines together are interpreted as a usage of the corresponding binary operator, a regexp literal. Without a semicolon, the two lines together may be parsed instead as the multiplicative operator, for example if the regexp has flags. 2.1.0.3. 2 cases of automatic semicolon insertion and no line terminator here. This section is non-normative. ECMA script contains grammar productions which include no line terminator here. These productions are sometimes a means to have optional operands in the grammar. Introducing a line terminator in these locations would change the grammar production of a source text by using the grammar production without the optional operand. The rest of this section describes a number of productions using no line terminator here, in this version of ECMA script. 2.1.0.3. 2. 1 list of grammar productions with optional operands and no line terminator here. Update expression, continue statement, break statement, return statement, yield expression, async function definitions. 15.8. With relation to function definitions. 15.2. 42. ECMA International 2024. 13 ECMA script language. Expressions. 3.1 Identifier syntax. Identifier reference. Yield. Await. Identifier. Yield. Yield. Await. Await. Binding identifier. Yield. Await. Identifier. Yield. Await. Label identifier. Yield. Await. Identifier. Yield. Yield. Await. Await. Identifier. Identifier name but not reserved word. 3. 1. 1 Static semantics. Early errors. Binding identifier. Identifier. It is a syntax error if the source text matched by this production is contained in strict mode code and a string value of identifier is either arguments or eval. Identifier reference. Yield binding identifier. Yield label identifier. Yield. It is a syntax error if the source text matched by this production is contained in strict mode code. Identifier reference. Await binding identifier. Await label identifier. Await.
So there's no one size or one solution fits all for C language.
Identifier reference. Yield. Await. Identifier binding identifier.
Because the way the type system works
Identifier. Yield.
is
The syntax error if this
it's not designed that way. It's not flexible.
parameter and string value of
Not at all.
is a syntax error if this production has an a
So I'm gonna like
value of identifier.
simplify the rest of this and stop trying to find a one solution fits all.
Mode code and the string value of identifier name.
Because every single thing, I guess, can be case by case.
Package, private, protected, public, static, or yield. It is a syntax error if the goal symbol of the syntactic grammar is module and the string value of
Which is ridiculous.
It is a syntax error if the string
It shouldn't be that way.
value of any reserved word except for yield or await. 3. 1. 2 static semantics. String value. The syntax-directed operation string value takes no arguments and returns a string. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Identifier name. Identifier start. Identifier name. Identifier part. Let text unescaped be identifier code points of identifier name. Return code points.
So where's that?
Text unescaped. Identifier reference. Yield binding identifier. Yield label identifier. Yield. Return yield. Identifier reference. Await binding identifier. Await label identifier. Await. Return await. Identifier. Identifier name but not reserved word. Return the string value of identifier name. Private identifier. Identifier name. Return the string concatenation of 0x0023. Number sign. And the string value of identifier.
There's only two, I think, constant char arrays.
String literal 1.
Constant char, constant pointer arrays.
Of identifier name normal.
Something like adjust this and then put those in place.
Hence such as
Turn on
identifier whose code
the code to run the
word 45
tutorial code.
2024.
I'll have these two types in place along with the optional type.
Identifier reference. Identifier
And then however many out of the 90
identifier
to check and convert.
resolve
It'd be like 80,
await return resolve by
88 left.
1 the result of
There's
eval
only two types
reference is
or two declarations
3 points
of the SCD
into
type or whatever.
yield await this identifier reference
There's like 90 of these.
literal yield await
So those would be two less.
option expression class
So I'm still gonna have like
expression async function expression async generator expression regular expression literal template
88 to go.
capital C
So I can't spend time investigating how to get
capital P
it templated.
R E N T H E
That's what people use C++.
E D
I already know that. But C++ sucks ass,
S
so I don't want to use it.
O N
It sucks the poop right out of the butt.
wait cap V
I need control of the types. I'm not gonna like
N T H
use C++. That's the only reason I don't use C++.
capital E X
Too much like ambiguity.
S S I O N capital A N yield
I gotta focus and get this done now. There's only like 88.
expression plus in yield await dot binding ident
Man, it's like
binding pattern yield away T
I spent way too long trying to figure out this type stuff.
identifier yield await expression plus in yield await
The type rules in C suck.
note 2 if
Alright, get some done.
the keyword yield may be used as an identifier. Evaluating the identifier reference resolves the binding of yield as if it was an identifier. Early error restriction in short A, N, yield await. The interpretation of capital C, O, V, E, R, capital P, A, R, E, N, T, H, E, S, I, Z, E, D, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, is refined using the following grammar. Parenthesized expression, yield, await, expression, plus and yield await. 3, 2, 1 That is keyword. 3, 2, 1. 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation, primary expression, this, return, resolve this binding. 3, 2. To identify a reference. See 13.1 for identify a reference. 1, 3, 2, 3 literals, syntax, literal, null literal, boolean literal, numeric literal, string literal. 3, 2, 3. 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation, literal, null literal. 1. Return null literal, boolean literal. If boolean literal is the token, false. Return false. If boolean literal is the token, true. Return true. Literal, numeric literal. Return the numeric value of numeric literal as defined in 1, 2, 9, 3. Literal, string literal. Return the SV of string literal as defined in 1, 2, 9, 4, 2, 46. ECMA International 2024. 1, 3, 2, 4 Array initializer. Array elements may be elided at the beginning, middle or end of the element list. Whenever a comma in the element list is not preceded by an assignment expression, that is, a comma at the beginning or after another comma, the missing array element contributes to the length of the array and increases the index of subsequent elements. Elided array elements are not defined. If an element is elided at the end of an array, that element does not contribute to the length of the array. Syntax, array literal, yield, await. Elision opt, element list yield await, element list yield await, elision opt, element list, yield, await, elision opt assignment expression, plus in yield await, elision opt spread element yield await, element list yield await, elision opt assignment expression, plus in yield await, element list yield await, elision opt spread element yield await, elision, spread element, yield, await, dot. Assignment expression, plus in yield await. 1, 3, 2, 4, 1 runtime semantics. Array accumulation. The syntax-directed operation array accumulation takes arguments array, an array, and next index, an integer, and returns either a normal completion containing an integer or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Elision. Let len be next index plus 1. Perform. Set. Array, length, len, true. Note, the above step throws if len exceeds 232. 1. Ret and len, elision, return, array accumulation of elision with arguments array and next index plus 1. Element list, elision not assignment expression. If elision is present, then a set next index to array accumulation of elision with arguments array and next index. Let init result be. Evaluation of assignment expression. Let init value be. Get value, init result. Perform. Create data property or throw, array. To string, next index, init value, return next index plus 1. Note an array literal is an expression describing the initialization of an array, using a list of 0 or more expressions, each of which represents an array element, enclosed in square brackets. The elements need not be literals. They are evaluated each time the array initializer is evaluated. ECMA International 2024 247. Element list. Elision not spread element. If elision is present, then a set next index to array accumulation of elision with arguments array and next index. Return array accumulation of spread element with arguments array and next index. Element list. Elision not assignment expression. Set next index to array accumulation of element list with arguments array and next index. If elision is present, then a set next index to array accumulation of elision with arguments array and next index. Let init result be. Evaluation of assignment expression. Let init value be. Get value, init result. Perform. create data property or throw, array, to string, next index, init value, return next index plus 1, element list, elision or spread element, set next index to array accumulation of element list with arguments array and next index. If elision is present, then a set next index to array accumulation of elision with arguments array and next index 3. Return array accumulation of spread element with arguments array and next index, spread element. Assignment expression, let spread ref be. Evaluation of assignment expression, let spread obj be. Get value, spread ref, let iterator record be. Get iterator, spread obj, sync, repeat, a let next be. Iterator step value, iterator record b if next is done, return next index, c perform. Create data property or throw, array, to string, next index, next, dset next index to next index plus 1. Note create data property or throw is used to ensure that own properties are defined for the array, even if the standard built-in array prototype object has been modified in a manner that would preclude the creation of new own properties using 3, 2, 4, 2, runtime semantics. Evaluation, array literal, elision or, let array be. Array create, 0. If elision is present, then a perform. Array accumulation of elision with arguments array and 0, 3. Return array, array literal, element list, let array be. Array create, 0, perform. Array accumulation of element list with arguments array and 0. Return array, array literal, element, list, elision or, 2. Let array be. Array create, 0. Let next index be. Array accumulation of element list with arguments array and 0. 48. ECMA International 2024. 3. If elision is present, then a perform. Array accumulation of elision with arguments array and next index. Return array. 3, 2, 5. Object initializer. Syntax. Object literal. Yield. Await. Property definition list yield await. Property definition list yield await. Property definition list. Yield. Await. Property definition yield await. Property definition list yield await. Property definition yield await. Property definition. Yield. Await. Identifier reference yield await. Cover initialized name yield await. Property name yield await. Assignment expression. Plus in yield await. Method definition yield await. Dart. Assignment expression. Plus in yield await. Property name. Yield. Await. Literal property name. Computed property name yield await. Literal property name. Identifier name. String literal numeric literal. Computed property name. Yield. Await. Assignment expression. Plus in yield await. Cover initialized name. Yield. Await. Identifier reference yield await. Initializer. Plus in yield await. Initializer. In yield. Await. Assignment expression in yield await. Note 2 method definition is defined in 15.4. Note 1 an object initializer is an expression describing the initialization of an object, written in a form resembling a literal. It is a list of 0 or more pairs of property keys and associated values, enclosed in curly brackets. The values need not be literals. They are evaluated each time the object initializer is evaluated. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024-249. Note 3 in certain contexts, object literal is used as a cover grammar for a more restricted secondary grammar. The cover initialized name production is necessary to fully cover these secondary grammars. However, use of this production results in an early syntax error in normal contexts where an actual object literal is expected. 3, 2, 5, 1 static semantics. Early errors. Property definition. Method definition. Bullet. It is a syntax error if has direct super of method definition is true. It is a syntax error if private bound identifiers of method definition is not empty. In. Used as a cover grammar for object assignment pattern and may be recognized as part of a capital C O V E R capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N When object literal appears in a context where object assignment pattern is required, the following early error rules are not applied. In addition, they are not applied when initially parsing a capital C O V E R capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N capital C O V E R capital C A L L capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N D capital A S Y N C capital A R R. Property definition. Cover initialized name. It is a syntax error if any source text is matched by this production. Object literal. Property definition list. Property definition list. It is a syntax error if property name list of property definition list contains any duplicate entries for proto and at least two of those entries were obtained from productions of the form. Property definition. Property name. Assignment expression. This rule is not applied if this object literal is contained within a script that is being parsed for JSON parse. See step 4 of JSON parse. 3, 2, 5, 2 static semantics. Is computed property key. The syntax-directed operation is computed property key takes no arguments and returns a Boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Property name, literal property name, return false. Property name, computed property name, return true. Addition to describing an actual object initialize the object literal productions are also 250. ECMA International 2024. Note 1. This production exists so that object literal can serve as a cover grammar for object assignment pattern. It cannot occur in an actual object initializer. Note to the list returned by property name list does not include property names defined using a computed property name. 1, 3, 2, 5, 3 static semantics. Property name list. The syntax-directed operation property name list takes no arguments and returns a list of strings. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Property definition list. Property definition. Let prop name be prop name of property definition. If prop name is empty, return a new empty list. Return prop name. Property definition list. Property definition list. Property definition. Let list be property name list of property definition list. Let prop name be prop name of property definition. If prop name is empty, return list. Return the list concatenation of list and prop name. 3, 2, 5, 4 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Object literal. Return ordinary object create. Percent object prototype percent. Object literal. Property definition list. Property definition list. Let obj be ordinary object create. Percent object prototype percent. Perform. Property definition evaluation of property definition list with argument obj. Return obj. Literal property name. Identifier name. Return string value of identifier name. Literal property name. String literal 1. Return the SV of string literal. Literal property name. Numeric literal. Let NBR be the numeric value of numeric literal. Return. To string. NBR. Computed property name. Assignment expression. Let X for value be. Evaluation of assignment expression. Let prop name be. Get value. X for value. Return. To property key. Prop name. 3, 2, 5. 5 runtime semantics. Property definition evaluation. The syntax-directed operation property definition evaluation takes argument object, an object, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Property definition list. Property definition list. Property definition. Perform. Property definition evaluation of property definition list with argument object. Perform. Property definition evaluation of property definition with argument object. Return unused. ECMA International 2024 251. Property definition. Assignment expression. Let X for value be. Evaluation of assignment expression. Let from value be. Get value. X for value. Let excluded names be a new empty list. Perform. Copy data properties, object, from value, excluded names. Return unused. Property definition, identifier reference. Let prop name be string value of identifier reference. Let X per value be. Evaluation of identifier reference. Let prop value be. Get value, X per value. Assert. Object is an ordinary, extensible object with no non-configurable properties. Perform. Create data property or throw, object, prop name, prop value. Return unused. Property definition, property name, assignment expression. Let prop key be. Evaluation of property name. If this property definition is contained within a script that is being evaluated for JSON parse, see step 7 of JSON parse, then a let is proto setter be false. Else if prop key is proto and is computed property key of property name is false, then a let is proto setter be true. Else a let is proto setter be false. If is anonymous function definition, assignment expression, is true and is proto setter is false, then a let prop value be. Named evaluation of assignment expression with argument prop key. Else a let X per value ref be. Evaluation of assignment expression b let prop value be. Get value, X per value ref. If is proto setter is true, then a if prop value is an object or prop value is null, then I perform object. Prop value be return unused. Assert. Object is an ordinary, extensible object with no non-configurable properties. Perform. Create data property or throw, object, prop key, prop value 0. Return unused. Property definition, method definition. Perform. Method definition evaluation of method definition with arguments object and true. Return unused. 3, 2, 6 function defining expressions. C15.2 for primary expression, function expression. C15.5 for primary expression, generator expression. C15.7 for primary expression, class expression. C15.8 for primary expression, async function expression. C15.6 for primary expression, async generator expression. 52, copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. 132, 7 regular expression literal syntax. C12, 9, 5, 3, 2, 7, 1 static semantics. Early errors, primary expression, regular expression literal. It is a syntax error if capital I, S, capital V, A, L, I, D, capital R, E, G, U, L, A, R, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital L, I, T, E, R, A, regular expression literal, is false. 3, 2, 7, 2 static semantics. Capital I, S, capital V, A, L, I, D, capital R, E, G, U, L, A, R, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital L, I, T, E, R, A, literal. The abstract operation, capital I, S, capital V, A, L, I, D, capital R, E, G, U, L, A, R, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital L, I, T, E, R, A, takes argument literal, a regular expression literal parse node, and returns a Boolean. It determines if its argument is a valid regular expression literal. It performs the following steps when called let flags be flag text of literal. If flags contains any code points other than D, G, I, M, S, U, V, or Y. O, R if flags contains any code point more than once. Return false. If flags contains U, let U be true, else let U be false. If flags contains V, let V be true, else let V be false. Let pattern text be body text of literal. If U is false and V is false, then a let string value be code points to string, pattern text. B set pattern text to the sequence of code points resulting from interpreting each of the 16-bit elements of string value as a Unicode BMP code point. UTF-16 decoding is not applied to the elements. Let parse result be parse pattern. Pattern text. U, V. If parse result is a parse node, return true. Else return false. 3, 2, 7. 3 runtime semantics. Evaluation primary expression. Regular expression literal. Let pattern be code points to string. Body text of regular expression literal. Let flags be code points to string. Flag text of regular expression literal. Return. regexp create. Pattern. Flags. 3, 2, 8 template literal syntax. Template literal. Yield. Await. Tagged. No substitution template. Substitution template yield await tagged. Substitution template. Yield. Await. Tagged. Template head expression. Plus in yield await. Template spans yield await tagged. Template spans. Yield. Await. Tagged. Template tail. Template middle list yield await tagged. Template tail. ECMA International 2024 253. Template middle list. Yield. Await. Tagged. Template middle expression. Plus in yield await. Template middle list yield await tagged. Template middle expression. Plus in yield.
What the fuck is this?
1 static semantics. Early errors. Template literal. Yield. Await. Tagged. No substitution template. It is a syntax error if the tagged parameter was not set and no substitution template contains not escape sequence. Template literal. Yield. Await. Tagged. Substitution template yield await tag.
What?
Of elements in the
What the fuck?
with arg
Is he looping
232. Substitution template.
and modifying constants?
Plate head expression.
What?
Template span tagged. It is a
Who loops through constants
was not set.
and then removes them?
Not escape
What is the point of making it constant?
tagged. Template
Holy fuck.
if the tagged parameter was not set and template
I swear,
escape sequence.
that better not.
Middle list. Yield.
That's not what's happening.
Template middle expression. Plus in yield await.
It cannot be what's happening.
List yield await tagged. Template middle expression. Plus in yield await. It is a syntax error.
Oh, if that's what's happening. This is so dumb.
Template middle contains not escape sequence. 3, 2, 8.
That's why constant isn't really constant, because people abuse constant when it's not really constant.
Argument draw. A bool
Can anything just be constant?
undefined. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Template literal. No substitution template. Return template string. No substitution. Template raw. Substitution template. Template head expression. Template spans. Let head be template string. Template head. Raw. Let tail be template strings of template spans with argument raw. Return the list concatenation of head and tail. Template spans. Template tail. Return template
Oh my god.
raw. Template
No!
middle list.
That snippet is basically a remove the things we already have operation. What the fuck?
Concatenation
What's the point?
before. ECMA National 2000.
Step 1.
Template middle list.
STDs, because this C++ is basically standardized sexually transmitted diseases. It's killing my brain cells.
Expression. Let front be template.
Or my autoimmunity to the thinking in my brain cells because they're dying. I have like autoimmune brain cell death from C++ and having to read C++.
Template string. Template
STDs, set STDs, string,
no subs
required extensions.
node.
Begin, end.
A template middle parse node or a template tail parse.
Takes all strings from device extensions and puts them into a STD, a standards, sexually transmitted disease set.
Be the TRB of template token
Sexually transmitted disease set automatically.
string. 3, 2.
Oh my god, and it makes copies? It makes literal copies.
The abstract of
Holds unique values.
takes argument template
Wait, what does that even mean?
node and returns
Just makes a copy?
the following steps when called. Let rem be the
Here it's making a working copy of all the extensions. What, it's just copying a pointer?
registry.
Whoop-de-doo.
Parse node as template literal
Step 2. No, do not modify the constant.
argument true. Assert. Raw strings is a
Do not. Don't do it.
true with argument false.
Oh my god, it erases it.
Elements in the list cook strings.
No.
132 1. Let template be. Array create.
No, you can't. Oh my god.
Array create.
Erase removes that extension from required extensions,
Repeat.
if it exists.
Let
The effect.
to string.
If an extension is both in our required list and available,
Form. Define property or
it's removed
plate.
from the still needed set.
Value. Writable. False. True. False. Deal
What's left after loop?
or strings.
Required extensions contains only the names of the extensions we want,
Gay. Prop.
but find in the available list.
False. True. False. F set index to index plus 1. 3. Perform.
You can then check not required extensions empty.
Then 4.
Uh-oh, some required extensions are missing.
Property descriptor.
It starts with a full want list, then subtracts everything that Vulkan says it supports.
Perform.
The leftovers are the things missing.
Template. Frozen. 6. Append the record. Template literal. Template. To realm.
Why not make a separate list called
This operation.
things missing and then add to that list so you don't modify the constant?
All other case.
For fuck's sake.
String. ECMA International 2020.
Oh, this is killing me.
Note 1. The creation of a template object cannot result in an abrupt completion. Note 2. Each template literal in the program code of a realm is associated with a unique template object that
Sure, chatbot, give me a way to do this without C++. That'd be great. Be so useful.
the template objects are frozen and the same template
I'm not gonna make a whole C++ template.
is evaluated.
I'm just gonna start replacing C++ with C.
Evaluation of
So I'm gonna ask chatbot,
locally prior to first evaluation is an
are you telling me that
observable to ECMA script code 1328.
things are being erased
Substitution evaluation.
from a constant array?
An evaluation takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing a list of ECMA script language values or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Template spans. Template tail. Return a new empty list. Template
A
span.
constant vector.
Middle list. Template tail. Return. Substitution of
And chatbot says,
middle list. Template middle list. Template middle expression. Let subref be. Evaluation of expression. Let sub be. Get value. Subref. Return sub. Template middle list. Middle list template middle expression. Let preceding be.
wait, what?
Evaluation of template middle list.
Why is this so nuanced?
Of expression. Let next be.
If you mean constant st vector t in C++, then no, elements are not erased because you can't call erase or pushback or anything that changes the container when the vector object itself is const.
Substitution template.
However, there's a subtlety.
Templated.
Const applies to the vector object, not necessarily to the element beside it.
Template header.
If the vector holds pointers to nullable objects, you can still change the pointed or mutable content. That's not erasing, but it does change the underlying data in ways people sometimes overlook.
LB.
If you use const iterator correctly, const cast, or accessing by the underlying memory, through another non-const reference,
Editions of the
you can still modify or even remove elements,
properties of
elements, but that's undefined behavior.
cement
This is why I don't use C++,
other than the plus
because it's shit. Not allowed by the type system. There is no type system in C++.
2, 9, 6.
So, properly used, constant std vector keeps its size and ordering fixed.
Creation of temp
Improperly used via aliasing, casts, or mutable tricks, you can see changes, but then it's not const. Well, duh. It's you stepping around the rules.
Template mid
There are no rules.
9, 6.
How is that an answer?
Valuation of expression. Let sub B. Get value. Subref. Let middle B.
Okay, it says if you want, I can show you exactly how a const vector can appear to lose elements, even though it shouldn't,
Expression. Let rest
and why that happens.
list.
That would prove whether your case is normal or sign of UB.
Subref B. Evaluation of expression. Let sub B.
What's UB stand for?
Subref. Let last B. To string. Sub. Return the string concatenation of rest. Middle. And last. 3, 2.
I want a yes or no chatbot.
3, 2, 9. 1 static semantics. Early errors. Primary expression. Capital C O V E
No!
A
You can't modify
H E
something defined as constant. That defeats the whole point
capital E
of making it constant. For fuck's sake.
S I O N capital A N capital C O V E R capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D capital E
Oh, that's ridiculous.
R E S
Teach their own, but I don't get it.
N capital A N must cover a parenthesized expression. 3, 2, 9. 2 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Primary expression. Capital C O V E R capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N. Let X be the parenthesized expression that is covered by capital C O V E R capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N. Return. Evaluation of expa parenthesized expression. Expression. Return. Evaluation of expression. This may be of type reference. Note to the string conversion semantics applied to the expression value alike string prototype concat rather than the plus operator. Note 3. The string conversion semantics applied to the expression value alike string prototype concat rather than the plus operator. Note this algorithm does not apply get value to evaluation of expression. The principal motivation for this is so that operators such as delete and type off may be applied to parenthesized expressions. ECMA International 2024 257. 13.3 left-hand side expression syntax. Member expression. Yield. Await. Primary expression yield await. Member expression yield await. Expression. Plus in yield await. Member expression yield await. Identifier name member expression yield await. Template literal yield await. Plus tagged. Super property yield await. Meter property. New member expression yield await. Arguments yield await. Member expression yield await. Private identifier. Super property. Yield. Await. Super. Expression. Plus in yield await. Super. Identifier name. Meter property. New target. Import meter new target. New target. Import meter. Import meter. New expression. Yield. Await. Member expression yield await. New expression yield await. Call expression. Yield. Await. Capital C O V E R capital C A L L capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N D capital A S Y N C capital A R R. Yield await. Super call yield await. Import call yield await. Call expression yield await. Arguments yield await. Call expression yield await. Expression. Plus in yield await. Call expression yield await. Identifier name. Call expression yield await. Template literal yield await. Plus tagged. call expression yield await. Private identifier, super call, yield, await. Super arguments yield await. Import call, yield, await. Import. Assignment expression, plus in, question mark yield await. Arguments, yield, await. Argument list yield await. Argument list yield await. 58, ECMA International 2024. Argument list, yield, await. Assignment expression, plus in yield await. Dart. Assignment expression, plus in yield await. Argument list yield await. Assignment expression, plus in yield await. Argument list yield await. Assignment expression, plus in yield await. Optional expression, yield, await. Member expression yield await. Optional chain yield await. Call expression yield await. Optional chain yield await. Optional expression yield await. Optional chain yield await. Optional chain, yield, await. Arguments yield await. Expression, plus in yield await. Identifier name, template literal yield await. Plus tagged. Private identifier, optional chain yield await. Arguments yield await. Optional chain yield await. Expression, plus in yield await. Optional chain yield await. Identifier name, optional chain yield await. Template literal yield await. Plus tagged. Optional chain yield await. Private identifier, left-hand side expression, yield, await. New expression yield await. Call expression yield await. Optional expression yield await. Supplemental syntax. When processing an instance of the production, call expression, capital C, O, V, E, R, capital C, A, L, L, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, D, capital A, S, Y, N, C, capital A, R, R. The interpretation of capital C, O, V, E, R, capital C, A, L, L, capital E, X, P, R, E, S, S, I, O, N, capital A, N, D, capital A, S, Y, N, C, capital A, R, R, is refined using the following grammar. Call member expression, yield, await. Member expression yield await. Arguments yield await. 3, 3, 1 static semantics. 3, 3, 1, 1 static semantics. Early errors. Optional chain, template literal. Optional chain template literal. It is a syntax error if any source text is matched by this production. ECMA International 2024-259. Note this production exists in order to prevent automatic semicolon insertion rules 12.10 from being applied to the following code A. B. C. so that it would be interpreted as two valid statements. The purpose is to maintain consistency with similar code without optional chaining. A, B, C, which is a valid statement and where automatic semicolon insertion does not apply. Import meter. Import meter. It is a syntax error if the syntactic goal symbol is not module 13. 3. 2 property accessors. Note properties are accessed by name, using either the dot notation, member expression, identifier name call expression, identifier name, or the bracket notation, member expression, expression, call expression, expression. The dot notation is explained by the following syntactic conversion. Member expression. Identifier name is identical in its behavior to member expression, identifier name string, and similarly, call expression. Identifier name is identical in its behavior to call expression, identifier name string, where identifier name string is the result of evaluating string value of identifier name. 3, 3, 2, 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation, member expression, expression. Let base reference be. Evaluation of member expression. Let base value be. Get value, base reference. If the source text matched by this member expression is strict mode code, let strict be true, else let strict be false. Return, capital E, V, A, L, U, A, T, E, capital P, R, O, P, E, R, T, Y, capital A, C, C, E, S, W I T H capital E X P R base value expression strict 60 ECMA International 2024 member expression identifier name let base reference be evaluation of member expression let base value be get value base reference if the source text matched by this member expression is strict mode code let strict be true else let strict be false return capital E V A L U A T E capital P R O P E R T Y capital A C C E S S capital W I T H capital I D E N base value identifier name strict member expression private identifier let base reference be evaluation of member expression let base value be get value base reference let field name string be the string value of private identifier return make private reference
Okay, so this code.
name string call expression
Extension count is being assigned when it's passed in to VK enumerate properties, whatever.
reference
Extension properties, available extensions is defined to
strict be true else let strict be false return capital E V A
available extensions, and then the length. I think this is the length.
capital P R O P E R T Y capital A C C E S S capital W
So this is assigned to the length.
E X
So available extensions is a vector
call
of this, which is an array of this.
base reference be
So it's an array called available extensions of this length, and none of this is compile time. That's ridiculous.
mode code let strict be true else let strict be false return
Is that why people use C++?
L
Because they're afraid to allocate memory at runtime?
capital P R E R T
That's probably why.
C C E S S
So,
U
extension count, the address is passed in.
capital I
Of course, it's a uint32 because the Vulkan library fucking sucks.
private ID
And it's 64-bit. That's what the computers are. We use a 32-bit count.
base value B
And the available extensions .data is passed in. So now it actually gets it and it populates a list.
return make
So now,
base value field name string
my brain cells, I am dying from this.
A
Device extensions,
T
that is the global, I believe.
O P E
It is. Why use the global? This is abuse of global variables, especially to make it a constant chart point array, and then destroy it as if it wasn't constant.
R
What's the point?
strict the abstract operation
I'm gonna get rid of the constant, because there's no point in making it const.
A T E capital P R O P
Or can I? Does it expect a constant?
capital A C
So I can't just cast it. You know what? Everything is shit.
capital W
Everything is so shitty.
H
Okay, so basically though,
X P
device extensions begin end.
CMA script language value expression an expression parse node and strict
Hold on, what is happening here?
either a normal complete
It's making a string, it's setting a string.
it performs the following steps when called let property name reference be evaluation of expression let property name value be value property name reference
Why is there two arguments?
to
Is it copying it
property name value
and then erasing it?
base value
Why even make any copy?
this value empty 3
Why not just keep a count?
capital E V A
And like, if it's a match,
A T
increment the count or decrement the count. And then check afterwards
E
the length. and return a boolean.
A, C, E, E, S, S, capital W,
Like length,
H, capital
result
E, E, value,
equals 0
strict, the abstract operation,
or does not equal 0.
V, A, L,
But I wouldn't actually ever type this.
T, E, capital,
So if it's not equal to 0, return 1 for the boolean, or return 0.
Y, capital A, C,
Why make
E, S,
an entire list?
W, I, T, H, capital I, D, E, N,
Is that why it's global? So you can like print
script like
afterwards when it fails, if it fails, what was not available.
a boolean,
But even then,
record.
doesn't it like hold
When called, let property name string be string value of identity
both states of like what's being searched for and what was found?
name strings.
Oh, this is infuriating.
2024 261 13 3 3 3 5 1 runtime semantics evaluation new expression new expression
Yeah, I don't understand why a program would be written this way. This is not my mindset,
arguments 1
not at all.
evaluate new member expression arguments 3 3 5 1
I like assembly. I like simple. I like performance.
evaluate new takes arguments
I like logic.
expression parse
I like binary.
node
I hate C++ so much.
node and returns either a
It is the opposite of all of that.
value or an abrupt completion. It performs the following steps when called let ref be. Evaluation of construct expa let construct to be. Get value ref if arguments is empty, then a let arg list be a new empty list for. Else a let arg list be. Argument list evaluation of arguments. If is constructor is false. Throw a type error exception. Return constructor arg list 3 3 6 function calls 3 3 6 1 runtime
Alright, I gotta try to get some done.
expression capital C O V E R capital C A L L capital E X P R E S
I need to stop complaining over every single thing
N
that's like nonsense because there's so much nonsense.
Y N C capital A let X
I like never get anywhere.
is covered by
I just like blew my ears out. The sound is way too loud.
R capital C A L L capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N D capital A S Y N C capital A R R let member expa be the member expression of expa. Let arguments be the arguments of expa. Let ref be. Evaluation of member expa. Let func be. Get value ref. If ref is a reference record, is property reference. Ref is false, and ref is evil, then a if same value. Func %evil% is true. Then I let arg list be. Argument list evaluation of arguments. 2. If arg list has no elements, return undefined. 3. Let devilarg be the first element of arg list. 5. If the source text matched by this call expression is strict mode code, let strict caller be true. Otherwise let strict caller be false. V return perform evilarg strict caller true. Let this call be this call expression. Let tail call be is in tail position. This call return evaluate call func ref arguments tail call. A call expression evaluation that executes step 6 AV is a direct eval. Call expression arguments. Let ref be. Evaluation of call expression. Let func be. Get value ref. Let this call be this call expression. Let tail call be is in tail position. This call return evaluate call func ref arguments tail call. 62 ECMA International 2024 133 6 To evaluate call, func, ref, arguments, tail position.
This is why
Evaluate call takes arguments func, ECMA script language
I say, like, the modern operating system is shit.
value or a reference reco, RD,
This is a waste of everything.
a boolean
A real operating system would recognize
containing an
these patterns
or an abrupt complete.
and be able to, like, remove the redundancies.
If ref is a
A
reference,
real compiler, but it can't do that
ref is
because everything runs in a separate machine executable program.
ref env.
And they all the programs
Let this value be ref.
just read bytes of data.
Let this value
All the metadata is lost.
list evaluation of
All of it. That's ridiculous. The operating system
if is callable.
should actually manage the systems to operate.
Perform prepare for tail call. Return
If it did,
func
it could find the patterns and remove any and all redundancy.
3 3 7
Because if the operating system knew
evaluation super.
that it's looping through comparing strings,
Let env
it would know to look to the string bank of the Vulkan library and the string bank of this library. And behind the scenes, it would merge it to the same string bank.
get value.
Or, for performance reasons, maybe it'd be faster to, like, save two separate string banks, but then the operating system behind the scenes would refragment things into one string bank.
False. Return
And then there's times when things need to be stored on different drives.
strict super
So maybe data is being transferred to another drive or needs to be duplicated for some reason.
actual this be
And the operating system should manage duplicates of memory.
identify name if the source text
So if something's being copied or whatever, and it's like comparing,
else let's
there are so many things that the quote modern operating system
actual this property
is not capable of doing
call super
because it's just stolen from fucking 1950s, 60s.
an object. Let func be
This is so stupid.
argument list evaluation of arguments if is func is false. Throw a type error exception. Let result be
So I don't know, whatever.
arg list
If only a better OS came out,
environment perform this
that'd just be great, but yeah.
fb this 0 assert f is an ECMA script function object 1 perform initialize instance elements result f 2 return result ECMA International 2024 263 133 7 to get super constructor. The abstract operation get super constructor takes no arguments.
I hate wasting time on Windows.
It performs
This is annoying.
called let envrec beget this environment assert. Envrec is a function
Alright, I gotta, like, actually focus.
function be envrec assert
This is so ridiculous, though.
script function object.
Like, totally ridiculous.
3 3
The operating system does, like, nothing.
actual this property key strict. The abstract operation makes super property reference takes arguments actual this an ECMA script language value property key a property key and strict a boolean and returns either a normal completion containing a super reference record or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called let env beget this environment assert env has super binding is true. Let base value be env get super base. Return the reference record. Base value. Property key. Strict. This value. Actual this. 3 3 8 argument lists. Note the evaluation of an argument list produces a list of values 1 3 3 8 1 runtime semantics. Argument list evaluation. The syntax-directed operation argument list evaluation takes no arguments and returns either a normal completion containing a list of ECMA script language values or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Arguments. Return a new empty list. Argument list. Assignment expression. Let ref be. Evaluation of assignment expression. Let arg be. Get value. Ref. Return arg. Argument list. Assignment expression. Let list be a new empty list. Let spread ref be. Evaluation of assignment expression. Let spread objb. Get value. Spread ref. Let iterator record be. Get iterator. Spread obj. Sync. Repeat. A let next be.
Like, why point to the first element?
Turn list.
Oh, this is so frustrating.
Assignment expression. 1.
My God.
List evaluation of argument list.
Why the layers of complication?
Assignment expression. 64.
Why point?
24. 3. Let arg be. Get value. Ref. Return the list
To the first thing,
containing args and arg. Argument list. Argument list.
and then point
Expression. Let preceding args be. Argument
to the last thing.
list. Let spread ref be. Evaluation
Why not get the length?
to record be. Get
Can you just do like that length?
spread ref. Sync. Repeat. A let next be. It step value. Iterator record. B if next is done. Return
Why not that?
and next to
Why point to the first and last?
no substitution
And why call it a set? It's an array.
template literal. Let site ob
It's not even an array. It's a pointer to malloc memory.
J template literal.
Unless it's optimized, then it's like on the stack.
Template literal be this template. Let site obj be get template object
And why not loop through the length?
b. Argument list evaluation of substitution template. Return the list concatenation of site obj and remaining. Substitution template. Template head expression templates.
Okay, so it's required extensions. That's a string collection.
First
So he loops through the available extensions,
ref. Let rest
which means he's not modifying
evaluation of templates.
the const. Okay, thank God.
Sub is a possibly empty.
Okay, so the constant isn't being modified. Alright.
3. 9 op
Well, why even make a copy?
3. 9. 1 runtime semantic.
There's no point in making a copy. That's even worse.
Member expression optional chain. Let base read errands be. Evaluation of member expression. Let base value be. Get value. Base reference. If base value is either undefined or
Like inside of here,
and undefined. Return. Chain evaluation of optional chain.
compare the two strings and decrement a counter.
Expression. Call
And
expression.
if it's not 0,
Let base ref.
then it means that not all matched.
Call expression. Let base value be.
The effort to go through to like erase something from a collection
Return
and
undefined.
then check if the collection is empty.
Chain evaluation of optional chain.
The collection is like garbage collected after, but not in this case. In this case, it's probably gonna be on the stack. So like, it's not garbage collected.
Begins with the
It's just like a local adjust the base, the stack point or whatever,
optional
and then drop the stack point anyways
base reference be.
of the stack frame.
Optional expression. Let base value be. Get value. Base reference. If base value.
Maybe the compiler optimizes this.
And return. Chain evaluation of optional chain with arguments base value and base reference. 3. 3. 9. 2 runtime set.
Maybe it could.
Evaluation. The syntax direct
I gotta check real quick.
evaluation takes up
I'm gonna see if the compiler optimizes it.
CMA script language.
If it does, that's kind of impressive.
ECMA script language a value or a reference record. And returns either a normal completion containing either an ECMA script language a value or a reference record, or an abrupt completion. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Optional chain. Arguments. Let this chain be this optional chain. Let tail call be is in tail position. This chain. Return. Evaluate call. Base value. Base reference. Arguments. Tail call. Optional chain. Expression. If the source text matched by this optional chain is strict mode code. Let strict be true. Else let strict be false. Return. Capital E. V. A. L. U. A. T. E. Capital P. R. O. P. E. R. T. Y. Capital A. C. C. E. S. S. Capital W.
Wait, why is it compiling stuff? Put it next to 0.
Capital E. X. P. R. Base value. Expression. Strict. Optional chain. Identify a name. If the source text matched by this optional chain is strict mode code, let strict be true, else let strict be false. Return capital E V A L U A T E capital P R O P E R T Y capital A C C E S S capital W I T H capital I D E N base value identifier name strict optional chain private identifier let field name string be the string value of private identifier return make private reference base value field name string optional chain arguments let optional chain be optional chain let new reference be chain evaluation of optional chain with arguments base value and base reference let new value be get value new reference let this chain be this optional chain let tail call be is in tail position this chain return evaluate call new value new reference arguments tail call optional chain expression let optional chain be optional chain let new reference be chain evaluation of optional chain with arguments base value and base reference let new value be get value new reference if the source text matched by this optional char in is strict mode code let strict be true else let strict be false return capital E V A L U A T E capital P R O P E R T Y capital A C C E S S capital W I T H capital E X P R new value expression strict optional chain identifier name let optional chain be optional chain let new reference be chain evaluation of optional chain with arguments base value and base reference let new value be get value new reference if the source text matched by this optional chain is strict mode code let strict be true else let strict be false return capital E V A L U A T E capital P R O P E R T Y capital A C C E S S capital W I T H capital I D E N new value identifier name strict 66 ECMA International 2024 optional chain private identifier let optional chain be optional chain let new reference be chain evaluation of optional chain with arguments base value and base reference let new value be get value new reference let field name string be the string value of return make private reference new value field name string the 3rd of March 2010 import calls 1 runtime semantics evaluation import call import assignment expression let referrer be get active script for module if referrer is null set referrer to the current realm record let argref be evaluation of assignment expression let specify be get value argref let promise capability be new promise capability promise let specifier string be completion to string specifier if abrupt reject promise specifier string promise capability perform host load imported module referrer specifier string empty promise capability return promise capability 1 continued
I hate how they added type define to C.
completion the abstract operation takes argument
It's just annoying.
capability record and module completion either a normal completion containing a module record or a throw completion and returns unused it completes the process of a dynamic import originally started by an import call resolving or rejecting the promise returned by that call is appropriate it performs the following steps when called if module completion is an abrupt completion then a perform call promise capability undefined module completion be return unused. Let module be module completion. Let load promise be module load requested modules. Let rejected closure be a new abstract closure with parameters, reason, that captures promise capability and performs the following steps when called a perform. Call promise capability undefined. Reason be return unused. Let on rejected be create built-in function. Rejected closure 1. Let link and evaluate closure be a new abstract closure with no parameters that captures module promise capability and on rejected and performs the following steps when called a let link be completion module link. B if link is an abrupt completion, then I perform call promise capability undefined. Link 2. Return unused. C let evaluate promise be module evaluate. D let fulfilled closure be a new abstract closure with no parameters that captures module and promise capability and performs the following steps when called I let namespace be get module namespace module 2. Perform call
Come on.
undefined namespace 3. Return unused. A let unfulfilled be create built-in function fulfilled closure 0. F perform promise then evaluate promise unfulfilled on rejected. G return unused. Link and evaluate be create built-in function link and evaluate closure 0. Let perform promise then load promise link and evaluate on rejected. Return unused. ECMA International 2024 267, the 13th of March 2011. Tag templates 3 3 1 1 1 runtime semantics evaluation member expression template literal let tag ref be evaluation of member expression let tag func be get value tag ref let this call be this member expression let tail call be is in tail position this call return evaluate call tag func tag ref template literal tail call expression template literal let tag ref be evaluation of call expression let tag func be get value tag ref let this call be this call expression let tail call be is in tail position this call return evaluate call tag func tag ref template literal tail call the 3rd of March 2012 meta properties 3 3 1 2 1 runtime semantics evaluation new target 1 return get new target import me
Oh my god.
let module be get active script
How is this not part of the same library?
module record let import meter be module if import meter is empty then a set import meter to ordinary object create
What's it defined to include? It has all the standards.
properties module C for each record P of import meter values do I perform create data property or throw import meter P D perform host finalize import meter module E set module to import meter F return import meter else A assert import meter as an object
For fuck's sake.
meter 3 3 1 2 1 host get import meter properties module record the host defined abstract operation host get import meter properties takes argument module record a module record and returns a list of records with fields an ECMA script language value. It allows hosts to provide property keys and values for the object returned from import meter. The default implementation of host get import meter properties is to return a new empty list. Note a tag template is a function call where the arguments of the call are derived from a template literal 1 3 2 8. The actual arguments include a template object 1 3 2 8 4. And the values produced by evaluating the expressions embedded within the template lit. Error 68. Copyright sign ECMA International 2024 133 1 to host finalize import meter module record. The host defined abstract operation host finalize import meter takes arguments import meter an object and module record a module record and returns unused. It allows hosts to perform any extraordinary operations to prepare the object returned from import meter. Most hosts will be able to simply define host get import meter properties and leave host finalize import meter with its default behavior. However, Host finalize import meter provides an escape hatch for hosts which need to directly manipulate the object before it is exposed to ECMA script code. The default implementation of host finalize
How do you make this an argument?
used 3.4 update expression syntax.
This?
Expression, yield, await. Left-hand side expression yield await. Left-hand side expression yield await. Left-hand side expression yield await. Plus unary expression yield await. Unary expression yield await. 1 3 4 1 static semantics. Early errors. Update expression. Left-hand side expression plus. No line terminator here. Plus. No line terminator here. Left-hand side expression. It is an early syntax error if assignment target type of left-hand side expression is not simple. Update expression plus unary expression. Unary expression. It is an early syntax error if assignment target type of unary expression is not simple. 3 4 2 postfix increment operator 1 3 4 2 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Update expression. Left-hand side expression plus. Let LHS be.
Why does it have to be const?
Of left-hand side
It's
expression
not const.
be. To numeric. Get value, LHS. If old value is a number, then A let new value be number. Add old value. 1 else A assert. Old value is a begint. B let new value be begint. Add old value. 1z perform. Put value, LHS. New value. Return old value. ECMA International 2024 269. 1 3 4 3 postfix decrement operator 1 3 4 3 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Update expression. Left-hand side expression. Let LHS be. Evaluation of left-hand side expression. Let old value.
What even is extension?
Get value, LHS. If old value is a number, then A let new value be number. Subtract old value. 1 else A assert. Old value is a begint. B let new value be begint. Subtract old value. 1z perform. Put value, LHS. New value. Return old value. 3 4 4 prefix increment operator 1 3 4 4 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Update expression. Plus unary expression. Let exp be. Evaluation of unary expression. Let old value be. To numeric. Get value, expa. If old value is a number, then A let new value be number. Add old value. 1 else A assert. Old value is a begint. B let new value be begint. Add old value. 1z perform. Put value, expa. New value. Return new value. 3 4 5 prefix decrement operator 1 3 4 5 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Update expression. Unary expression. Let exp be. Evaluation of unary expression. Let old value be. To numeric. Jet alu. Expa. If old value is a number, then A let new value be number. Subtract old value. 1 else A assert. Old value is a begint. B let
Close enough.
subtract old value. 1z perform. Put value, expa. New value. Return new value. 70. ECMA International 2024 13.5 Unary operators syntax. Unary expression. Yield. Await. Update expression yield await. Delete unary expression yield await. Void unary expression yield await. Type of unary expression yield await. Plus unary expression yield await. Unary expression yield await. Unary expression yield await. Unary expression yield await. Plus await. Await expression yield. 3 5 1 the delete operator. 3 5 1 1 static.
Wow, that is not optimized.
Expression. Delete. It is a syntax error if the unary expression
Whoa, what is this?
and the derived unary expression is primary expression. Identifier reference. Member expression. Member expression. Private identifier. Call expression. Call expression. Private identifier. Optional chain. Private identifier. All optional chain. Optional chain. Private identifier. It is a syntax error.
Wow, this is like templating to the extreme. Holy fuck. turns into like what my code looks like when I have like really long names for variables.
X P R E S S I O N, capital A N and capital C O V E R, capital P A R E N T H E S I Z E D, capital E X P R E S S I O N, capital A N, ultimately derives a phrase that, if used in place of
That's a whole lot of work.
syntax error according to these rules, this
Has to call a function to get to begin,
5 1
call a function to get the end.
evaluation, unary expression.
I think it might be inlining.
Let ref be. Evaluation of unary expression.
Base extensions.
Record. Return true if is unresolvable reference. Ref is true. Then A assert. Ref is false. B return true if is property reference. Ref is true. Then A assert is private reference. Ref is false. B if is super reference. Ref is true. Throw a reference error exception. See let base OBJB. To object.
I think this is hard.
Delete status be base OBJ. Ref. If delete status is false and ref is true.
Wait, how many instructions?
Exception. F return delete status.
So it's like 168.
B assert. Base is an environment record. C return base delete binding. Ref. The last rule means that expressions such as delete foo produce early errors because, note, of recursive application of the
It was inlining,
National 2024
which does make it more optimal.
the delete operator occurs within
So now
a
it has to make a normal loop.
thrown if its unary expression is a direct reference to a variable, function argument, or function name. In addition, if a delete operator occurs within strict mode code and the property to be deleted has the
Wait, really? They load up a copy in memory at the bottom?
exception is thrown, note to the object that may be created in
This is really funky.
possible outside of the above abstract opera, T-on and the ordinary object
You know, it doesn't optimize to the extent I thought.
choose to avoid the actual creation of that object. 3 5 tooth avoid operator. 3 5
Not even close.
semantics. Evaluation.
I mean, why do all this?
Void.
We could simply get the length.
Evaluation of unary expression. Perform. Get value. Expa. Return undefined.
I don't.
3 the TPF operator. 3 5 3 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Unary expression. Type of unary expression. Let val be. Evaluation of unary expression. If val is a reference record, then A if is unresolvable reference. Val is true. Return undefined. Set val to get value. Val if val is undefined. Return undefined. If val is null, return object. If val is a string, return
Alright, I gotta get this covered.
return symbol. If val is a boolean, return boolean. If val is a number, return number. 0. If val is a big int, return bigint.
It's so annoying to work with.
Val is an object. 2. Note, this step is replaced in section B. 3 6 3 3. If val has a internal slot, return function. 4. Return object. 3 5 for unary plus operator. Note the unary plus operator converts its operand to number type. Note get value must be called even though its value is not used because it may have observable side effects. 272. ECMA International 2024. 1 3 5 4 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation unary expression plus unary expression. Let x be. Evaluation of unary expression. Return to a number. Get value. Expa. 3 5 5 unary operator. 3 5 5 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation unary expression. Unary expression. Let x be. Evaluation of unary expression. Let old value be. To numeric. Get value. Expa. If old value is a number, then a return number. Unary minus old value 4. Else ab assert. Old value is a bigint. Return bigint. Unary minus old value. The unary Operator converts its operand to a numeric value and then negates it. Negating +0, note, produces -0, and negating -0 produces +0. Bitwise not operator, unary expression, 3, 5, 6, 3, 5, 6, 1 runtime semantics, evaluation, let x be. Evaluation of unary expression, let old value be. To numeric, get value, expa, if old value is a number, then a return number, bitwise not, old value 4. Else, AB, assert, old value is a begint, return begint, bitwise not, old value, logical not operator, unary expression, 3, 5, 7, 3, 5, 7, 1 runtime semantics, evaluation, let x be. Evaluation of unary expression, let old value be to Boolean, get value, expa, if old value is true, return false, return true. 3.6 exponentiation operator syntax, exponentiation expression, yield, await, unary expression yield await, update expression yield await, exponentiation expression yield await, ECMA International 2024 273, 136, 1 runtime semantics, evaluation, exponentiation expression, update expression exponentiation expression, return, evaluate str, numeric binary expression, update expression, exponentiation expression. 3.7 multiplicative operators syntax, multiplicative expression, yield, await, exponentiation expression yield await, multiplicative expression yield await, multiplicative operator, exponentiation expression yield await, multiplicative operator, 1 of, %, 3, 7, 1 runtime semantics, evaluation, multiplicative expression, multiplicative expression, multiplicative operator, exponentiation expression, let optext be the source text matched by multiplicative operator, return, capital E, V, A, L, U, A, T, E, capital S, T, R, I, N, G, capital O, R, capital N, U, M, E, R, I, C, capital B, I, N, A, R, Y, capital E, multiplicative expression, optext, exponentiation expression. 3.8 additive operators syntax, additive expression, yield, await, multiplicative expression yield await, additive expression yield await, plus multiplicative expression yield await, additive expression yield await, multiplicative expression yield await. 3, 8, 1 the addition operator, plus, note the addition operator either performs string concatenation or numeric addition. 3, 8, 1, 1 runtime semantics, evaluation, additive expression plus multiplicative expression, return, capital E, V, A, L, U, A, T, E, capital S, T, R, I, N, G, capital O, R, capital N, U, M, E, R, I, C, capital B, I, N, A, R, Y, capital E, additive expression, plus, multiplicative expression. Note, the operator performs multiplication, producing the product of its operands. The operator performs division, producing the quotient of its operands. The percent operator yields the remainder of its operands from an implied division. 274. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024, 138. To the subtraction operator, 3, 8, 2, 1 runtime semantics, evaluation, additive expression, multiplicative expression, return, capital E, V, A, L, U, A, T, E, capital S, T, R, I, N, G, capital O, R, capital N, U, M, E, R, I, C, capital B, I, N, A, R, Y, capital E, additive expression, multiplicative expression. 3.9 bitwise shift operators syntax, shift expression, yield, await, additive expression yield await, shift expression yield await, additive expression yield await, shift expression yield await, additive expression yield await, shift expression yield await, additive expression yield await. 3, 9, 1 left shift operator. 3, 9, 1, 1 runtime semantics, evaluation, shift expression, additive expression, return, capital E, V, A, L, U, A, T, E, capital S, T, R, I, N, G, capital O, R, capital N, U, M, E, R, I, C, capital B, I, N, A, R, Y, capital E, shift expression, additive expression. 3, 9, to the signed right shift operator. 3, 9, 2, 1 runtime semantics, evaluation, shift expression, additive expression, return, capital E, V, A, L, U, A, T, E, capital S, T, R, I, N, G, capital O, R, capital N, U, M, E, R, I, C, capital B, I, N, A, R, Y, capital E, shift expression, additive expression. 3, 9, 3 the unsigned right shift operator. Note, the operator performs subtraction, producing the difference of its operands. Note performs a bitwise left shift operation on the left operand by the amount specified by the right operand. Note performs a sign filling bitwise right shift operation on the left operand by the amount specified by the right operand. Note performs a zero filling bitwise right shift operation on the left operand by the amount specified by the right operand. ECMA International 2024 275 13 9 3 1 runtime semantics, evaluation, shift expression, additive expression, return, capital E, V, A, L, U, A, T, E, capital S, T, R, I, N, G, capital O, R, capital N, U, M, E, R, I, C, capital B, I, N, A, R, Y, capital E, shift expression, additive expression. 3.10 relational operators, syntax, relational expression, in, yield, await, shift expression yield await, relational expression in yield, 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 await, shift expression yield await await, shift expression yield await await, equals shift expression yield await await, equals shift expression yield await await, instantiaf. Note 1 the result of evaluating a relational operator is always of type Boolean, reflecting whether the relationship named by the operator holds between its two operands. Shift expression yield await, plus in, relational expression, plus in yield await, in shift expression yield await, plus in, private identifier in shift expression yield await. 3, 1 0, 1 runtime semantics, evaluation, relational expression, shift expression, let ref be, evaluation of relational expression, let leval be, get value, ref, let ref be, evaluation of shift expression, let reval be, get value, ref, let r be, is less than, reval, true. If r is undefined, return false. Otherwise, return r. Relational expression, shift expression, let ref be, evaluation of relational expression, let leval be, get value, ref, let ref be, evaluation of shift expression, let reval be, get value, ref, let r be, is less than, reval, false. If r is undefined, return false. Otherwise, return r. Relational expression, equals shift expression, let ref be, evaluation of relational expression, let leval be, get value, ref, let ref be, evaluation of shift expression, let reval be, get value, ref, let r be, is less than, Raval. Val. False. If R is either true or undefined, return false. Otherwise, return true. 276. ECMA International 2024. Note to the in grammar parameter is needed to avoid confusing the in operator in a relational expression with the in operator in a for statement. Relational expression equals shift expression. Let left be. Evaluation of relational expression. Let level be. Get value. Ref. Let ref be. Evaluation of shift expression. Let reval be. Get value. Ref. Let R be. Is less than. Val. Reval. True. If R is either true or undefined, return false. Otherwise, return true. Relational expression instantia of shift expression. Let left be. Evaluation of relational expression. Let level be. Get value. Ref. Let ref be. Evaluation of shift expression. Let reval be. Get value. Ref. Capital R. Return. Instantia of operator. Val. Reval. Relational expression in shift expression. Let left be. Evaluation of relational expression. Let level be. Get value. Ref. Let ref be. Evaluation of shift expression. Let reval be. Get value. Ref. If reval is not an object, throw a type error exception. Return. Has property. Reval. To property key. Val. Relational expression. Private identifier in shift expression. Let private identifier be the string value of private identifier. Let ref be. Evaluation of shift expression. Let reval be. Get value. Ref. If reval is not an object, throw a type error exception. Let private env be the running execution context's private environment. Let private name be resolve private identifier. Private env. Private identifier. If private element find. Reval. Private name is not empty. Return true. Return false. 3. 1 0. 2 instantia of operator. V. Target. The abstract operation instantia of operator takes arguments V, an ECMA script language value, and target an ECMA script language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It implements the generic algorithm for determining if V is an instance of target either by consulting target.sat has instance method or, if absent, determining whether the value of target's prototype property is present in V's prototype chain. It performs the following steps when called. If target is not an object, throw a type error exception. Let instFhandler be. Get method, target, at has instance. If instFhandler is not undefined, then a return to boolean. Call instFhandler, target, V. If is callable, target, is false. Throw a type error exception. Return, ordinary has instance, target, V. Note steps 4 and 5 provide compatibility with previous editions of ECMA script that did not use a at has instance method to define the instantia of operator semantics. If an object does not define or inherit at has instance, it uses the default instantia of semantics. ECMA International 2024 277. 13.11 Equality operators. Syntax. Equality expression in yield. Await. Relational expression in yield await. Equality expression in yield await. Equals relational expression in yield await. Equality expression in yield await equals relational expression in yield await. Equality expression in yield await. Equals relational expression in yield await. Equality expression in yield await equals relational expression in yield await. 3. 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Equality expression equals relational expression. Let left be. Evaluation of equality expression. Let level be. Get value. Ref. Let ref be. Evaluation of relational expression. Let reval be. Get value. Ref. Return. Is loosely equal. Reval. Val. Equality expression equals relational expression. Let left be. Evaluation of equality expression. Let level be. Get value. Ref. Let ref be. Evaluation of relational expression. Let reval be. Get value. Ref. Let R be. Is loosely equal. Reval. Val. If R is true, return false. Otherwise, return true. Equality expression equals relational expression. Let ref be. Evaluation of equality expression. Let level be. Get value. Ref. Let ref be. Evaluation of relational expression. Let reval be. Get value. Ref. Return is strictly equal. Reval. Val. Equality expression equals relational expression. Let ref be. Evaluation of equality expression. Let level be. Get value. Ref. Let ref be. Evaluation of relational expression. Let reval be. Get value. Ref. Let R be is strictly equal. Reval. Val. If R is true, return false. Otherwise, return true. 278. ECMA International 2024. Note the result of evaluating an equality operator is always of type Boolean, reflecting whether the relationship named by the operator holds between its two operands. Note 1. Given the above definition of equality, string comparison can be forced by $sign $, $B. Numeric comparison can be forced by plus or equals plus B. Boolean comparison can be forced by it equals B. Note to the equality operators maintain the following invariants. A equals B is equivalent to A equals B. A equals B is equivalent to B equals A, except in the order of evaluation of A and B. Note 3. The equality operator is not always transitive. For example, there might be two distinct string objects, each representing the same string value. Each string object would be considered equal to the string value by the equals operator, but the two string objects would not be equal to each other. For example, new string A equals A and A equals new string A are both true. New string A equals new string A is false. Note 4. Comparison of strings uses a simple equality test on sequences of code unit values. There is no attempt to use the more complex, semantically oriented definitions of character or string equality and collating order defined in the Unicode specification. Therefore, strings values that are canonically equal according to the Unicode standard could test as unequal. In effect, this algorithm assumes that both strings are already in normalized form. 3.12 Binary bitwise operators.
I'm like wasting time naming things. I'm gonna like adjust this or whatever and just call it like RAX or whatever. Give it register names. It's a waste of time to like name something. So I'm like adjusting the loop. And I'm comparing if there's anything to find in the find array to find the matches at whatever. If there is nothing to find, then return true. Because there's nothing to match. Else, if, or like continuing whatever, if it's true that there's something to find to match to see if it's supported, it'll continue to here. And if the amount of things to find is greater than the amount of things that are available, based on the available extensions. If there's more things to find than there are available, then I like return false. Because it's not possible to find them if there's less things available than there are to find. So at that point I know that both the outer find and the inner things to compare against, to check for, both are non-zero. So I'm safe to use a do loop for both. So now I gotta like string compare. I'm just using string compare, that's easier, whatever. I think 0 means that they're the same. I don't know, whatever. So I'm gonna string compare, I'm gonna decrement. I guess I gotta make another count to hold the amount to find. Or not really. Well, I do. I want to keep this length. Well, no, actually, not really. Hold on. If this reaches 0, then all were found. So I don't need another count. Because the outer loop is the number of things that need to be found, and the inner loop is comparing the things to find against what needs to be matched. So setting up this way, once this reaches 0, it's done. But not really. Because it could reach, okay, so if I break inside, alright, so this then, the number of things to find is non-zero. Based on the logic above. Because if it is 0, I return true. If it's not greater than the number of things to find, I return false because it doesn't have enough to even compare against to find them. And it's greater than, which means it's not 0, and the other thing is also not 0. If it is greater, whatever. So it enters. If I break on the one case where something isn't found, so I guess that's if string compare does not equal 0. I have a break. except I want to break on the outer loop. I'll just use go-to. Escape. Escape match not found. Okay, so if something isn't found, I go to label escape match not found. And since the length is non-zero on entry, which means it's 1 or above, if the first thing is not found, but I think it's an array of 1. So this is a whole lot of work if the array is only 1. Okay, anyways, if the array doesn't find a match, I take go to escape not found, whatever. So I jump down here, and actually, I don't even need to jump. I can early return. I can go return false, because not all were found. Otherwise, I return true. Because if it's true that all were found, then the outer loop will have been exhausted, and the inner loop doesn't count. It doesn't matter. So I guess this. If I ever needed an array to hold and like print what wasn't found, I could like make another array and like append to it. And then I wouldn't want to like break on the first one maybe. I want to like print the whole list. But based on how this is set up, this tutorial, whatever, that's not being done. So this basically does the same thing, except it doesn't waste making a stack, a temporary location on the stack that holds memory, and removing it. It just uses counters and compares, and like early returns. Let's check out again. This one, whatever. I think I still gotta rename stuff, the variables. So chatbot caught that I didn't rename them correctly. Alright, this might be named right. String compare. 0 means a match. Oh my god, that's stupid. Empty returns true. Man. That makes no sense. Alright, so I want to return false. And then true. That's stupid. True. Then false. This is string compare. If equal means the match. So let's what it's doing already. backwards, man. Okay, maybe this is it. If more required than available, return false. Also matches. Useful logic. Inner loop logic. If string compared, required, available does not equal 0. Return true. Okay, so this then. This is what I started with. Oh, I forgot about that. Okay, so enters. String compare. If it's match, it's equal 0. So is match. So when it is match, I want to break. Because I found it. If it exhausts all of them, so enters on 1, for example, because it can't be 0. It's 1, it compares, it's not a match. It breaks. It doesn't break because it didn't match. So it continues. The loop cancels because it's at 0. Well, it like entered on 1. It didn't really decrement yet. But it does decrement now at the bottom to 0. And since it hits 0, it's going to fall through. And return false. Because it means it exhausted the entire thing. Otherwise, it would break. I'm going to use a go-to here. Continue match found. Continue match was found. So if a match is found, alright, so if a match was found, I'll jump over the return false. Okay, is this it? I need to get the rest of these done. It takes way too long to explain and then type it. It says that one's finally correct. Must find a match for each required logic. Your go-to label found effectively skips return false when a match is found and jumps back into the outer loop for the next required extension. What if I flip the loops around? I'm gonna leave it. Flow in plain English. If no required extension, return true. If more required than available, return false. For each required extension, scan all available ones. If string compare equals 0, jump out of the inner loop and continue with the next required. If you run out of available ones with no match, return false. If all required ones had a match, return true. Minor notes. Indexing starts from remain out or find. And a function blah blah without subtracting 1. So if these value counts are instead of last indices, you're potentially skipping element 0. Oh yeah. I'll just make it a while loop. Okay, is this it? Okay, now this should work. Yeah, I can't explain every single thing I'm doing. That would take so long. That one will work better than your while minus minus, but still has the off by 1 just flipped. How? You do check index 0, but you're checking in this order. Count to -1, count -2, 1, 0. The catch is that you don't check when counter starts at 0 in the first place. If device extension's length is 1, counter equals 1. First iteration checks index 0, then exits. If extension count is 1, same deal. So in your current version, the index coverage is fine, unlike earlier. The only functional quirk left is that you are comparing from the last element backwards. If you're vector ordering, doesn't matter, that's totally fine. If your intent is to exactly match all required extensions regardless of what order, this will work, but it will return false the moment it finds one missing, which is the intended early exit optimization. Does it matter if you go from last to forwards? Let's make 2 more attempts. Alright, so this needs to be incremented each time. The outer one incremented outside. Every time I like continues to found. copy this. Should be it. You're now iterating forwards. Outer loop. That's correct short-circuiting behavior for all required extensions present. Go to functionally fine in C++, but modern style would prefer a found flag and break. For clarity, compiler usually optimizes. The compiler is shit. I like how it says compiler usually optimizes identically. Because chatbot can tell that I'm trying to optimize it. Because the compiler sucks ass. So it's like, hey, you know, it usually compiles identically. Just use a found flag and a break. Like, no it does not. And it probably would make better code by using a found flag and a break. Because it optimizes the opposite when you try to write optimized code. It says this matches the usual Vulkan device extension check pattern. Only thing to check, ensure device extension length is stored correctly in your blah blah, and that it points to a valid array of const or pointer. It says if you want, I can rewrite this into pure standard C++ without your custom macro-like accessors, but keep the exact forward looping and early exit, so gobble assembly is basically the same. That's not, okay, sure, let's see what it does. This mirrors the logic exactly. Forward for loops. Early exit, return false if required, extension missing, and returns true only if all are found.